Welcome to Anime What If 4 story of What If Deku had every girl for himself. Support the author. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a hero academy? By Lestat719. Part 4. Let's begin. Adjusting his school bow tie properly on top of his school uniform shirt, Izuku Midoriya smiled at himself in the mirror as he beamed at his reflection with self-confidence. Today was a new day, the start of a new week, for him and all the many lovers he's accrued over the past few weeks, with Melissa's shield being his latest conquest he acquired just last weekend. Izuku partially hoped that he had knocked up the American girl just so he could have her living here in Japan permanently with him and Nana-chan once things got properly set up. The famous hero was working around the clock to get their luxury home established just so Izuku could have all his women and expectant mothers living there with them as his newly established cabal of lovers. No doubt Manami Yaoyorozu would help if he asked or commanded her to, but Izuku wanted for Nana to do it on her own unless she really needed it. He doubted it though, since the woman had been earning royalty checks for ages now and was likely as wealthy as the Prime Minister of Japan, but he did text her to inform him if they needed any extra boost from the big bobed mother of Momo. Ah, looking good. I wonder what kind of day today will bring, HM? He said to himself, hearing his mother Inko getting out of bed with her arms stretching over her head and a sleepy smile appearing on her face. The naked attractive mother was immediately drawn to her son dressing up like a young gentleman in the mirror of their shared bedroom. Her boba jostled about with every slight movement she made when getting out of the queen-sized bed they always slept together in, causing Izuku to groan stiffly to himself as he felt the onset of owl coming forth already from inside of his pants. MNGHHH. Must control it. Can't be distracted so much that I end up late on my way to school again. NGHH. Good morning, Kaa-san. Izuku beamed at his mother as she got out of the bed completely and sauntered over to him with swaying hips and a flat stomach. Izuku often wondered what she would look like when or if he decides to impregnate this beautiful, lonesome woman at long last after all the nights he spent making her scream his name to the heavens. That reminds me, maybe I should have a kind of romantic date for a change with one of the girls? It's been a while since it's only been just a one-on-one romantic outing like how I first took Itsuka-chan when I met her or when Nana-chan first rescued me from All for One. But who to pick? Good morning, Izuku-an. Fufufu. Getting ready for school, I see? Inko purred as she walked up to her son and pulled her arms around his neck, pulling him into her lips for a deep tongue-swathing kiss that involved use passion with their tongues. Izuku promptly held his hands around his mother's waist, pulling her naked form closer and feeling her boba pushing against his chest as they intimately made out. Schlup. Schlup schlup schlup. Izuku-an, you've become such a splendid kisser. He. Kaa-san, I was wondering about something just now. Care to hear it? Izuku asked as he pulled his tongue out from the inside of his mother's mouth, leaving a gooey trail of saliva between them while Inko pulled a leg around the side of his waist in an affectionate manner. It was Inko's favorite thing to do when greeting her son in the morning, besides waking him up by tending to his morning wood, often leading them into a quick romp in the kitchen whenever she was making breakfast. But today, Izuku was up early and anxious to get out of the door as a new idea blossomed in his head. Oh? What could it be, darling? Do you perhaps want to impregnate Mitsuki-chan as you did with Nana? I think she's been clamoring for a second child now, hoping for a girl this time around. We've been talking a lot lately. Inko guessed and Izuku blushed at the thought of a pregnant Mitsuki Bakugo lying in bed waiting for Izuku to come back to it after getting up for school. Absolute devotion throbbed powerfully as a response, making the boy groan stiffly to himself a second time till he shook his head and cleared his thoughts. No, not that, but I wouldn't mind doing that sometime in the future. Mitsuki-chan, and you are way too beautiful in your prime not to want to get pregnant, Kaa-san. Izuku purred darkly to his mother, making her insides positively glisten heavily with owl already as she continued grinding on his manhood. The boy looked over his shoulder to check the time and knew he still had a good few minutes before he had to get going if he wanted to be at UA early for a change. He had a few girls in mind to take on a romantic date before getting into the fun stuff. Izuku felt that the latter might get too boring if he has it too easy, and even he wants to go for the more normal, wholesome and romantic type of outings every now and then. Just because he has a boundless for the fairer, doesn't mean he craves any less romance, emotional intimacy, and genuine human connection. Besides, he genuinely loves the women of his growing harem and wants to bond with them on an emotional level, get to know and understand everything about them. These beautiful women are not just for his pleasure, but for him to love and be loved. He thinks of all of them as his girlfriends, or brides-to-be, and he will marry them all in the future and start a very big loving family with them, the of them being most likely his beloved Nana, his first woman. Of course, the dark hunger for carnal bliss never expires, but these days Izuku's nature compelled him to breed every woman and girl he comes in contact with. So far he has managed to keep his breeding tendencies to just adult women. He feels like it is too soon to impregnate the girls of his class with his children. He doesn't want them to give up their wish to become heroines in the future for the sake of becoming teenage mothers. So until at least graduation in a few years, Izuku will do his best to not knock up the girls of his class. Ooh. Go on. Inko urged with a shudder and felt her son's hands reaching around to fondle her naked buttocks a bit, drawing her to him to where he would lift her up into his arms like a happy long-time lover. She let out a squeak of surprise and kept her hands secured behind his neck as he went on, admiring his youth and energy while feeling that craven feeling of wanting to become pregnant again. Well, I was thinking of mixing things up a little bit. Like, say, take one of my lovers out on a romantic date one at a time before we really ruin bed frames with what comes after. Thoughts? Izuku asked as he felt Inko's boba jostling about in front of his face with boba points tempting him into ing them into his mouth. His mother cupped her chin with a chipper smile while humming to herself for a quick second before responding. I think it's a splendid idea, honey. You make so many lovers that some are bound to feel lonely or left out if you don't spend more time with them. Not that they'll leave you, of course, I know Nana-chan wouldn't nor would Mitsuki-chan. But those girls at school, oh you've made so many of them into your girls already that I'm sure they would appreciate taking turns on a romantic outing with you, and they would certainly enjoy having more romance in their lives. As always, I can provide you with money if Nana-chan hasn't already and suggest some places you can take a girl to make for a wonderful night. Inko suggested, blushing bashfully as she wriggled herself in his arms before being let down gently by her son's strong hands. That's a great idea, Kaa-san, thank you. And apart from Nana-chan, who is on my list for romantic dates later, I think I have a certain girl in mind for it. In fact, I have everyone in mind to take out for a wonderful night, but I'll need to work slowly and make each outing special. That most definitely includes you, Kaa-san. Izuku let out, growling naughty-tively to his mother and making the woman shiver with want and full need as they brought themselves together in a salacious tongue-on-tongue exchange of use passion. Schlup 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 sklup. Oh Izuku-an. I can hardly wait until you take me out on a romantic date. Fu, I know that they will spice up the romance and chemistry, possibly bringing out your wilder side to unleash upon this body. It's yours and will forever be yours, and maybe Inko leaned into the side of his face with her lips delicately caressing his right ear. You'll want to impregnate it. I'm still very fertile after all. Izuku felt his manhood becoming harder than metal when she suggested that concept to him. Hearing her voice in a naughty-type tone imploring him to breed her just as he had done with Nana, Rumi, Manami, and Mika made Izuku's loins sizzle like a steak on a grill. His manhood became hard in an instant and threatened to push out of his uniform pants, causing Inko to squeal loudly in surprise since he was so large it pushed out from between her thighs. Eep. Izuku-an. Feel like giving mommy a quickie before you rush off to school? I wouldn't say no to you staying in today and warming the bedsheets with me all day long. Inko asked, feeling so badly tempted by her son's manhood that she was craving him in bed right now. She momentarily forgot his wishes and caressed his standing manhoodchin with her legs till Izu snapped out of his full trance by regrettably shaking his head. And knowing not yet. Sorry, Kaa-san, but I promise you I'll make it up to you tonight if I don't have plans for an outing with a girl I had in mind. Besides, I can't be late too many more times, or else it'll really make me and Nana look bad. Speaking of which, I'd better get going. Izuku apologized with a sheepish grin on his face while Inko pouted in an adorable fashion. The woman understood but she still crossed her arms in a cute huff, wanting her son to plow her all day long after caressing her thighs with his mega manhood sticking out through his pants just now. Ooh poo, fine. But you owe me, Izuku darling. He, mommy won't let you rest until you make her day. She purred idly and nibbled on his right earlobe, making him bristle with full energy. Izuku nodded in agreement and kissed his mother on the lips again, making his tongue swivel around the inside of her mouth to collect her saliva and leave her breathless before going. I promise. I love you, Kaa-san. He bade goodbye and quickly ran out of the bedroom to grab his things such as his school bag, his UAID, and phone while Inko slumped to her kneecaps with hands rubbing themselves between her thighs. If Izuku knew his mother well, then she'd be baiting all day long to cope with the lack of her son's manhood rearranging her insides like he normally does. Some days Inko just couldn't be without it for an hour, much like Nana-chan, so it's a good thing Izuku has a high libido that spares no one when he easily gets into the mood. Grabbing a piece of toast and putting it into his mouth, he rushed out of the door of his household on his way to UA Academy once again. This time the dark harem lord-to-be had a sweet tooth for making one of his many lovers bask in romantic affection before ing them stupid all night long. He had a few girls on his mind already apart from the primary interest he already had. There was Atsuka Kendo since it had been a while since their first at her family's dojo, there was the mysterious half-hot, half-cold beauty Shuko Todoroki, the cute America anthropomorphic girl Pony Tsunotori, and Mina Ashido as well. Izuku was charging through the streets of his neighborhood, avoiding using his powers for now since it was still technically illegal for minors like him to use them openly, and made his way over to the front of the school gates where he saw the brunette cinnamon bun he had in mind. Standing just a few feet ahead of him and waiting with her hands behind her back was the ever-so-cute and bubbly girl with gravity powers Ochaco Uraraka. She was twisting the tip of her left foot into the ground in a cute and bashful way while looking at Izuku with a blush on her face. It had been obvious she had been waiting here early for some time just to meet him at the gate, a gesture Izuku secretly appreciated for it made him want to ravish her even more. Slowing to a halt in his dashing sprint, Izuku skidded to a halt in front of the curvy-bodied brunette teenager and gave her a dirty smile that titillated her completely upon seeing it. Good morning, Izuku-an. Mind if we spend some time together, just the two of us before homeroom starts? I've been wanting to spend a little bit of time with you alone before everyone else gets the chance to throw themselves at you today. Ochaco greeted as he walked up to her, putting his hands around the sides of her waist and pulling the girl close to him without a shred of shame for doing this in public. Of course, there was hardly anybody else around, which made it the perfect moment for Izuku to caress Ochaco's soft round face with his fingers, making her shudder vehemently with a lip-bitten look of that involved watery eyes staring back at him in happiness. Heh, fancy that, Ochaco-chan. I was just thinking about doing something like that today too, ideally with you and me. Going out on a date tonight. Anywhere you want to eat or visit before we get to know each other more intimately behind closed doors? Izuku proposed, sending Ochaco's heart soaring into the sky as she promptly threw her hands around the back of his neck and pulled his face closer to hers. Their lips nearly touched and the pair of teenager lovebirds could feel each other's breath on each other's chin. The UAL tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife and Izuku could feel the girl's body quaking with already. Boo-hoo. Izuku-an. Yes. Oh, I mean, I would like that very much, hee-hey. I've got a few places in mind that I've never been to so we can really enjoy the scenery. Our usual thing behind closed doors is amazing and all, but I want to feel like I'm on a honeymoon with you sometimes too. I'm all yours today, Izuku-an. Treat me nicely. Ochaco purred, bringing her lips onto his and making Izuku squeeze her delectable rump fondly between his fingertips as he rolled his tongue into her mouth. Schlup. Izuku-an. She breathed into his lips, tasting his saliva as he hungrily devoured her mouth by inserting his tongue into hers. Ochaco accepted it eagerly and curled her own around it, engaging the 15-year-old boy in a languid tongue-ing display of absolute affection while she curled one of her legs around the side of his right thigh. HMMHMHH. Schlup 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 dot sklup. MMHH. Oh, I can never get tired of this, Izuku-an. I love you. Izuku lowered his eyes and reached around her buttocks to twist a finger underneath her thighs by squeezing it into her nether region like so. Prodding the girls through her panties made Ochaco squeal loudly into his mouth with eyes going wide and hearts filling each chocolate brown iris as she made a goofy smile on her lips. She wound up curling up against his frame even more and practically dry humped his groin while they continuously made out like impassioned lovers. Izuku's tongue rolled into her throat, curling around on hers in fervent slithering domination that had Ochaco's insides screaming to get bread right here and now. HMNNGHHMHH. Schlup. Schlup 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 sklup. MMNHHHH. Ochaco-chan, if you think this is good then wait till you experience everything tonight. I'll make you want to become pregnant and drop out of UA, but of course, I won't allow that and force you to take those contraception pills for when we get really rowdy at your place tonight. So, do you live with anyone or should we just rent a hotel instead? Izuku asked, getting comfortable with the fact that he was actually acting like a loving boyfriend rather than a conqueror siring a dynasty. The dark part of him still made that his priority goal, but all of his girls beginning with Nana and Ochaco were special to him. They weren't just sacks of meat he could stuff full of seed and leave kissing his feet all the livelong day, they were his lovers and his alone. He felt it was due time to show a little romance before giving in to his instincts, which made for a lot of intense baby-making loving with every single girl he's charmed so far. Izuku liked the change of pace and knew Ochaco appreciated the idea of some one-on-one time with him. Taking one last swirl of his tongue around the inside of her slimy palate before pulling it out of her mouth, he left a breathless Ochaco to catch her breath with a disorientated smile on her face. Huff 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 Izukunin. I can hardly wait for our date tonight, Izukuin. And why yes, we can use my place tonight. I live with just my mother and she's going to be out of town for work all night until early in the morning. It'll just be the two of us. Ochaco breathed out, seeing Izuku smile warmly at her and cupped her chin with an affectionate glow shared between them until they heard one feminine voice snap them out of their moment. Ahem. They slowly turned their heads to look and see several girls standing side by side in a line together in front of the lovey-dovey couple with slightly agitated smiles on their faces. From right to left there was Momo Yaoyorozu, Midnight Sensei, Itsuka Kendo, and Pony Tsunatori. Some of them were puffing their cheeks in a cute yet slightly annoyed manner while Momo and Namiri Kayama each looked at Izuku with a bit of jealousy written in their eyes. Naturally, they knew they were only part of a set belonging to their hungry lover who would obviously bring on many more into their cabal, but the girls do tend to get jealous over him spending some solo time with one rather the others every so often. Well then, Midoriya-kun, if you're making plans to go out on a romantic date with Uraraka-san, then you'd better take some time for the rest of us as well. We all deserve some alone time with you in our respective places just like ordinary women, don't you know? Fufufu, hope you cleared your schedule this week because this teacher is needy now that she's seeing this romantic side of you. Midnight said, licking her lips across with her tongue and cracking her riding crop to the side of her boot with an expectant smile on her face. The other girls nodded in agreement with her, making Izuku sweat drop as he rubbed the back with a smirk. Yeah, what she said, Izukuin. You promise you can spare time for our romantic one-on-one dates and we'll give you everything you want and more. Details need not be shared. Fufufu, but I will chart out a schedule for us to all go in turns, starting with me right after your time with Ochaco-san. Momo chimed in as she jiggled one of her bobas through her uniform clothing, making Izuku growl loudly under his breath with absolute owl. What they said, I'll agree to whatever day comes after Momo-san and Midnight Sensei, Izukuin. It really has been too long since we've been intimate with each other. I would like you to make me feel like a woman again, maybe we can do it inside of my family's dojo like the first time, Itsuka added, sticking a finger into a gap with her hand while nodding her head at Izuku and smiling perversely at him. She had changed so much from the earnest train to when tomboy Izuku first plowed after his romp with Mitsuki Bakugo. Izuku wound up growling loudly again as he nodded rapidly with an standing manhoodchin almost pushing out of his uniform pants. The lad needed to calm down or else he might explode and go on a full frenzy before ravaging all women out here in the open. And me too. I haven't had any of those romantic times you've had with the others yet, so you'd better make it up to me cause I don't want my first time to only be in that classroom. I want a romantic date out in some of the prettier parts of the world here in Japan or at least just this city anyway. Won't you do me that kindness, Midoriya-kun? My mom, who's also a hero in America, is waiting to hear back from me about getting a boyfriend. Pony added, pumping her little fists and smiling brightly with a cute look on her anthropomorphic face. Izuku wondered who her mother was, since he was basically a hero otaku who looked up to all the heroes either here in Japan or America. He also secretly wondered if she was a beautiful single woman in her prime like all the other attractive mothers he slept with, giving him the idea of doing many "call me daddy" scenarios when sleeping with both the mother and her daughter, as he did with Momo and Kyuka when their mothers together with them. Such a concept stayed firm in Izuku's mind as he nodded his head to it all, seeing Momo pull open her uniform blazing and reveal her chest to begin materializing a schedule they could agree on, while at the same time gracing the boy with a very generous cleavage. Ochaco had a wry smile on her face as she watched her lover go over to the group with her, discussing day-by-day arrangements for the first week of the month starting tomorrow, Tuesday, considering he already agreed to a date with Ochaco later today. Oh, how did it come to this? I might be waiting in line for more alone time with Izuku, but since I have him all to myself tonight, then I've got nothing to complain about. Hehehe. I am worried though, did my mom say she was working late tonight, or am I imagining she said that last part? Ochaco wondered as Izuku signed his name with the first week calendar following Momo's signature for Monday, with midnight coming second, and so on with all the others. The rest of the vacant space was left as is for the sake of fairness with all the other girls in his class. The system was simple: each day of the week Izuku would go out on a date with a different girl after school. On weekends Izuku would have the freedom to either choose to spend them resting or with any of his lovers, something he was very grateful for, not giving him free time to himself and his studies and training, but also to not leave neglected Nana-chan, his mother, and his other lovers for too long. Should the need arise in case of something such as Izuku feeling tired or sick or having a sudden emergency or inconvenience, he can cancel his current date and move it to when he will next be available. This also applies to girls should they also need it. This means moving the entire week's schedule, and thus the proper rearrangements are to be made depending on the case. Izuku was glad for the new dating schedule as it saves him time deciding with whom to go on a date. One thing is for certain: the next few weeks will be busy for him, but he is not complaining at all. Later on that day, after struggling to concentrate on hero training basics with a semi-grown standing man Huchin making for a bulge in his pants, Izuku waited through the day so he could meet with Ochaco alone at the end of it. The only thing they covered in class, apart from every girl in Izuku's homeroom staring at him with curious looks of UAL hunger, were just a few roundabout lessons on heroes training for emergency natural disaster mission work. Izuku barely paid attention at all in class, especially when thinking about what kind of basically normal romantic fun he would have with Ochaco that afternoon. The girl was so sweet and bubbly he could barely stand it, much less her full-figured body trotting about in that skin-tight hero costume she wore. It made him want to pin her down at the end of class, either on top of a random desk or inside of the girls' locker room, ing her until she screams daddy over and over again. When thinking that thought, Izuku wound up coming back to the idea of Ochaco's mom and what she looked like. From the sounds of it, she seemed to be single. I've slept with Kaken's mother Mitsuki-chan already, my own mother, Momo-chan's, and Kyuka-chan's, now who else? I don't know why, and maybe it's the idea of freely breeding them that's gotten me so excited, but I think I have a strong kink for taking care of women with their daughters on a romp at the same time for a lot of threes action. If only I had a sister my age, or maybe Nana-chan has a relative that I haven't met yet that I could. Izuku thought to himself as he prepared to grab and put his things into his school bag and leave for the day. He saw the mysterious beauty Shuko Todoroki standing by the doorway to the classroom exit, waiting like everybody else to leave but with eyes focused solely on Izuku. Those heterochromatic eyes of hers, colored in icy turquoise blue and pale gray, vexed the boy very much, especially with that somber look of mysticism on her beautiful face she had at all times. Her mature body was the stuff of dreams and right up there with Momo's as well as every other attractive mother he's lain with, making her appeal all the stronger each time they made eye contact. I wonder what she's waiting for. Does she want to talk to me about something? Maybe it's about the list of selections for the coming weeks. I bet Momo-chan told her about it before Midnight Sensei brought up the idea earlier in class. She just hasn't let anyone else sign yet until the week is over, much to most of the others' chagrin, on top of their complaining groaning due next week already being full, so maybe Shuko-chan is lining up for an early spot for next week. Izuku wondered and stood up from his desk, hearing many cooing byes and "see you later" greetings from the girls all over when he approached Shuko by the door. Getting there and admiring how perfectly neat and rouse her bladed mop of short bob-cut hair was in its dual-colored affair, Izuku greeted the quiet girl with a charming smile of his own. "Good afternoon, Shuko-chan. Been a while, huh? How've you been?" Izuku greeted, feeling the dark impulses of absolute devotion throb heavily inside of his heart as he neared the beautiful girl. He could tell that his quirk wanted him to greet her outright, right there in the hallway, even though he and Ochaco had a date plan ahead of them for tonight. Shuko's appearance didn't make that choice any easier on his libido, especially with those long and beautiful thighs sticking out from underneath her uniform skirt. "Good afternoon as well, Midoriya-kun. Mind if we walk to the gate together? I know you have plans with Uraraka-san, so I won't keep you for too long. I just want you to know if I can perhaps occupy an early spot on that schedule Momo-san mentioned to me in secret earlier." Shuko began in her soft, cool voice as she walked out the classroom with Izuku the moment he approached her with a school bag slung over his right shoulder. "Oh, I see. Well, to be honest, it has felt like it's been forever since we were well acquainted with each other, after all," Izuku said, with a warm smile on his face as they walked together down the hallway. "Yes, it really has been a while, Midoriya-kun. Although technically it's only been a week since school started and we had that intimate group project together on the starting day of class. However, I certainly wouldn't mind some alone time with you after hearing about it from Momo-san. It is a great idea to allow intimacy and individual bonding to blossom between us like true lovers. So I hope you can accept my request. I really want to spend time with you, just the two of us," Shuko replied as a small, but genuine smile was drawn on her face as her cheeks were tinted with a gentle pink. Izuku's heart throbbed when seeing the icy hot girl smiling. It made her look even more beautiful and it made him feel proud of himself for being the reason why she smiles. He will make sure the beauty will smile more often in the future, for he loved to see a smile on her beautiful, albeit scarred face. "Well then. I think that sounds like a lovely idea, Shuko-chan. And I'll be more than happy to oblige. I want to spend time alone with you too, Shuko-chan," Izuku replied as he gave her a charming smile. He just couldn't deny such a demure and alluring girl like Shuko in good conscience. Shuko's mismatched eyes widened slightly as they lit up noticeably. "Oh really? You will?" While it was a little hard to discern, her tone was that of surprise and slight nervousness, taken aback by the response from the man she loved. Part of her was actually expecting Midoriya to say no. "Absolutely. We could go out on Saturday, since I don't have any plans this weekend. And since the schedule only covers weekdays, there won't be any issue with the others." Izuku nodded with a warm smile. "Does that work?" he asked back at the girl. Shuko almost instantaneously nodded with noticeable eagerness in response. "Yes, of course. I don't have any plans this weekend either. Saturday sounds perfect." She couldn't help but smile in response. She nearly jumped with excitement because it just so happened that this weekend her father will be off working in some case, which most certainly works in Shuko's favor, especially as some ideas are starting to take form in her mind as to how make her special time with Izuku even better. "It's a date," then Izuku grinned charmingly. It was obvious for him that he just made Shuko's day and he himself felt happy because of that. "Yes. Thank you so much, Midoriya-kun. I promise you won't regret it." Shuko thanked him wholeheartedly, smiling alluringly at him. Love and for Izuku were starting to swell up inside of her, but she kept her composure despite how much she wanted to kiss him on the spot. "I know, Shuko-chan. Let's have a good time this weekend," Izuku replied with an alluring tone and a wink that made the girl shiver slightly with awe and excitement for tomorrow before nodding at him in response, her cheeks turning a deeper. Shuko was eager for their date and so was Izuku. "I'm not entirely certain, but something tells me that Shuko might be in need of genuine love and affection more so than the others. She doesn't always show it, but I've noticed that sometimes it seems sad about something. Well, I'll make sure to fix that by making the happiest girl she can be during our date, which would make us making love afterwards even more special. Izuku has the intent of making tomorrow one of the best days in Shuko's life, one that she will never forget. If Shuko really wants love, then Izuku will be all the more happy to provide it for her in spades. The two of them continued to walk down the hallway. Izuku kept a happy smile on his face, and he noticed that Shuko also had a small smile on her face. A few of the students were coming out of their classrooms and eyeing the couple with varying expressions of confusion mixed with great expressions of envy. Izuku liked to think that he became the sole object of admiration and jealousy throughout the UA just for walking alongside Shuko Todoroki. She was seen as a heralding beauty among her peers in this generation of new heroes, inspiring many admirers that looked in Izuku's direction with disdain. He laughed to himself secretly, wondering if their heads would explode if they found out the truth of how deep his love life really went, but part of Izuku felt that maybe Shuko's popularity as a recommendation student and school idol had to do with the fact that her father was the legendary second-rank pro-hero Endeavor. He never even thought about it before now and never gave it much thought since he was crazy for Shuko's beauty and not her image, but he could see where the fandom was coming from since she was a prim and proper lady of prestige. Her stoic, soft-spoken demeanor combined with her mystifying beauty and ladylike elegance made her the prime subject of many admirers. If only they knew, and to think Midnight Sensei had a fan club of boys clamoring for her attention. Shuko's popularity dwarfs even hers, not that it matters in the least since all of them are inherently mine to make them scream ecstasy in the air constantly whenever we're alone together. Izuku thought, feeling proud of his accomplishment as they walked together down the hallway with his right hand reaching over to cup one half of Shuko's bumox from the side. It wouldn't hurt to have a little preview of what will happen tomorrow, right? MMNGHHHH. Me Midoriya-kun so brazen, out here in public where there's a chance people can see? Foo. Shuko said, giggling softly to herself as she felt his strong fingers burrow into the doughy adipose texture of her amazingly soft skin. Izuku interfered her bum through the mesh of her pantyhose after reaching underneath her skirt, keeping his hand gingerly squeezing the girl's right bum cheek as they went along. She started breathing heavily as a result, making her cheeks glow red, and Shuko walked closer to Midoriya's side, really appearing as a couple now. HMMGNHHHH. I still want to take Shuko-chan right here and breed her till she can't move anymore. Hi. Some days it gets really hard to control this quirk since it's making me as hungry as a starving wolf for everyone's flesh. Izuku said to himself, feeling his heart where his quirk was spiritually located burn like an inferno the longer he interfered Todoroki's bum from the side. The maiden of red and white breathed heavily as they turned a corner and headed down the stairs, arriving on the first floor with Izuku still gingerly squeezing the doughy surface of Shuko's ample mound. Shuko sobbed softly from Izuku's ministrations as they stopped just in front of the school doors, looking out through the glass walls into the outside where it was sunny. Izuku could see Ochaco standing out by the school gate itself, practically hopping up and down on her feet with excitement and a chipper smile on her face. Izuku wondered how it'd feel having the two of them, Shuko and Ochaco, together with him in his bedroom one day wearing nothing but Thai cowgirl outfits that came with all sorts of accessories to make their curves stand out some more. He considered stuffing Shuko full and having her drink from Ochaco's boba and vice versa, making him smile for it really got his motor running until he let go of Shuko's plump bum the next second. As tempting as the idea of a threesome with Ochaco and Shuko while wearing such naughty outfits and doing all things he thought of for his amut is, today is supposed to be solely for Ochaco just as he promised her, and Izuku is a man of his word. Gah. Oh if you wanted to, Midoriya-kun, you could have just taken me right here or in the nearest girls' restroom if you wanted to ravish me again. Shuko offered naughty-tively, leaving her legs quivering with need as she kept them buckled together while slowly coming back from the brink of pleasurable elation. Izuku got a hearty chuckle out of seeing her stoic, demure demeanor shaken into that feared state of need just now. He was pretty much certain that he nearly made Shuko calm just from his touch and interfere of her soft and round bum, knowing that gave Izuku satisfaction and an odd pride in himself. The look Shuko was giving Izuku as well as her tone were really tempting him to do just as she said, but he knows when to keep his in check for the sake of keeping his priorities in order. The green-haired lad wants to give each of his lovers an intimate and romantic time alone with him at least just once before he goes freaking wild with asking for stuff such as or making the girls wear naughty fetish outfits, and he knows that he can get away asking for stuff like this because he knows for certain that they will happily do whatever he asks of them without complaint due to their profound love and devotion for him. Heck! If Izuku wanted, he could call Mirko right now and ask her to come over and tell her to wear a bunny girl suit and then perform a sensual lap dance for him, and she would just drop whatever she is doing at the moment, even if she is doing hero work, and come running, or rather jumping, as fast as she can to where he is and do exactly as he says, dancing for him with a sensual smirk on her face. And now I really want Rumi to do exactly that, and I'm totally making that happen, but that has to be for another day. Izuku thought to himself as that image lingered in his head, and damn it if it didn't greatly turn him on. And now I'm picturing many pro-heroines, obviously including Nana-chan and Namiri-chan, performing all sorts of naughty and sensual dances for me, with some wearing fetish outfits and others outright looking like strip dancers. And that's definitely a wise idea that I'm totally making happen, but again, that will be for another day. Especially because I've yet to meet the rest of the ladies I'm thinking of. All in due time, I guess. His full imagination leads him to the very clear and very vivid image of Midnight and Mount Lady looking like strippers and performing some pole dancing Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Ragdoll from the Wild Wild Womanhood cats wearing cat-themed lingerie, fake cat ears and tails as they dance on top of a table and doing provocative poses or cute cat gestures. Ryukyu wearing a provocative belly dancer set and sensually swaying her hips. Mirko in a bunny girl outfit performing a lap dance alongside Nana as she wears a cowgirl bikini. All these women performing such displays for Izuku's pleasure and entertainment, and those were only the ladies that came to mind. There were even more pro-heroines out there that can perfectly fit right up with this new fantasy of his that the boy certainly intends to make reality once he has conquered all the women he envisioned and made them his. While I'm at it, I definitely must make all girls around my age perform for me in the same manner, as well as have them wear white cheerleader outfits and make them pose for me. And maybe I should think of something for the attractive mothers in my harem, maybe make them wear either maid outfits or naked aprons. The possibilities. Izuku's wandered to more naughty scenarios such that it made his go through the roof, his absolute devotion burn intensely bright within him, and make his standing manhoodchin nearly pop off from his pants. Okay, I really need to stop and calm down now, or else I might burst and ravage Shuko-chan like a full, deranged animal right where she stands. I'll have plenty of time to carry out my fantasies in the future. Right now I have to focus on the present and what's in front of me. It took all of his willpower to force himself to shake off all those naughty fantasies from inside his head and calm down his enraging standing manhoodchin, or else he risks himself possibly going crazy with and losing all rationality, not to mention driving any susceptible female nearby such as Shuko into a UAL frenzy as well. The boy focused back on Shuko as she was recomposing herself. Once she finished tidying up her skirt and looked at him with a smile, she cleared her throat again and promptly pulled both her hands around the back of his neck like so. Izuku put his own hands around the girl's waist, keeping her held steady, and allowed her chest to press forth into his chest, causing temptation to rise again considerably as he stared into those lovely eyes she's got. So, about our date this weekend, will anybody be home? You never told me about your family life, and I only know about your father being Endeavor due to your matching surname, but I don't know anybody else in your family. Izuku cautiously mentioned, earning a slight frown from Shuko at the mention of her father, meaning his hunch had been right about there being some kind of issue between them. While Izuku was intrigued and wanted to learn what is going on between Shuko and Endeavor so he might try to help in any way possible, but he wouldn't pressure the dual-color-haired girl to explain whatever sort of family issues she had and trust that she'll open up to him about them someday. That is clearly a touchy and personal topic for the girl, and he shouldn't pry into it if she doesn't want him to. There won't be anybody home, Midoriya-kun. It'll just be the two of us alone together. Shuko mentally thought at first when ending her sentence. She wriggled her chest into his chest some more and allowed Izuku to pull her onto his lips while absolute devotion stoked the blaze of fire inside of Izuku's soul, making Shuko's womanhood glisten with wetness and throb heavily with utmost awe as they made out right there in public without shame. Schlup. Schlup schlup schlup. I have something really special to show you, you know? All it would take would be for you to show up at my door, and leans in close to his right ear. Break me into the surface of my bed like it is our honeymoon. I can see us together having a future that'll involve you becoming very intimate with my family, namely my sisters and my mother Ray. Shuko offered, making steam pour out of Izuku's ears as he nodded dumbly with a goofy grin on his face. He placed his lips onto Shuko's once more, kissing her rather intimately instead of simply naughty, making her mew on contact until he pulled back from her embrace slowly. While I don't know the full details of Shuko-chan's family situation or how delicate it might be, if she is basically offering her sisters and her mother on a silver platter to me, then who am I to turn it down? The more the merrier, I'd say. I hope Shuko-chan's beauty is something that runs in the family. Izuku thought to himself excitedly, very much looking forward to meeting and getting intimate with Shuko's sisters and mother. He hoped the latter wouldn't mind bearing another child, his child. He could feel absolute devotion throbbing with excitement over the prospect as well. Oh, I look forward to that. He grinned slyly at her before letting go of her waist, and so she also let go of him. Alright then, I'll be seeing you there, Shuko-chan. Be sure to text me your address, okay? Unless you're planning to take us both over there to your home, Izuku said, waving by at her with a wink and seeing the demure half-hot, half-cold angel blow him a kiss as he made his way toward the exit. I can hardly wait, Midoriya-kun. You'll certainly enjoy it, that I guarantee. Shuko beamed as she blushed fiercely, quaking with anticipation for tomorrow as she saw Izuku walk out and greet Uraraka with a hug and brief kiss. The two set off together like a happy couple without a care in the world, with Ochaco hooking an arm around one of Izuku's elbows with a smile. Shuko easily imagined herself in her place, doing the same thing and preparing for a wild night in the bedsheets following a romantic evening. It made her smile in ways she's never done before, and she hoped that her plan to introduce Izuku to her sisters hits off without a hitch. She just knew Fuyumi and Natsuki would be happy to make his acquaintance and meet him properly in the way he's met so many others. Not only that, but there was her mother to consider as well. She was a woman who needed it most of all, and was a pure woman full of love that deserved to be rewarded by someone of Izuku's stature. I look forward to it, Midoriya-kun. She softly said to herself, watching Izuku and Uraraka leave the grounds to go out on their date as the sun began to set. Later on in the day, after keeping themselves in uniform, Izuku went with Ochaco on a regular kind of day by going out to a food cafe just outside of the school district to buy crepes. Seeing the girl grab onto the cone end of the treat and lick up any dripping parts from the sides had him chuckling jovially to himself as she scrambled to get it all on her mouth. Ochaco quickly rushed back to her seat after grabbing a pair of napkins to help stem the melting messiness from staining her hands. Izuku helped by reaching over the table and offering to clean the girl's cone up with his own set of napkins like a true gentleman. Here, Ochaco-chan. These things can get really messy in this kind of heat sometimes. Enjoying your treat so far? He asked, feeling the girl gently grabbing into his offered hand where some of the cream from her melting treat spilled onto his fingers. Feeling naughty and emboldened by all of their UAL acts committed with each other, as well as knowing Izuku had a soft spot for her that made her at the top of his list of romantic dates this week, Ochaco decided to play the role of the girlfriend perfectly. She lifted up one of his sturdy fingers to her mouth and sensually pulled it between her lips, the flavor of strawberries and cream with candy flavor right off, not caring who saw her doing this out in public. They were seated at a table underneath a sun-blocking parasol, keeping them protected from the sun but also shrouded in enough shade to allow her to naughty ally swivel her tongue around it. Schlop. Schlop slop slop schlop. Ah, better now, Izuku-en? Hee. I always wanted to do that with whoever would be my boyfriend when I started having lots of dirty thoughts going through junior high. Ochaco said, slowly licking her lips and making Izuku growl at her as he kissed her hand properly and reached underneath the table with his free hand and caressing her legs. Ochaco felt that strong right hand smoothly massaging her thighs, making her squeal internally as she felt tender strokes of his fingers expertly graze parts of her skin where she was sensitive. Good thing she opted for stockings instead of her usual pantyhose today. How are you doing that with just your fingers, Izuku-en? You're making me melt like my crepes treat right now. Oh, I have my ways, Ochaco-chan. And for the record, I enjoyed that very much just now. I think that gives me an idea of how to change things whenever we're alone together, preferably at your house or mine. It'll require lots of creams, sweets, and chocolate, and me leans in close to her face licking all of it off of our supple little body. Izuku growled, making Ochaco shiver immensely to the point some of her treats spilled down between her lips, which led Izuku to stand up from his seat and engage her in a messy kiss with ice cream being squished between their mouths. MMNHHHGG. HMMHHMMM Izukuan. Schlup schlup sklup schlup. SSSLLRPP. She sobbed and gurgled into the boy's lips, making her arms sling around his neck without any regard for public decency as a few people watched with slacked jaws and excitable faces. Izuku-kun closed his eyes as he languidly meshed the treat between himself and Ochaco so that their lips hungrily gobbled it up while kissing each other. Naughty ally. She had her tongue dipping into his mouth and he ate down her share of the tasty flavor from it, cleaning out her palate like they were animals sharing the same desert meal. Ochaco couldn't stop blushing brightly as she felt her insides lighting up more and more like fireworks. This was truly a romantic moment, the likes of which she could only dream of happening to her when meeting Izuku for the first time. She couldn't get enough of it, and the intimacy alone made Ochaco ready to bear Izuku's children if she decided to stop taking the birth control medicine each girl in Class 1A have an abundant supply of. Given to them by Nana Shimura herself for obvious reasons, Ochaco wondered if her mother would like to be a grandmother very soon. Izuku inspired that kind of devotion in the gravity-defying hero girl. Shloop. Pop. There, I think I got all of it, right? Izuku chuckled after he pulled back from Ochaco's lips, seeing a dazed look on her face with cheeks redder than they usually were while she was breathing heavily with. He could tell from that creative act alone that she was burning up with white hot right now and waiting to rip off his pants before going to town riding him raw. Izuku was certainly wanting to let her, even out here where there were many prying eyes. Maybe we should get back to her house before things get frisky and frenzied. Japan has a public indecency rule set that I think we just violated. If I don't want the police force or their very stupid and outdated rules ruining this date, it would be best to leave soon. The sun is about to set anyway. Izuku essayed this danger accurately yet cared little for it as he returned to his set across his round-faced lover. He kept one of his hands held around Ochaco's soft ones after she had finished her treat. Some of it had fallen down onto the table, but they were only remnants not worth bothering with. That made me dizzy, Izukuan. Slurp. I think I still had some left dripping down my chin. Is there? She asked cutely and received a no from him in the form of Izuku shaking his head. Ochaco breathed out a sigh of relief and wiped her face with her napkin before leaning over to grab onto each of Izuku's hands with her own. From chocolate brown eyes to dazzling emerald green, she stared into her master-lover boyfriend with little hearts practically appearing within her irises. Izuku could feel Ochaco's heart beating a mile an hour thanks to her connection to absolute devotion, but so was his as his full side started to grow even stronger after getting his fingers ate off by the cutesy girl. So Ochaco-chan, I never really got to know your side of the story about why you wanted to join the UA. Before we head back to your place, growls quietly in dark, mind telling me a little about it? Izuku asked, and she promptly nodded her head with a toothy smile before bringing out one of her stocking-clad feet from out of her school uniform shoes. Ochaco quietly crept it over to caress the bulge of Izuku's length, making him seethe with as he felt that soft sole of her foot rubs him sensually from all over his manhood. NNGHHHHHH. She's really begging for it now, huh? Oh, I am going to wreck her alright, although I still wonder what her mom looks like. Can't help but feel she'd be like a attractive mother version of Ochaco-chan the more I think about it. Sure, well, to start with, my mother and I have always been together after the tragic divorce with my father when his construction company sorta drove a wedge between them by prioritizing time there rather than with his family. We have always struggled for money and I offered the use of my quirk, which makes everything weightless from steel beams to heavy machinery in hopes of eliminating costs and making it easier for a business to bloom. Sadly, that wasn't the case as my father told me to follow my dream first before parting ways with my mother, and that meant coming to the U.A. and becoming a pro heroine for .hehe money. I know it's a shallow goal while everyone else is noble, but I can't help it. I want to take my mom out to Hawaii one day now that she's working twice as much at another kind of office downtown. Oh, to this day, I never stop feeling guilty over money being my motivation. She explained, tilting her head down in embarrassment, and Izuku took it all in stride, giving Ochaco a look of compassion when he reached over to cup her chin and stare directly into her face. There's nothing wrong with that, half the pro heroes are in the business for that very same reason, Ochaco-chan. Besides, wanting to do right by your mother is noble enough motivation for me. I think your father would have wanted you to achieve your dreams first rather than let him or your mother exploit your quirk to simplify construction. On top of that, I don't think it would have been legal to do that anyway, since you need a license to even operate your quirk when in public. So cheer up, you're my kind of heroine just by being bubbly and cute, and well, being you, Ochaco-chan. Izuku said, making the girl's eyes water up a bit as stars filled them when she smiled back at Izuku with love-filled glee. She clutched his fingers tightly between her palms and brought herself over to place a chaste, sweet kiss on her lips that he returned fully without any tongue. Mwah. Thank you, Izuku-an. I never saw it that way. I guess the guilt has always been eating me inside about that until I had to hear it from somebody else. I do think some students are in the business to become a popular pro hero as well, but they never advertise it. I guess at the end of the day, heroes are just people who happen to be super cops, right? We need money to survive after all. Anyway, thank you for kind words, and being so nice and wonderful to me. I love you, Izuku-an. Ochaco said, glowing with a blush and feeling Izuku's hand caress her right cheek gently as he nodded his head, uttering the words back. And I love you too, Ochaco-chan. Izuku smiled warmly at her, his cheeks reddened and his heart fluttered when feeling her genuine love for him, and he couldn't help but love her back. Hey, mind showing me a picture of your mom, just for curiosity? I've been wondering if she looks like an older version of you or not. It's been eating away at me today. Izuku said, making Ochaco giggle as she brought out her phone, sliding open the screen and bringing up a digital photograph of her mother Chiom Uraraka. Izuku groaned with awe when he saw the lovely Japanese woman with similar hair to Ochaco, only significantly longer and more curled up at the tips. She had her eyes squinted shut, lovely rosy cheeks, and had a sublime body just like Mitsuki Bakugo and Izuku's own mom. Her bobas were average if not a little more ample since she was wearing a tight white sweater over them. She and Ochaco were both doing a double peace sign in the camera's crosshairs, smiling happily and melting Izuku's heart. Absolute devotion throbbed angrily again when seeing the beautiful mother of one, giving Izuku plenty of dirty thoughts about taking her with her daughter should the opportunity arrive. He had no limits and no intention of stopping, not after taking Momo's mother and Kyuka's mother the same way. Izuku was thrilled and eager to meet Ochaco's mother, Chiom, soon in the future now that his hunch of her being single is confirmed. She definitely looks like you, probably where you got your cheeriness from since you both look natural when smiling like that. Like mother, like daughter. Izuku said as Ochaco giggled as pocketed her phone, keeping her other hand clenched around his own when tilting her head to the side with a bedroom smile. Wanna go back to my place, Izuku-an? I think I really want to shower you with love right now and make it an all-night kind of conclusion to this date. Master. Ochaco said, purring naughty-tively and making Izuku smile with a sly grin, nodding his head and preparing to get up from his seat with her. Heh, of course. Show me the way. Arriving at the place where her apartment stood a little after nightfall, Izuku saw a modest complex waiting for him with Ochaco guiding him along by tugging on his hand. She was overly excited and looking at him with stars in her eyes, obviously very eager to share a romantic night of passion with him alone. The burning blaze of absolute devotion told Izuku just how frisky she was, likely wanting to go without the contraceptives and maybe make him knock her up. As tempting as that is, he didn't want to rob the girl of her dream of becoming a heroine this soon. He would wait until after she's acquired prestige and then get her pregnant with his child, just as he had done with Nana-chan, Rumi, Manami, Mika, and possibly Namiri already. To everyone else they just looked like a happy-go-lucky couple, with Ochaco bringing him to her apartment and welcoming Izuku inside of her modest abode with a smile. Ta-da! Welcome to the Uraraka residence, Master Izuku-an. Hee-hey. Ochaco beamed after they arrived inside of the modest furnishings of her living room. They each took off their shoes with Ochaco breathing a sigh of relief when not seeing her mothers, fearing it would be awkward to have with Izuku all night long with her hearing everything going on. She was quite a screamer after all, doubly so knowing how hard Izuku could be on bed. Izuku took in the sights, feeling reminded of his own home, and looked around the interior of Ochaco's modest and normal-looking home till he heard the girl clear her throat to catch his attention from behind. Twisting his head to the left, he saw her grabbing the bottom of her skirt and lifting it up to where he could see a very clear dampened patch of moistness in the region of her pink lace panties. "Shall we go to my room, Izuku-an?" Ochaco asked sweetly with a sweet, loving smile seen on her face. Izuku honestly couldn't fall harder for her right now, as this type of girl was exactly what he needed in life. Sure, he truly loved Nana and planned for the muscly powerhouse babe to be his first legitimate wife, but Ochaco definitely had that natural affinity that made her seem so compatible it was crazy. Izuku grinned slyly as he thought about taking her mother next, whenever he got the chance of meeting her anytime soon. But that will be for another day. Tonight is Ochaco's and he will make it one special and unforgettable night for her. Of course, come here, Ochaco-chan. He growled, reaching over to grab the girl by the waist and aggressively pulling her over to his chest where their lips met in a languid embrace right off the bat. Schlup. MMMHHHH. Izuku-kun. HMMHMMHM. Ochaco kneeled into his lips and let her arms flung around his neck to wrap around it firmly. They remained swapping saliva for a minute or so before breaking off each other. They glanced at each other with full eyes before Ochaco grabbed her lover's hand and rushed towards her room, where their night of passion could properly begin. Once entering Ochaco's modest, normal-looking room, the round-faced girl threw herself at Izuku. Their lips crashed once again. The green-haired teen grabbed into his girlfriend's shapely and round bum, causing her to sob into his lips. Izuku then applied some of his strength to lift her off the floor. Ochaco sobbed in surprise as she held on tighter to Izuku's neck, pushing her torso even harder against his. Izuku felt the shift in weight, causing his momentum to swing backward, and the young man fell onto Ochaco's bed with his hands still firmly grabbing onto her bum. His fingers squeezed the doughy globes of Ochaco's thick and ample buttocks, making her squeal into his mouth just before his tongue slithered deep into hers. "Oh. Yeah. I love the way he grabs me. I love you so much, Izuku-kun." Having landed comfortably onto the surface of her modest twin-sized bed, Izuku kept his lips sealed around Ochaco's as his tongue hungrily dominated her own by languidly swirling all over it like a living eel. Lurid slurping sounds erupted in a quiet cacophony of French kissing music that barely covered up Ochaco's sobs. She grinds her increasingly wet lower regions against Izuku's bulging hard-on while feeling him fondling her buttocks and reaching underneath her shirt with his right hand. Schlup 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 schlup. Pop. Aha. Izuku-kun. Is it just me, or have you really gotten better at touching me in my sensitive places? Ochaco asked excitedly when pulling her mouth off of his, leaving a trail of saliva bridging between their lips as she stared excitedly into his face. Seeing him nod with confidence and continue to feel his hand grabbing one cheek of her bum while jiggling it around made Ochaco Urarika soak her panties even more. SS so good. Hee, I certainly have, Ochaco-chan. Just consider it a part of my natural talents now after so much experience with you and everybody else. Izuku said darkly, recalling the many times he's had to exert OFA-powered fingers into various places around both Nana's muscular body and MT Lady's slightly enlarged to really get them crumbling to their feet. He tugged on the girl's skirt the next second and started lifting up her shirt from behind, feeling more of Ochaco's naked skin till she sat back so she could do it all herself with a smile. Promptly sitting back on his lap with a dampened groin grinding Izuku's bulge sensually with swaying motions, Ochaco quickly unbuttoned her shirt so that she could simply shrug it off and toss it to the side, essentially making her topless. Her pink lace boba cloth covering her ample set of boba jiggled free when leaving their confines. Absolute devotion throbbed with raw power, becoming a fire the size of a car right now. Seeing someone as young as her yet just as UAL and adorable with a voluptuous teenage body made Izuku's grow ever stronger each time he saw a girl from his class naked. He may prefer older women so he could impregnate them, but he is still very much into girls of his age. All the girls from Class 1A were Izuku's personal sweethearts, his beloved girls. Now then, how do you want to start us off, Master Izuku-en? Giggles Ochaco asked, feeling the strength of AD compel her to give in to her inhibitions as she undid the latch on her boba cloth, allowing it to spill down her chest. Her supple boba jiggled free, stoking the fire inside of Izuku's loins, and Ochaco wasted no time in standing up from off the sides of his hips to reach underneath her skirt and pull down her matching pink lace panties as well. She kept her socks on as well as the school tie that had been around her neck when she removed her uniform shirt, giving her a highly UAL appearance that became complete when she lifted her skirt to show Izuku the side of her wet womanhood. She was breathing faster now, staying red around the cheeks and licking her lips with a smile, for she was overcome with white hot right now thanks to absolute devotion. It was largely her own feelings of intense, burning love for Izuku that fueled the girl's AL and sensitivity that she practically craved having him knock her up right here. Alas, Izuku had the foresight to make her take the special contraception pill beforehand on their way here. Thankfully she was carrying them with her in her bag. HNNGHHH. Ochaco-chan. I want you to ride me first, then I'll take you around the world right here on this bed. Izuku commanded darkly and received an obedient nod from her as she slowly lowered herself back down, hovering her womanhood carefully above his bulge while Izuku reached down to pull down his zipper. Out sprang his manhood the same way an ironing board does when being released, showing the bulging foot-long slab of cylindrical meat sticking out ready for her body. There were a few veins pulsating all over the surface, and Ochaco could see Izuku's ass throbbing powerfully like an organ. Absolute devotion suddenly became a brighter blaze as the girl became practically drunk on for the green-haired boy as he quickly threw all his clothing to the side. Here I go, Izuku-en. Take me. She cried out before slumping her body down upon his length with absolute precision. She was feeling the thick manhood head push open her folds while the rest of his shaft sunk in, and it made Ochaco curve her spine in reaction. Izuku felt the squishy tightness of her swallow him up, lubricating his length entirely and allowing it to easily slip all the way into the girl's tight little womb like so. Squelch. Ga-ga-ha. Ooh-hee-ah. Izuku-kun. Oh. And no matter how many times I feel it going inside of me, it always feels like it's my first time all over again. Human. Ochaco let out, huffing inexorably with her chest heaving and rolling about, making her boba jiggle while she adjusts to the sensation. The feeling of Izuku's manhood being buried inside of her made every inch of her walls clamp down on it just out of reflex or need, making the girl begin rolling her pelvis forward with her bum slapping against his waist like so. Wah. Yuhiwuafuahuhahurf. Izuku-kun. Ochaco lowered her eyes and started breathing heavily with hot gasps of air escaping her lips. She stayed upright, seated on the boy's manhood with one hand planting itself onto the center of his chest while the other simply ran itself along her chest. Izuku growled with nirvana as he felt her slick and slimy insides cushioning nearly every inch of his length while Ochaco slowly picked up the pace. The soft feeling of her doughy, plump bum bouncing against his thighs was one of his favorite things to feel outside of prodding the back of the girl's womb. GNNGHHH. Ochaco-chan. That's it, ride yourself on me to your heart's content. Let nothing hold you back anymore. You're all mine to enjoy and we have all night to ourselves, Izuku said, feeling his more maniacal side seep through as he put his hands around her waist, cupping her hips and letting Ochaco's body bounce onto his manhood even faster with a bulge protruding from the inside of her stomach. He could feel the slick tightness of her becoming increasingly constricted and slippery the longer this went on. Ochaco was bouncing herself feverishly onto his manhood, making sure to take every inch of his length into her body while she writhed about on his waist. Her boba shook about while her skin was starting to become sweaty, and her smile turned from sweet to increasingly deranged since she was having her tongue hanging out a wide grinning mouth. Izuku knew it to be the usual Ahigo type of expression that appears on every girl and woman he's had to date, but it was still no weirder for him to see it show for him as it does in manga. It was still very hot to enjoy though, especially since it meant the girls truly belonged to him and him alone. Yuhuadatu hu 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 hu. MNNGHHH. Ochaco-chan. You're mine. I love you, and I'll make you and your mom not worry about anything else ever again once I become a pro hero who will control the entirety of the female hero population. Izuku said darkly, feeling absolute devotion turn into a bonfire inside of his heart as he began bucking his waist voraciously into Ochaco's womanhood from below with a smile. He reached up with his left hand and cupped the girl's face, letting her lips loll on his thumb naughty ally with a look of admiration seeing her bedroom eyes. MMMNHMGHH. Schlup. Ooh. Izukuan, that sounds wonderful. Hey, maybe my mom would like to get to know you too, so I can really call you daddy in bed whenever I want. Ochaco said, exciting Izuku's even more so as she began raucously rolling her pelvis down and forth onto his manhood, feeling his manhood hammering away into her womanhood for more minutes of intense bed-shaking fun. Oh yes. Aha aha ha ha ha. Izuku. The two were getting so lost in their heat of passion that minutes flew by without them noticing. Ochaco's supple form bobbed and ground onto Izuku's manhood for just a few more minutes when her hit her like a volcano. She suddenly went into an icy spasm, clutching her soft, doughy legs around his waist while her insides convulsed all over Izuku's manhood. Ochaco clenched her teeth and raked the surface of his chest with her fingernails, unable to draw blood at all due to how strong Izuku's body was. She had leaned over a bit and prepared to wring seed from his ass while howling loudly in euphoria with her insides tugging aggressively on Izuku's manhood. This made her receive a generous donation of thick, virile manhood liquid flooding into her chasm like so. HMMGGNGHHHH. Here. For you, Ochaco-chan. Izuku growled with clenched teeth and a confident smile on his face as he emptied the essence of his S into the spongy depths of the hero student's womb. Splurt 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 splurt. Ochaco once again made the Ahiko smile appear as she felt Izuku's seed pouring in, leaving her body twitching and shuddering together with him in for a little over a few minutes until they got up and switched positions to begin again. With a loud, wet splotch of moisture Ochaco felt the thickness of Izuku's manhood leave her womanhood as she was rolled onto her side with one of her legs being raised high into the air. Ochaco was giggling excitedly with love in her eyes as she watched Izuku sit up with his mast remaining as hard as wood. She bent her other leg around his waist as he aligned their groins together, guiding his large manhood over into the cusp of her silken womanhood once again. This time, Ochaco reached down to spread open her gooey lips, allowing for easier access as he sank himself into it to the hilt, allowing his S to rest against her soft thighs and nether region. Another shrill squelch of penetration followed and Ochaco, who propped herself up on both elbows until she collapsed on the bed, let out a loud cry of elation as she felt Izuku's meat plunging through the sodden cavity of her all the way into her womb yet again. The manhood liquid inside acted as a lubricant and it glazed the boy's monstrous manhood in a coalescence of womanhood moisture. GNNGHHHH. Aha. Oh. Yay. Izuku. Me. Breed me like an animal. I want to have your babies one day, maybe soon, and forget all about hero work. Just please give me your manhood. Ochaco cried out in ecstasy, letting her lower half roll back a little to where he began rutting into her frame, keeping hold of Ochaco's right leg held up in the air over his shoulder. Izuku's battering ram was seen bulging through the girl's flesh as he resumed plunging in and out of her, enjoying the sodden folds of a 15-year-old girl clutching him tightly as they began round 2. MMNGHHHHH. No can do, Ochaco-chan. At least, not yet anyway. You'll just have to bear with it and keep taking the pills. I promise you that I'll be giving you all the children you can want when I'm ready to support you. Wayaha. Here I go again. MHHMMHMM.aha MHMMHMM.MHMMHMM. Ochaco-chan. Izuku's hips pounded heavily into the girl's soft frame, making her buttocks ripple to every one of his hit S while he buried himself to the hilt each time. His manhood made sure to line itself up with her sweet spot, making Ochaco slowly lose her mind with ecstasy for she felt him hitting her G-spot over and over again without losing an ounce of strength in his movements. Izuku grinned darkly as he made the girl's face melt into a permanent Ahiko expression with her tongue rolling out of her mouth and eyes rolling north while her boba heaved salaciously to his hit S. He occasionally squeezed her plump thigh with his hand when twisting his pelvis into her groin. It was pure, unadulterated pleasure in the form of teenager copulation with a cute girl. Ochaco's body was so soft, curvy, and perfect for ing. She'll undoubtedly be a knockout when she grows up, which leads Izuku to think back to her mother and struggle to remember when she said she'll be back. He wondered if she'll be home soon so that he could charm her into rolling around underneath him as well. The thought of being called daddy by both Uraraka women made Izuku's manhood swell tremendously as he pushed into her folds and pulled himself back out, making Ochaco writhe in continuous pleasure non-stop. Ahahahahahaha. Izukuanin. I love you so much, darling. Let's be together forever and ever. She cried out, holding out her arms towards him and allowing Izuku to take her by the wrists and sit her up onto his lap. Ochaco immediately closed her legs around his backside and wrapped them tightly together from ankle to ankle. As if on cue, he grabbed each side of her buttocks and dug his fingers into the dowiness of her bum using his tremendous strength to begin the girl and dominant, upward hit that made her cling onto his shoulders with a delirious-looking smile. His man had now started plunging voraciously upward into her, making slick splashes of moisture come out of her womanhood while their ES rolled together in non-stop. Ochaco couldn't be happier right now and wanted more than anything to grow fat with his baby inside of her body at this moment. Ochaco-chan. NNGHHHH. Get ready, cause I'm going to come again real soon. Your squishy, tight insides just feel absolutely right for me, you know. Plus, you're just so darn cute I can't stand it. Come here, and keep calling me daddy if you don't mind. Izuku said darkly, cupping the girl's chin into his hand and bringing her lips onto his own, allowing their tongues to mesh messily in a languid exchange of saliva and flesh. Lurid kissing sounds soon followed and filled the air with Ochaco becoming submissive once again as he was swallowing her tongue in his mouth and making her wish she could feel more of his manhood liquid pumping into her right now. It was just like how they went at it like animals during the orientation day, something Ochaco will never forget and treasure as a sacred memory cementing her love for Izuku. Sure, he shared that love with just about everybody else, but she didn't mind just so long as she had a piece of the pie. He was her master, after all. Izuku tasted the girl's saliva and felt her kiss back with force as she crossed her arms behind his head to deepen their lip-ing embrace like so. The two of them were getting so lost in UAL rapture amidst all the bed-creaking chaos that they failed to pick up the sound of a door opening. Schloop skloop 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 schlup. Pop. Izukuan. Schlup schlup schlup. I love you so much, daddy. Ochaco mewed, so lost in that she failed to realize that her mother, Chiom, had returned home. Back over in the living room, a tired and slightly sweaty Chiom Uraraka walked in through the door and closed it behind her after putting her keys on the nightstand next to it. She was wearing her everyday casual wear such as her lady's long-sleeved white blouse most women and mothers were seen wearing around these days in Japan. Down below, she had her simple and plain pair of tight-fitting ladies' pants, highlighting her curvaceous and well-kept body which was a modest yet highly curvaceous frame. Chiom had adequately sizable D-cup boba hidden from behind a lavender-colored brasserie which was covered up by her blouse, minus a bit of cleavage peeking through. Her eyes were often seen as squinty but whenever she'd open them up, her chocolate orbs would be so shiny and alluring they'd enrapture certain male coworkers around her. Unfortunately, Chiom had been still a lonesome single mother who hadn't had any luck in the dating market thanks to men often seeing women her age as undesirable. She never understood nor liked the stigma that a woman over 25 was seen as an expired Christmas cake, but Chiom liked to think she was still very attractive. She hardly had any fat after all, only her supple curves and her thick thighs with her firm boba could be seen as being plump. Ah, finally. Home sweet home, I wonder whose is the extra pair of shoes I saw when I walked in. Did Ochaco bring a friend over perhaps? Chiom wondered as she hung up her coat and stepped into her slippers when beginning her journey to look for where her daughter and her supposed friend were. Letting her eyes open wide and cupping her right ear when she thought she heard something, Chiom Uraraka soon had her mouth dropping open just as soon as these screaming words of euphoria made it to her ears from down the hall. Ahaha. Izuku-kun. Ah. I'm daddy. Please fill me up again. And then take care of my bum next. I've been a very bad girl, daddy. Ochaco's voice cried out, causing a deep, scarlet blush to appear on Chiom's face to where it covered up her dotted cheek. The woman's eyes bulged out of her sockets and she felt disturbingly uncomfortable as a million things went off in her head all at once. Ochaco haha has a boyfriend in her room. And they're doing that already. I mean it's only natural a girl her age would, given how teenagers are with hormones and whoever they happen to confess to, be but this way too soon. Chiom cried out mentally, swallowing the lump in her throat as she began silently walking over to her daughter's room. She was ready to get a peek at her daughter's boyfriend, seeing as how he was making Ochaco scream like a banshee. I suppose it couldn't hurt to see what kind of young man is making my daughter gulp scream like that. I hope he's a good, stand-up gentleman who will one day give me grandchildren to love. She definitely shouldn't be doing this, but she felt like she'd get at least a quick good look at Ochaco's boyfriend before leaving the two of them alone. She was just too curious about it. As she got closer, the noise of flesh smacking against flesh quickly became louder and more intense. Chiom paused in her steps, considering going back out and heading out to a place somewhere to give her privacy rather than peep on them. She anxiously looked back at the door and rubbed her shoulders into her hands, wondering what has come over her that made her feel compelled to be drawn to the source of UAL activity in the apartment. As a mother, she felt obliged to just leave them be, but as a woman, she was antsy about seeing who could be making the girl consider calling the man her daddy while the noise of bed springs creaking reached the woman's ears. The woman had arrived and stayed hidden over the edge of her daughter's door, noticing it was left partially open, giving her a view into what was taking place inside Ochaco's room. Chiom's eyes widened as she witnessed what was going down right on her daughter's bed. Oh, my Kami-sama. He's a hunk. Is that gulp who is called Izuku? I believe I heard my daughter talk about him constantly after her first day at Udade Academy. He's very well built, Chiom thought to herself, feeling increasingly odd after she saw the chiseled body of a tall, muscular teenage boy with wily broccoli-colored hair gripping her daughter's bum as he repeatedly bucked into her from below. She was clinging onto Izuku's frame with legs crossed tightly behind his back even now, but Izuku was now on his kneecaps with an arm around her waist and tongue sliding itself hungrily down the girl's throat while they made out with mad passion. Chiom honestly felt envious, and the jealousy started to breed insane that was now permeating through her womanly body, largely thanks to absolute devotion picking up on her presence. Being near the room alone made the woman's body react to the number of pheromones in the air as well as the pungent, profound scent of. She was actually shuddering with creeping owl and began gently clawing at the groin region of her pants as she watched. I shouldn't be watching this, I really shouldn't be watching this. Should I? She thought and bit down on her bottom lip, seeing Ochaco's practically naked body undulate feverishly into Izuku's masculine frame. Their groins were bumming into each other voraciously, with the girl constantly huffing and sobbing loudly in the air. Seeing her daughter's naked frame jut and roll voraciously all over Izuku's waist made the woman visualize herself in a similar situation. She tried envisioning her former husband yet couldn't be able to after seeing how euphoric Ochaco's face looked as she twerked her bumox even faster into his hands. The wet slapping noises of skin against skin became louder and much more frequent, leading to Chiom hearing her daughter cry out loudly. She clutched Izuku's shoulders with a teeth-clenching look on her face that indicated she was getting closer to once again all over his manhood. She tossed back her head and squished her boba into Izuku's chest, letting him reach into the crook of her neck to either lick and or nibble at her skin while clutching her bum into his hands a little tighter as their romp continued on. Chiom hadn't realized it yet, but her fingers had undone the bumen and hem of her lady's pants while also slipping a hand underneath her shirt as she was still watching them. The long-starved woman was breathing rapidly as she felt her pants spill into a puddle around her ankles, allowing her voluptuous lower half to be shown with a pair of lavender lace panties covering up her wettening. Ha ha ho dot ha huff 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 Ochaco. I want to be in your place right now. She whimpered silently to herself as her other hand pulled up her white blouse, revealing her ample set of perky D-cup-sized boba wrapped in a matching brasserie. It was only when feeling the cool air caress her naked legs that she snapped out of her reverie and realized she was undressing while watching her daughter ride the boy's manhood the entire time. Oh my. I was baiting to them without knowing it? Oh, it has been a long time now, and I have been so stressed out from work as well as my loneliness being without a man. And maybe it wouldn't hurt to continue stroking my body to this. I mean, Ochaco wouldn't mind, would she? She reasoned her actions and heard another loud yell of ecstasy coming out of Ochaco's lips as she saw the girl writhe in yet another icy spasm right there within Izuku's arms. Her legs shot out from the sides of his waist and her body quivered salaciously as she came hard all over his manhood. Chiom couldn't quite see Izuku's manhood, but she could somehow tell that he was well hung if she was seeing a bulge sticking out from within Ochaco's waist. Quickly dropping her panties and pulling up her boba cloth at the same time, the woman exposed her own set of creamy pink boba points and slightly fuzzy snatch radiating heat and moisture from her owl. MMNHHHHHHH. Gaia ahahai. Izuku-kun. Daddy. Please take me again. This time from behind with me on all fours. I want to be in heat waiting for my daddy Izuku-kun to fill my body with his seed once again. Hey. Ochaco wailed deliriously, still squeezing her around his manhood as she gushed a mess of fluids all over the boy's length without having felt his own trigger with hers just now. Izuku had a higher tolerance and pleasure threshold and she was sure he was saving the next load off comfort taking her in the next position. Either inside of her womanhood or directly into her. She was anxious just to have more seed in her body, making her extremely while her mother was feeling the same. Oh, Kami, help me. MMHHHH. Chiom whimpered quietly to herself and promptly dropped down onto her kneecaps after kicking away her lady's pants in the heat of the moment. All she was left with were her brassiere with her blouse bunched up over her boba. She promptly spread out her thighs and straddled the crook of her right hand, allowing her fingers to dip into the slick and slimy womanhood cavity of her womanhood while she squeezes one of her naked boba to the show as it enters its next core. The woman of nearly 40 was breathing rapidly with youly charged attention given to the young couple as they promptly disengaged, revealing the enormity of Izuku Midoriya's manhood after it plucked out from inside of Ochaco's teenage slit. Dear Lord! He's huge! No wonder Ochaco was screaming so loudly, he's as hung as a horse and by the looks of it, hasn't even winded down at all even after bringing her to. If anything, this boy looks even more fired up to bring her to another one already. That thick rod of manly meat. It is just throbbing with virility and those S of his. Ooh, I bet he could make Ochaco pregnant with ease. I wonder if maybe this Izuku boy might be interested in an old gal like me. Just then, Chiom wondered where these thoughts had been coming from as she dipped two of her fingers into her and begins plunging them into her gap even faster as she saw her daughter get on all fours with her bum wriggling itself enticingly before Izuku's eyes. To her horror and slight shock, she saw a thick dabble of manhood liquid ooze out from between her teenage daughter's glistening womanhood lips, meaning he had already ate her earlier and came inside the girl in abundance. Seeing that thick cream oozing out like rich syrup made Chiom's left hand squeeze her boob even harder, causing the older woman to whimper sharply from behind sealed lips. She wondered if Ochaco could be pregnant already, making her worry as she was not ready to be called a grandma just yet, not by a long shot. Izuku ran his hands down the supple frame of the girl's buttocks as got behind her, planting his legs just outside of her daughter's thighs with his manhood lining itself with her womanhood again. Licking his lips, Izuku brought the tip of his manhood over to the opening with a devilish smile on his face. Absolute devotion was burning bright and going hot, matching Izuku's right now and furthering its influence over Chiom despite Izuku being so caught up in Ochaco that he didn't notice. Chiom, however, was glued to the sight of such an enormous manhood about to wedge itself between her daughter's ripe teenage folds once again. The girl turned her head to the side, looking at Izuku from over her shoulder and smiling naughty-tively while licking around her lips in a naughty as he began to push into her quim once again. Plow me, Daddy, Ochaco purred, causing Chiom to shudder and gasp as she felt even more ed from hearing her little girl say that to her boyfriend. She was now leaning back with her lower half pushing outwards, working her fingers feverishly into her while huffing constantly in nearly boundless owl. Heh, anything for you, Ochaco-chan HMPHHHH. Izuku hit his manhood into her once again, allowing a slick squelch of moisture and penetration to come out with a loud squeal of ecstasy escaping Ochaco's lips like so. Squelch. Gaia. Oh yes. Yes, Daddy, yes. Ah. More, me more. Ochaco cried out, earning more full shivering from Chiom as she now began working over her with both hands, practically riding herself on her digits to the sounds of their animal copulation starting again. Of course, she kept an eye on Izuku's manhood sinking into her daughter's womanhood flesh, making her fold stretch out completely as he rested deep inside of her before beginning to raucously hit into her frame. HMMNNHHGHH. You got it, Ochaco-chan. HNGHHH. Uvuvuhavuvuvuvuhung. Izuku grunted as he threw his manhood back into her quivering teenage gap, making the girl's womanhood gush and clench tightly around his length as his pelvis began bottoming out of her from behind. Ochaco's hands were seen clutching the sheets of her bed tightly, her sobs filled the air like music with the wet slapping sounds of her bumok colliding with Izuku's waist being additional noise that nearly drowned them out. They were wildly rowing back and forth into each other with Izuku clearly dominating her daughter, furthering absolute devotion's hold on Chiom as the inside of the woman reached a level equivalent to a volcano on the verge of eruption. There was just nothing that excited her more than seeing this display of passionate as it captured the woman's attention completely. This led to her eyes glowing a little pink with her body heaving wildly atop the hand's handwork the cusp of her mound. This is something I need. Ochaco. Please share your boyfriend with me. I feel dirty already from spying on your coupling and baiting to it, but oh Kami help me, it's been so long. Chiom thought as Izuku's and Ochaco's heated round of passionate doggy style went on by several minutes while she pleasured herself to it all. It wouldn't be long before she came and so too would Izuku since he feels Ochaco's womanhood beginning to clutch his meat tightly in yet another of intense passion. Ha 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 ha. I'm Izuku-an. I'm CCC Mangajaya. Ochaco cried out, throwing back her head and arching her spine slightly as she quivered with, causing her insides to gush out and Izuku's manhood in a desperate need for his. Naturally, she got it, and in spades no less. HMMNGHMMHMMNGHMMNGHHH. Ochaco-chan. Here you go. Aikai. Izuku cried out, pulling back his hips again and plunging every thick inch of his massive manhood into the girl's spongy gap, releasing thick ropes of manhood liquid spewing into the entirety of her womb while filling out her uterus as well. Splurt 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 dot splurt 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 splurt. Chiom was hearing all the sounds of Ladion coming from inside her daughter's body, making her eyes widen in slight worry and fear of her getting pregnant. At the same time though, it was also bringing her to since she fantasized about herself directly in her daughter's place. She plunged her hips forward and tossed her head back, making her boba wriggle wildly as a howl of euphoria left her lips and caught Izuku's attention. Hey ahahai. NNGHHHHH. Chiom let out, still hunched over from behind the door that was slightly ajar to where Izuku was now looking in her direction after hearing her. The boy was honestly surprised, yet he could feel the connection of absolute devotion, telling him that there was indeed a woman there who had been baiting with thoughts of foremost in her mind when seeing them go at it. There was someone there watching us? I had no idea she was even in the house. B but if I'm guessing right then it could only be Ochaco-chan's mother, Izuku thought to himself, feeling increasingly ed all over again as he finished emptying out his inside of Ochaco's writhing womanhood while she collects herself post. The girl's upper half was slumped onto her bed, breathing heavily in post-coitus with a drunken smile on her face. The intensity of her made her nearly black out. She could tell that Izuku was still hard even after a literal gallon's worth inside of her snatch, but she was given a moment to rest and looked back when she noticed he was staring at the door of her bedroom with a surprised look on his face. That's the stuff, Daddy. But why are you looking over there? Gasp. Mom. Ochaco let out in surprise as well, getting up on her hands while her bottom stayed docked on Izuku's meat with a thick sludge of manhood liquid oozing out from between her legs. Chiom heard the sound of her daughter's voice calling out her name after she had come down from just now and noticed the door was slowly creaking open thanks to her movements earlier. The bewildered woman and mother of one nervously chuckled to herself now that both Ochaco and Izuku were looking in her direction. Her hands had been drenched in her own womanhood juice after working her womanhood just now to their lovemaking. There was no way to explain this, for it was exactly what it looked like, and Izuku knew that, smiling evilly, for he now had another one to add to the growing collection. Hey there, Ochaco. As surprised to see me here. So early? I had a short day at work, you know. She nervously began, plucking her slick fingers from her womanhood and sighing to herself in defeat now that she had been found out. Izuku said nothing at first and simply took in the sight of Ochaco's beautiful mother, essentially naked and slumped over on her kneecaps, having obviously pleasured herself to them like rabbits. He even noticed a puddle of her own fluids on the floor beneath her drenched womanhood, thanks to her legs being spread enough to give a clear view. He felt the movement of Ochaco's body as she dislodged her gaping womanhood from his manhood, leaving more sludge of manhood liquid oozing out as she sat up on the bed with a blushing look on her face. So this is your mother, Ochaco-chan? Nice to meet you. What was her name again? Izuku asked, turning his head in Ochaco's direction. Chiom Uraraka, Izuku-an. She's been baiting to us this whole time, hasn't she? Chiom and Izuku both nod. Well, it comes as no surprise since she and my father split up a long time ago. And well, dating has never worked out for her because of working all the time to put me into UA. Ochaco quickly explained, making Chiom hug her cheeks into her hands with embarrassment on her face while Izuku smiled in her direction. The blazing heat of absolute devotion reigned supreme, making Chiom low-key enthralled by Izuku already. All he had to do was seal the deal by giving the lonely woman the real thing. Ochaco was reading his thoughts too, having become connected to him via absolute devotion and sharing his full libido after fully becoming his willing pet and lover. How about you join us, HM? I don't mind giving your beautiful mother a bit of proper loving too, that is, if you don't mind sharing me with her, Ochaco-chan? You did say earlier that you wanted me to naughty her, didn't you? Well, now's your chance to really call me daddy and have it be official. I'm going to your mom. Izuku declared darkly, surprising Chiom completely and making her turn her head back in his direction with a hopeful and surprised look on her face. Seeing her daughter giggle sweetly with a wide smile on her face only made the hope in her chest stronger, especially after hearing her say on the matter right away. That sounds like fun, Izuku-an. Take my mommy and really make her feel like a woman again. She needs it so badly. I mean, you could tell just from the fact she was baiting to the two of us. Give her the real deal, kisses his cheek daddy. Ochaco beamed, holding onto Izuku's shoulders as Chiom slowly got up and removed her shirt and lingerie together almost hypnotically with a bashful smile on her face. Absolute devotion was burning strong and making the woman's body seethe with white hot, causing her loins to sizzle and her entire body to become sensitive with UAL need as she stood now fully naked before Izuku's eyes with a bashful look on her face. That would be wonderful, that is if you don't mind an old lady like me, Izuku-an. Would you really share yourself between me and Ochaco? We are mother and daughter after all, and I wouldn't necessarily mind if you bred me, seeing as how you probably already did so with my daughter. Chiom stammered, feeling rife with after seeing Izuku's scum continue to spill out from between her daughter's legs. He beckoned her to walk over to the bed with a crook of his finger, making her nervous as well as excited for what came next. That won't be a problem, Chiom-chan. I want to give you everything you've been missing out on all this time since, according to Ochaco-chan, you hadn't had anything of this nature in years now. But just so you know, your daughter won't get pregnant. I made it explicitly clear that she's supposed to take the UA birth control pills every day since we go at it with each other at school and occasionally outside of it just like today. But that doesn't apply to you though. Wanna know why? Izuku asked and suddenly pulled Chiom close by gently tugging on her right hand, causing the woman to stumble onto the bed and arrive within his grasp. He started affectionately stroking her right shoulder and cupped her chin romantically with eyes gazing intensely into hers while AD surged with the connection between them now becoming stronger. I'm going to breed you in place of your daughter. Chiom's heart felt like it was exploding right after hearing that. Absolute devotion stuck its claws into her soul, making her his forever just as it did with many others. Why yes. Please do that to me, Izuku-an. I welcome a strong man like you making me truly feel like a woman who can be loved again. I'll gladly carry your babies. So please, pleasure me for as long as you want. She cried out with a tearful smile on her face before feeling her chin getting pulled closer to where lips crashed onto Izuku's, enabling him to begin kissing her passionately. Chiom instantly mewed with delight and closed her eyes before putting her hands around the back of the boy's neck as they began making out with absolute passion. Ochaco watches with perverse glee as she sees her mother sliding Izuku's tongue into her mouth without restraint. He was grabbing onto her buttocks with his right hand and squeezing one part of her chest with the other, making Chiom whimper considerably as she swallowed down Izuku's tongue inside her mouth. The woman had never known such passionate kissing, not even when she was dating Ochaco's father prior to getting married. Izuku exerted a newfound passion for older women, loving the way he made them melt when both romancing each one he met and then breeding their brains out. He's so good at this. Oh Izuku-an. Izuku-an, take me. I'm all yours. Chiom thought as she ran her hands through his hair, embracing him fully with their tongues languidly rolling about in slippery, tongue-ing passion. She couldn't get enough of it, and her growing for the young teenage boy was making absolute devotion burn stronger while this went on. Ochaco took to massaging her to the show and eagerly awaited Izuku plowing her mom raw right there on her bed. She wondered how her face will look once she's literally stuffed full of manhood liquid at the end of it all. MHH. Schlup. Scorp schloop schlooper dot pop. Oh Izuku-an. Take me already. Please. I'm begging you, make me really feel like a woman again. I'll gladly put aside time at work so that I can be with you and Ochaco. Chiom had pulled back momentarily from Izuku's lips, leaving a thin trail of saliva between each mouth. The moment she stepped back into her kneecaps and allowed Izuku to fully take in and appreciate her body, Chiom was soon taken by surprise when her daughter crept behind her body and pressed her naked chest directly into her back. Feeling her daughter's boba pressing against her shoulder blades caused the older woman to become considerably feared. It was a forbidden, taboo flavor Chiom was not accustomed to, but she was enjoying it very much so far in the heat of this intense lovemaking moment with her boyfriend. Here, let me help you get Izuku-an riled up. Ochaco purred as she brought her hands to wrap around each of Chiom's naked bobas, squeezing her digits together around each glorious mound, causing the woman to bristly shudder with elation, for they were highly sensitive and touching them made her insides go hot. Her daughter's soft, padded fingertips made for additional stimulation as she squeezed each one right around the pink of the woman's areola for Izuku's amut. Ahaha. Oh. Ochaco. I'm liking this very much. Guff. And my bobas are extremely sensitive, you know. Chiom let out, breathing rapidly as she became increasingly full towards both teenagers while Izuku watched the show. He subtly nodded his head in Ochaco's direction, gripping his manhood readily as she continued making the woman whimper thanks to her special paw-pad hands. The way she stroked each mound was reminiscent of how Izuku fondled girls like Momo, Itsuka, and Midnight Sensei on their first day in U.A. She had learned much and was applying those techniques to her own mother, waiting for the right moment to really set Izuku off before he attacked the woman like a feral beast. That's it, you know just how I like it, Ochaco-chan. Also, you know what else I like to see, right? Maybe Momo-chan or Kyuka-chan didn't tell you yet, but I have a particular interest in seeing both mother and daughter get very intimate with each other when I'm busy taking both at the same time. Izuku said while gently stroking his manhood to the show. He was seeing Ochaco squeeze and tug on each of her mother's doughy melons from behind for about another couple of minutes. He, you got it, Izuku-an daddy. He, maybe I should just call you daddy by itself right after you take care of my mother's long waiting needs. But first, Ochaco said, purring naughty ally. She removed one of her hands and brought it to Chiom's chin, grabbing it so she could turn the woman's head in her direction so that she could align it with her lips before lunging forward to wrap them around that of her own mother's. Chiom was feeling her mouth getting swallowed by her daughter's lips and feeling it apart between them as she had pulled the woman into a deep lesbian kiss filled with youth's passion. Schlup. MMNGGHHH. Ochaco. Ooh. MMM. She had let out a startled gasp of excitement when feeling her daughter's lips pry her own apart so that Ochaco could slither her warm tongue inside, allowing it to mesh with her own organically. The girl hummed pleasantly to herself as she lowered her eyes and engaged her mother in this increasingly naughty lesbian embrace, showing Izuku the act of mother and daughter hungrily rolling tongues between each other's mouths. MMMHH. Schloop soperp schloop schloop schlurp skorup. Ochaco. Chiom had already become charmed by it and wondered how Izuku was reacting to it all. She peeked out from the corner of her eye to see his smoldering manhood throbbing angrily and white-hot as he watched. The size of his S alone and gauging his shaft's thickness was making the woman's insides feel hotter than molten lava right now. She must have that monstrous manhood inside of her at all costs, and Chiom was planning to cling on to Izuku's frame until he finishes emptying the contents of his S inside of her waiting womb. It became her dream now, and thus, she held onto her daughter's face in both hands and pivoted her position just a bit so they could wrap their arms around each other in an intimate embrace. Their lips were hungrily swallowing each other up or attempting to, with Ochaco exerting dominance over the older woman with ease. She was far more aggressive thanks to being at it with Izuku for far longer, but Chiom didn't lack passion and gave as good as she had been given. Izuku was enjoying every second of it and proceeded to crawl towards Chiom already, signaling Ochaco to prepare her as soon as she peeked at him from the corner of her eye. HMMNHMHH. Schlup. SLLRRPP schloop schlurp sklurp skulp. Ah. Oh mommy. It's time for you to be given another child. Daddy Izuku won't ever pull out of you when he explodes inside of your body. And he just doesn't believe in using protection S at all, but he makes me take the special contraception pills so that I don't ruin my hero career with early motherhood. You're so lucky, mommy, you get to have his seed and carry Izuku's child just like all the other women he slept with already. Ochaco revealed, stunning Chiom momentarily before she twisted the woman around so that she could face Izuku and spread open her legs readily as an invitation. She stayed behind her mother's naked backside, kneeling against her frame with hands running up along her torso until she started massaging her bobas again while in wait. Izuku placed himself between the woman's legs and aligned his manhood with her groin the next second. He aligned his manhood with her slippery-looking folds and grabbed onto her ankles to lift her legs, placing them atop both on top of his shoulders. He flashed Chiom a confident and charming smile that made her insides throb considerably as though she was ovulating already. The woman's bobas heaved salaciously along with her chest, for she was feeling exhilarated watching that large manhood of Izuku's loom over her womanhood. Chiom could just feel the immense virility radiating from his genitals as he prepares to breed her right in front of her daughter. Here I go, Chiom-chan, you deserved this for so long. I'll make sure you and Ochaco-chan will have a proper man in your lives now. Izuku said, feeling absolute devotion burn bright as he saw the woman reach down between her legs with her hands to peel open the folds of her readily with a blushing smile. Yes. Take me. I'm all yours, Izuku-an. Chiom let out when he suddenly plunged forth, wedging the thick mast of his manhood into the slippery folds of her adult womanhood. Chiom's eyes burst wide open and her mouth fell open in shock when feeling him sheath nearly every inch of his manhood inside all at once. Squelch. Jayawa. Oh God. Izuku-an. I've never ever felt something this big in all my life. Hi. Chiom whimpered loudly as she began writhing between the two teens, with one of them pressing his waist further into her manhood from the front. Her legs had stuck out, straightening themselves with the occasional twitching movements as they rested atop Izuku's shoulders with toes curling tightly into her feet. Her entire body quivered with sensation, for it was the most intense pleasure Chiom Uraraka had ever felt in her life. She was breathing rapidly while getting accustomed to the feeling of Izuku's meat wedged deeply into her womanly passage. It was like taking in the equivalent of a human being's forearm into her. It now made sense why Ochaco was screaming constantly in euphoria prior to her arrival, not that it was a surprise since she saw Izuku's manhood was big from the start. Her bobas were wriggling salaciously side to side and shaking along with her chest thanks to each heavy breath she took. The long-starved woman was finding this so exhilarating, and it was feeling like it was her first time all over again, but better. She was quickly becoming enamored with Izuku even more, waiting for him to begin pummeling her insides while he was busy reshaping the insides of her womanhood with his enormous manhood. Not even Ochaco's father felt this good and was somewhat glad he left her before walking in on Izuku and Ochaco. Ochaco herself could already tell that her mother was immediately in love with him since he was easily in a league of his own, making women and girls everywhere prostrate themselves before him like a god king among mortals. She was happy that her mother wanted this young man to be their shared lover for eternity, making Ochaco dream up sequences where they could wake him up in bed together with a mother-daughter morning from now on whenever he spends the night. While the round-faced girl was thoroughly enjoying the show before her, she has to admit that it bummed her a little that her alone time with Izuku was abruptly cut short, but the trade-off was more than worth it as this saves her the effort of introducing him to her mother and having her becoming charmed by him. She was grateful for this surprising turn of events as now she can share the love and happiness Izuku gives her with her beloved mother, together enjoying the mind-blowing pleasure of making love with the new man of their family. The idea of Izuku being her new daddy was incredibly ing, and she can tell it is just as much if not more exciting for Izuku as he clearly likes her calling him daddy. And it had gotten evenier now that her mother joined them, completing the family set, adding some spicy taboo lesbian action into the mix that Ochaco did enjoy quite a bit. This whole family play was just too why for Ochaco as well as her daddy, and she was more than happy with how this night was turning out. So what if it didn't pan out as planned? She can always have another chance to spend time alone with Izuku in the future, but of course it was also certain that this will be the first of many times to come of having this threesome with her mother, and Ochaco could hardly wait for it. Chiom practically had little hearts in her eyes now after she felt her insides stretching out a bit more, feeling Izuku's manhood plunge through her womanhood and arrive inside of her womb yet again. He had pulled himself back a little a moment ago, leaving her walls aching for more since they clamped dangerously tight around every inch of his mighty manhood. Beginning to gently rut into the woman's waist, Izuku started making Ochaco's mother kick her legs about in the air sporadically behind his back. He had gotten acclimated to her, enjoying the warmth and sliminess of an attractive mother's tight womanhood as she squeezes every muscle fiber of her around him while he began hit ing forward into her depths. In a way, this was exactly what Chiom had needed for a long time and thus, considered this destiny. MMNGHHHH. Chiom-chan. You're really nice and slippery inside. And your walls are really begging me to let loose Maiko already. Heh, you really haven't had any in years now, have you? Izuku chuckled as began increasing the rate of his pelvic hit ing, starting off with a rhythmic repetition of short burst hits that caused the woman's groin to bulge out considerably while she screamed so loudly she had to put a ed fist into her mouth to avoid catching anyone's attention outside. She did live in an apartment after all. He was easily putting Ochaco's father to shame in Chiom's eyes. She was mewling constantly in quickly rising euphoria as she felt every hit off his manhood send ripples throughout her insides. For too long her needs as a woman have been ignored, leaving her so deprived that it was comparable to being stranded in a desert without water. Izuku was like a fresh oasis, and Chiom was all too happy to have arrived early and intruded on her daughter's coupling with the boy. Why yes. It really has been too long, Izuku-an. Uhuaya yes. Ahuhahaha hey. Chiom cried out in delight, unable to keep her voice down any longer. Ooh. Ochaco. He's just so flipping big. It really feels like he's trying to tear me apart from the inside out, BB, but in a good way. Wawawawa. Oh Cammy. I've been needing this entire time. Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you for introducing me to your wonderful boyfriend and sharing him with me. I want him to turn me into a baby factory and love me for the rest of my life. Ooh Izuku-kun. Ayaha. She was breathing heavily, a blushing smile of excitement shone on her face. You're welcome, mommy dearest. I knew you'd love him as much as I do. Foo. Ochaco purred happily into Chiom's ear, elated to hear her mother's filled words of gratitude and her constant sobs and screams of ecstasy. They were music to the girl's ears that further her own excitement by the minute. Izuku was now pumping heavily into the woman's groin, letting his S swing back and forth to where they were crashing into her soft buttocks with repeated noises of skin-slapping repetition. Feeling the swollen tip of his head prod her in every place Ochaco's father couldn't reach made the woman cry out in euphoric agony while Ochaco held on to her mother, allowing the woman to bend back into her frame while she received the voracious pummeling of Izuku's member sliding through her womanhood with gusto. Izuku was truly enjoying the sensation of her womanhood twisting snugly around his manhood as he bottomed out of her body like an animal. Every hip-smashing hit off his pelvis sent ripples throughout Chiom's system, making her mew constantly while Ochaco watched with perverse desire. Just seeing her mother getting plowed senseless turned the bubbly teenager on, making her reach down to fondle each of the woman's boba with her hands. She was causing Chiom to squeal loudly into her right hand once again as she felt her daughter tugging on her boba points while Izuku was ing her raw with tantric hits of his length. Every hit was precise and every bed-rocking motion he made only sent Chiom's mind further and further back to where she was now grinning constantly in an Ahiko smile with eyes wide open with stars in them. Why yes. Me until I can't think of anything else other than your manhood going inside of me. Uvuea. Ahuhahaha ahuhahaha. Aha. Me, Izukunin. I'm all yours. Please give me a baby and breed me as many times you like. Chiom cried out, tossing her head back and making her chestnut hair tremble consistently as he pushed himself to the brim inside her womanhood, immediately making the bulge pushing out inside of her groin that much larger to where it looked like Chiom was pregnant already. It momentarily gave Chiom the illusion of becoming actually pregnant with his baby already, and it made her smile deliriously with absolutely white-hot desire. She was going to cross her legs behind his back just as soon as she got the chance. It may have already been a foregone conclusion that Izuku was going to knock the woman up regardless of safe days for her, but she still wanted to make sure to cling to him with all four limbs around his body with love in her eyes. Chiom wanted to ensure Izuku spilled every virile ounce of seed into her uterus the same way he did with Ochaco earlier when he saw Hiskamuzzing out of her. He bottomed out of her womanhood with animalistic vigor, making the intense flesh-slapping noises of their bodies colliding steadily pick up in pace. She's mine. Heart, body, and soul. All mine for good. Izuku thought darkly as he began picking up the pace, making louder slaps of flesh erupt from between Chiom's hips and his groin. His S were rolling into her buttocks even faster now, practically ing the woman as he ate her raw while being pinned between Ochaco and himself. Additionally, seeing the girl squeeze her mother's boba with her padded fingertips constantly tweaking her boba points put a bit more fire into Izuku's engine, making him growl as he bent over so he could begin picking Chiom up from the bed. He had a neat idea in mind to share with Ochaco since she was keen on molesting her mother like a good little lovesick slave. Wah. Hua. Izukunin. Chiom let out, as she was hauled to her feet, momentarily feeling Izuku's length pull out of the gaping gap of her womanhood before being promptly turned around with a swift movement of the boy's hands. It happened almost instantly, and now she was facing Ochaco, seeing the predatory grin on her face until she was feeling lifted up once again with her legs getting spread out by Izuku's hands. Chiom grabbed onto the back of the boy's muscular neck for dear life, making him run his tongue along the side of her face as she was held out in a reverse stand and carry position with her legs spreading out before her daughter's eyes. HSG going to screw me like this? Oh. Izuku-kun. I think I know what you have in mind now. Ochaco-chan, do me a favor and help push me back into your mother. After that, I want you to taste the both of us while I'm busy giving her a baby. A good daughter always helps her daddy out, right? Izuku said with a devilish grin on his face, making Chiom and Ochaco both blush vehemently as the latter quickly obliged by getting down on her kneecaps between each of Izuku's legs with a smile. Why yes. I mean, yes, Daddy Izuku-kun. He. Ochaco giggled as she placed herself on her knees, spreading out her legs as she grabbed onto Izuku's monstrous manhood and guided the thick rod of meat back into the gap of her mother's womanhood. With a thick splotch of moisture and penetration, Chiom felt Izuku re-enter her and force his pelvis upward to further the amount of manhood pushing through her insides while he began bucking his waist forward to start ing her like this. Up and down his S came crashing into Chiom's, giving Ochaco an up-close view of her mother getting dominated by her boyfriend's amazing manhood while she screams loudly some more. Aya. Oh. Izuku-kun. MMNHHH. Ah. S so deep. I can feel you pushing into my diaphragm even. Chiom cried out euphorically with her tongue rolling out of her mouth while she bounced about in the boy's embrace. Her legs were held securely in each of his arms, letting them spread out with the rest of her body jostling about atop his manhood like she was impaled on it. Ochaco grinned eagerly as she swiped her tongue across her lips before beginning to obey Daddy Izuku-kun's first instruction. She was opening her mouth wide and placing her lips on his S first, hungrily laying as much of his skin into her mouth while still licking her tongue about all over the hilt and going as far as to taste her mother too in turns. Chiom instantly feels the sensation of her daughter's lips as she looks down to watch Ochaco switch to hungrily licking the folds of her while Izuku's manhood was hammering into her like a hydraulic jackhammer. The girl was voracious in her endeavors, for she was running her tongue all over the point in which they connected as man and woman. Of course, Izuku had to slow himself down just a bit so he could avoid hurting Ochaco by slapping his ass into her face, but that was hard to do since feeling her soft lips hungrily ing the skin of his testes made him want to go even faster as a result. MHH. MHH. Schlooper schloops corruptiolups.clup. Daddy. Do you like it? Ochaco asked with tongue rolling whorishly all over her mother's, making the woman's toes wriggle wildly as she tossed back her head in reaction to the sensation. The girl was even feeling turned on herself and now brought her right hand down between her legs to begin stroking her womanhood to the show. She kept her face rolling between her mother's legs, ing out the moisture of her womanhood while occasionally flicking her exposed with her tongue, but then she'd go down to lick up as much of Izuku's manhood while he was bottoming out of Chiom non-stop. Aha. Ahaha.ahahahahaha. GNNGHH. It won't be long before Izukuan. I can feel you getting close too. Are you really going to impregnate me right here and now? Chiom asked with hopefulness, turning her head to the side to engage Izuku in a little romantic face-to-face as he slowly nodded his head and ed the woman's lips into his mouth like so. Schlurp. Pop. Of course, Chiom-chan. I'll take care of both of you from now on. Your heart and soul belong to me now, just like this naughty body does. Are you ready? Because I'm gonna blow soon and breed you in front of our daughter. Izuku spoke darkly to the woman, sending positive jitters down her spine as she immediately nodded her head before kissing him passionately again. Chiom had one of her hands wrapped around the back of his neck, pulling Izuku deep as she happily cleans out his throat using her tongue while Ochaco watches with prideful glee. HMMNHMHHH. Schlup schlup dop sklup shlupop sklup. Ah. I love you, Izuku-kun. Guff. Oh. Kami. Here it comes. I can feel my body losing control. Chiom cried out, shivering intensely as she was about to clutch her loins around Izuku's manhood in a desperate bid to get his seed into her system. Ochaco pulls back from lathering their moving genitals with her saliva and looks up with stars in her eyes as she watches Daddy hammering into Mommy more wildly with S threatening to explode any second now. Yes. That's it, Daddy. Do it, knock her up. Give Mommy your baby, please. Ochaco said with her tongue rolling out of her mouth. Her lips and her face were still slick with her mother's juice, making the sight of her depraved expression all the more ing to Izuku as he prepared to. What really set him off though, was hearing those exact words escape her lips, giving him the supercharged push he needed as he pulled Chiom all the way down onto his manhood and held blissfully into the side of the woman's right ear as he exploded. GNNGHHHH. Here it comes, Chiom. Izuku growled, feeling the woman's clutching and ing his manhood for everything he was worth until he pumped the entirety of her womb with thick ropes of manhood liquid spewing forth from the top of his manhood like so. Splurt splurt dot splurt 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 splurt. Haha agahag. Izuku-kun. Yes, 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 yes. Ooh yes, yes. Breed me, darling, breed me. Chiom cried out deliriously, feeling the molten warmth of his seed splashing into her depths en masse while Ochaco watched from below like a kitten staring at an amusing spectacle. The girl relished the sight of her mother's getting stuffed full of, creating a bulge of contents now protruding from her stomach since it was Izuku who pumps volumes of thick manhood liquid at any given time when inside a woman. Chiom was over the moon with feet straightening out and body twitching in a mind-breaking that lasted for minutes on end. Izuku kept her held up in his arms, enjoying the sensation of the mature woman's womanhood ing him for seed and letting her drown out her uterus. Dozens of little manhood liquid cells fluttered their way into her eggs, ready to fertilize a good few of them while Chiom rode out her mind breaking for another couple of minutes until she was done. The fact that her own daughter was watching her getting filled to the brim with her boyfriend's manhood liquid just further increased the thrill and heat of the moment, intensifying the already mind-breaking she just experienced. The woman was barely conscious when she collapsed back into Izuku's broad chest, feeling her chest heave heavily as she caught her breath once his manhood was out of her. She was so surprised when seeing that he was still as hard as when he started out, making him truly a wonder to behold and putting him above all other men in her opinion. Once Izuku's manhood plopped out of her gaping, manhood liquid filled, she heard Izuku make another command to her minx of a daughter down below. Ochaco-chan, be a dear and please clean off daddy for a bit, would you? Afterward, clean out your mommy as well, make sure to get as much of it into your mouth as you can. I'm planning to pump more inside of her right after I have you again. Izuku said, grinning almost maniacally as Ochaco's eyes lit up with glittering stars inside of each chocolate orb. The bubbly girl bristled with sheer excitement, shaking her hips side to side as she promptly placed her hands around each of Izuku's legs with fingers latching into the back of his waist. Her mouth hovered close to his huge-sized manhood hanging stiffly in front of her, oozing thick globs of manhood liquid from the tip while partially soaked in her mother's juices. Ochaco was breathing rapidly with excitement as she ran her tongue around her lips before moving closer. Chiom caught a momentary second wind and looked down from her chest, seeing her daughter's face disappear from between both her legs as well as Izuku's as she clutched onto his neck from behind in support. Yes, daddy. Hee 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 hee. Mhuawa. Schlop. MMHMMHHH. Ochaco mewed loudly as she swallowed up the cusp of Izuku's manhood into her mouth once again, but this time she was taking her time in cleaning him off by swirling her energetic little tongue all over the swollen surface of his manhood head. Ochaco lowered her eyes as she started humming to herself, pleasantly slurping every hefty glob of straight into her mouth while also tasting her mother's womanhood as she slowly buried more of Izuku's manhood into her throat. She was enjoying his manhood liquid getting snowed down her tongue and treated like frosting on a yummy cake. Ochaco began rolling her head forward and then pulling it back if ever only slightly as she worked at cleaning up Izuku's manhood with gusto. The lurid slurping noises she made, coupled with the hefty sobs from within her throat steadily became louder and louder as she diligently cleansed more of Izuku's manhood as she went along. HMMHHMHH. Schlup.schlup schlup 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 schlup. MMHMMH.MMHMMH. SRLLPPPR.SLLRPPPPSLLPPPRR. Oh. Daddy. She loudly whimpered, peeling open her eyes and staring up at her mother's heaving form, watching as manhood liquid continued to ooze out from the gaping gap of her womanhood where all she saw was an endless sea of white inside. She gleefully brought her mouth further onto Izuku's manhood, voraciously with lips squeezing tight. Ochaco soon started grunting between loud slurping noises of her lips, hungrily scraping every trace of manhood liquid into her mouth where she swiveled it around with her tongue before swallowing it like it was the most delicious treat in the world. Izuku greatly enjoyed the sensation and nestled his head closer to Chiom, rubbing her cheeks with his own as they observed Ochaco going to work pleasing her new daddy with glee. She even worked her palms around the base of his manhood, making him feel those padded on her fingers while she worked effortlessly to clean up every trace of Izuku's. NNGHHHH. Just look at her go, Chiom-chan. Doesn't she make you proud to be a mother? Hey, just look at how eager she is to please her new daddy right now. Izuku said, chuckling darkly as he nibbled on the crook of Chiom's neck, making her sob softly as she ran some of her fingers through his hair with a lip-bitten smile on her face. Seeing Ochaco blissfully work her head down into Izuku's lap with his beef, cylindrical manhood pumping voraciously into her gullet. It was becoming clear of his seed and Izuku could really feel Ochaco's naughty little lips working wonders on him the entire time. Oh! She is going to make Mechamson before I have her clean out her mother first. I'd better tell her to switch gears, and then I'm going to plow Ochaco-chan just the way she wanted. I hope this bed has strong enough framing to withstand however much force I'm prepared to use. Yes. Oh, Ochaco, my dear sweet little girl MMMH. Swallow your daddy's manhood like you mean it. Just look at you go. I can't believe she's swallowing so much of it with ease, or at least not choking on it due to that immense size. You must have had a lot of practice together, haven't you, Izuku-kun? Fufufu Chiom giggled, turning her head to the side and embracing Izuku with her mouth getting swallowed up by his lips. The boy had easily taken the attractive mother's tongue into his throat, capturing her breath and stealing her saliva again as they proceeded to swallow each other's spit in a passionate make-out session while Ochaco worked on his manhood. She was pumping and had ing her head, noisily making slurping sounds and energetically pumping the hilt of his manhood with her hands while looking up to see them make out. Seeing Izuku's tongue roll eloquently down her mother's throat easily turned the girl on, more so than she already was to begin with. He was dominating her tongue with ease, making her sob affectionately as they hungrily swapped spit and kissed each other with absolutely intimate passion. Ochaco was getting so caught up that she failed to notice another glob of manhood liquid landing on her face, nearly blinding her right eye while she was still pumping Izuku's manhood with both of her hands. Meep. MMMHH. D-Daddy. Do you want me to? Ochaco began and was cut off when Izuku abruptly pulled his tongue out of her mother's lips and looked down at her with a gentle smile. Clean out mommy now? Of course, go for it, and don't leave any cum leaking out onto the bed. I know you'll do your best, but try to guzzle as much of it as you can, Ochaco-chan. Mommy and Daddy are watching, you know? Izuku chuckled, feeling Chiom bristle up and turn her attention down her body where she watched Ochaco plop her messy lips off of Izuku's manhood and promptly put them around the manhood liquid-soaked cusp of the woman's flesh like so. Shlup. MMNHHHHHHH. Mommy. MMHH 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 MMH. Schlup schlup dot schlup schlup shup schlup shup. Ochaco wasted no time at all as she planted her hands against each of Chiom's thighs, keeping them spread out completely as she hungrily gorged herself on the cusp of the woman's. So much manhood liquid was leaking out by this point that Ochaco had to double up on her speed so she could collect as much as possible into her mouth. She languidly swiveled her tongue into her mother's depths, causing the woman to sob rather loudly while seeing her body beginning to undulate from within Izuku's grip. Uvuvuea. Oh Ochaco. Yua. Ochaco. Hey-aha. Chiom cried out, rolling out her tongue as she felt her daughter wriggle hers deeper inside of her so she could get more of Izuku's manhood liquid onto her lips. It was such an invasive yet thoroughly stimulating sensation that appeased the woman's body so much she started rolling her pelvis all over her daughter's face. Globs of cum could be seen getting shoveled onto Ochaco's tongue after scooping much of it out from inside of Chiom's. It was such a sinfully titillating sight to see her daughter eating her out and drinking the manhood liquid Izuku had left inside of her, all while doing it with a full smile on her face. Izuku picked up on this and knew the woman was going to come soon, possibly splashing Ochaco's face with her nectar. He decided to bring her off a little early by latching his lips onto the crook of the woman's neck to plant a hickey there while also bringing his right hand over to her, stimulating her with the prod of his fingers to where it set the woman off. GNGNGHHH. I'm Mayan. Hey-aha. Chiom cried out in icy euphoria, suddenly twitching and shaking from within Izuku's arms as he brought the other one back to keep her legs from kicking out. Ochaco promptly smothered herself into her mother's, drinking down the rest of his cum while the woman's own womanhood nectar gushed onto her lips like so. GNGHHH. Ochaco. Ochaco. Agna. I can even feel her tongue wriggling deeper into me like some kind of eel. It's making me go crazy. Aha. Chiom had felt the girl's maw keep itself lodged deeply within her own womanhood, tasting as much of her twitching as possible while keeping her hands placed against her inner thighs to keep them from closing in on her head. She wanted her mother to smother her face into her, making her daughter drink every drop of her juices while she languidly rolled her tongue all over the throbbing groin of her, but she didn't want to be blocked from seeing the show. She kept her eyes looking straight above to see the woman wriggling salaciously from inside of Izuku's arms. They had kept each other's mouths occupied romantically again, with Izuku hungrily swallowing Chiom's lips, letting his tongue roll directly into her mouth with many muffled screams of elation caught in the middle of their lips. He. He's a fantastic kisser, mommy. Oh, I can't wait to swallow Izuku's lips with yours when we do a three-way of tongues wriggling in the middle. But first one last lick of this right here, Anand. Ochaco thought gleefully to herself as she spread out the folds of her mother's and took one last long lick of her tongue, making sure to press it against the woman's exposed oris just as soon as she finished riding out her and slumped into Izuku's arms spent. The boy pulled his lips off her mouth, taking his tongue out of Chiom's throat where he was met with a dreamy-looking smile on her face before gently setting her down onto the bed. He had crouched onto his kneecaps and carefully placed Chiom onto the side, allowing her to recuperate momentarily while he looked at her daughter with a lascivious grin and excited look in his eyes. His manhood remained a throbbing, turgid mass of absolute virility, and it was making Ochaco breathe hotly with excitement as she was starting to get extremely again. Seeing her mother getting her throat tongued out by her boyfriend was one thing, but watching him bloating her uterus with Hiscom had made this girl incredibly frisky, putting her in heat once again. Ooh! Why couldn't I have gone without the birth control pills? I want to have Daddy Izuku's baby too, you know. MHA. I know he wants what's best for me, but I can't help being jealous when I see Mommy have that look on her face while she's cradling her swollen belly. Ochaco fumed adorably, pumping her little fists together with pouty cheeks until she saw Izuku loom closer to her and put his hands onto her rosy cheeks with a heart-melting smile. Don't worry, your turn will come soon one day. Right after I take over the world of heroes and make you along with everyone else in our class, all my legally married women. For now, you'll just have to bear with it, Ochaco-chan. Izuku said in a charming voice, making the girl heave her chest excitedly as he caressed her face with a full smile on his lips. She was practically panting like a dog now and promptly nodded her head out of obedience, instantly forgetting her briefly conflicting thoughts of jealousy. Absolute devotion burned brighter than a star as they looked into each other's eyes, smiling affectionately at one another with nothing but love and primal in their eyes. Izuku's manhood was more interested in the latter as it prodded Ochaco's groin from below, making her shiver anxiously with UAL need until he started nudging her onto her backside while remaining standing above her on his kneecaps. Playfully plopping herself onto her backside, Ochaco flashed Izuku a loving smile and reached over to pull open her legs by grabbing each of her ankles, keeping them spread wide in a V shape with her womanhood just twitching constantly on its own with white hot in her system. Come, take me, Daddy. Please. I want to feel bread just like Mommy. I know I'm not allowed to get pregnant yet, but I'd love the fantasy of having a baby. Stuff me so full of yurkum that I look several months pregnant already. I know you can do it, just like you did on orientation day where you left everybody carrying big stomachs. Please, Daddy Izuku-kun. Me hard right now. Ochaco pleaded with her tongue rolled out of her lips. She was positively deranged and waiting for Izuku to stuff her insides full all over again to the point she resembled her mother. To himself and placing himself above Ochaco's spread legs, Izuku grabbed a hold of each of her thighs and lifted the girl's buttocks off of the bed so that she hunched back a bit. He could practically feel the primal heat coming off of her and started straddling the girl's thighs with his legs, preparing to take the girl in a mating press position rather than the predictable missionary one. As much as he likes to have a woman wrap her legs around his body while he stuffs them full of his seed, Izuku was feeling really primal right now and wanted to give Ochaco exactly what she wanted, in a way. Izuku had a sly grin on his face the entire time. Not only was he enjoying the sight of Ochaco's ample boba shaking about to her voracious breathing, but he was also loving the look of literal devotion in her chocolate eyes. Just as he saw it on Chiom's just now, and had seen in the eyes of everybody else he slept with. Part of Izuku had wanted to truly knock the girl up since giving her a swollen baby bump stomach was a fetish to him at this point, especially when doing that to a girl he genuinely loved like Nana-chan. Unfortunately, that would have to wait until much later since he's got big plans right now. Here we go, Ochaco-chan. Here we go. Izuku grunted briskly as he pushed himself onto her body, having already aligned his hips perfectly with hers so that his shipmast of a manhood could plunge straight into Ochaco's core with ease, making her womanhood walls stretch out and clamp around him instantly. Squelch. Gaia hey. Oh Daddy. Izuku-kun. Yes, yes, yes. Ha. Ochaco cried out in ecstasy, letting her irises show those glowing pink heart symbols all over again as she felt Izuku's manhood plunge straight into her insides, all the way to the back of her womb while plunging straight back and leaving only the bulbous tip of it inside of her sweltering folds. Chiom, having mostly recovered by now from the most intense of her life, rolled onto her side and propped herself up on her elbows to watch her daughter getting ed savagely from a closer point of view than the one she had when all of this started. Seeing Izuku's massive bulge pushing straight out from within her daughter's quivering body made the longtime mother feel her insides quake with ever growing again. It was particularly ing when Ochaco's face mirrored the expression she had earlier where her tongue was rolling out of her mouth while her eyes drifted north of her eye sockets. Ochaco was like in heat, and in the back of her mind, she was practically begging Izuku to let her get knocked up one day very soon. Izuku brought himself down upon her frame, repeatedly meshing his groin into hers from between the space of her smooth thighs. Her legs lingered about in the air, shaking incessantly to every hit. Izuku could feel the slick and slimy visage of Ochaco squeezing him tightly as he began rhythmically hit ing into her in a consistent manner. Ah ha 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 ah ha ha ha. Izuku-an. Why, you're really going deep. Hee hee heh. Ooh daddy. Ochaco let out a delirious giggle and was cupping her cheeks into her hands, watching the bulge of his manhood plunging voraciously back and forth inside of her body like a human arm. Chiom had taken to running her own hands down her body, fondling one of her bobas to the show of seeing her daughter getting ravaged right in front of her. She had bitten down on her bottom lip and kept her eyes focused on Izuku plunging relentlessly into Ochaco's folds to the point some of his leftover manhood liquid came gushing out along with small splashes of moisture. The squelching noise of penetration he was making was like music to Chiom's ears, particularly when hearing her daughter's sweet squealing sobs come out between them. MMNGHHH. Ochaco-chan. Yuhua ahadaran. Izuku growled, rotating his pelvis with powerful strokes, making her feet start up wriggling around in the air with toes twitching with every iota of sensation she felt. When Izuku mercilessly pummels the back of her womb with his manhood, Ochaco instantly loses her mind in a sea of bliss. He eventually placed himself above her, completing the mating press position with her legs now bouncing around voraciously in the air directly above his shoulders. Their bodies meshed together in an endless chain of es colliding together with Ochaco feeling every inch of his manhood saw out of her for minutes on end. Chiom had been watching and baiting feverishly the entire time. She was squeezing each of her boba in turns, fondling them with her own fingers and occasionally hand work her own slit to the show of her little girl getting her brains screwed out by the boy who had most certainly knocked her up. Between pelvis-mashing collisions of his waist against the girl's soft flesh, Izuku looked over at Chiom Uraraka from between her daughter's quivering legs. He was enjoying the sight of that beautiful attractive mother now fondling her own boba and seeing her get more passionate the longer she watches him go. Izuku had unknowingly made a mental command which had come from a fantasy of desire stemming back to something he'd seen certain JAV actresses do from time to time. It manifested into order being given to Chiom from her link with absolute devotion. He had unwittingly commanded the woman to perform that particular act, not realizing it until he saw Chiom grabbing one of her boba and bringing it to close to her lips so she could loo on her boba point naughty ally with her tongue flickering around the areola while looking at him. Schlup. Schlup slurp schlop. The woman mewed quietly to Izuku in a sensual voice, sliding her tongue around her own right boba point and ing on it between her lips as though she was a star. It was such a raunchy and unexpected sight to see for Izuku that led to him feeling his esh turning readily with cum eager to disperse. He bucked into Ochaco's frame some more, making loud soft slapping sounds of flesh colliding with flesh while wondering just how that mental command came to be. How did I not do that? I mean, I didn't even intend for it to happen and Chiom-chan just does it when I just so happen to be fantasizing about her doing it. I guess my special quirk can even influence ideas in other people's heads. This is amazing. I wouldn't really use it to enslave anyone else, but this will make my dream of taking over pro-hero society much easier to accomplish. Not that it was impossible, but doing things this way is still more fun. Izuku thought as he continued to watch Chiom bring one boba point to her mouth, letting her tongue lather that pink areola of hers with saliva when watching him and Ochaco. His body continued thumping intensely into Ochaco's frame from above, making his bounce around into the girl's fluffy buttocks as he continued drilling her insides without pause for the next several sob-filled minutes. Ochaco's flesh thumped voraciously into his body with legs continuing to squirm about in the air helpless with toes curling tight. Every push of Izuku's meat throbbing virulently inside of her walls sent the girl's mind into a tizzy, releasing one euphoric sob after another as she steadily approached. She only wished she could wrap her legs around Izuku again, loving the feel of his chiseled body pounding relentlessly into her frame from above. Instead, she reached back to grab a hold of a blanket to bring to her face, biting down on it as her eyes drifted north from within her sockets with all-consuming euphoria ready to bring her into right now. MMNGH 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 MMGNHHH. Izuku. MMNHHH. Ochaco muled into the fabric and could feel Izuku's pelvis hammering into her frame rapidly, making her insides churn while the rest of her body thumped about along with her bobas. She was curling her backside slightly, allowing her bobas to rise up and her head to roll back into the pillow beneath it as she squeezed her insides in one gigantic that made Izuku feel the walls of her wringing the seed from his ass when she exploded. Taking her lips off the blanket and howling into the air one last time, Ochaco Uraraka thrashed about in, her face becoming a feared mess of indicated happiness while smiling euphorically to Izuku. The clutch of her slimy folds became tightened, bringing the boy with her as he continued to hit his manhood in and out several more times before. Aya. Izuku daddy. Hai. Inside of me, come lots and lots inside of me. I want to be the first of us to have your babies, Izuku. Ochaco cried out deliriously as she felt her insides melt to the sensation of her walls swallowing Izuku's manhood whole, eventually feeling the rush of manhood liquid that soon followed. Yukuer guang hung hung hung. Ochaco-chan. One day, I promise. One day and I'll make you the first girl in our class pregnant. I guarantee it. Izuku groaned loudly as he pressed down upon her frame, sheathing every inch of his member inside of her body when he let loose a thick cascade of manhood liquid directly into her. Chiom had become so turned on by the spectacle that she brought her boba up to her face now, feeding off of both as she led one boba point and then the other, watching with enthusiasm while her daughter gets bred by Izuku Midoriya before her eyes. She was seeing his shaft bloat with command, hearing the pulsating noises of his seed pouring into her daughter in full detail. It turned the woman on very much, making her want to instantly get back in the ring to get herself a second helping of Izuku's manhood. Splurt 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 dot splurt 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 splurt. Ochaco wailed loudly and felt her insides bloating to the point her stomach and groin region became as spherical as a pregnant woman's swollen belly thanks to the sheer amount of manhood liquid Izuku pumped into her just now. He kept his groin grinding gingerly into her pubis, letting her womanhood wring every ounce of hiscum got while riding out his for nearly a couple more minutes. Ochaco's feet couldn't stop curling up and her legs twitched in the air for a little while longer until she was finally tuckered out. Her limbs drooped as she came down with a blissful smile on her sweaty face. MMNGGHHHH. There we go. Hey, you're looking like you're already living the dream, Ochaco-chan. Isn't she beautiful, Chiom-chan? That's going to be you in the near future, you know? Izuku said after he pulled himself off Ochaco's body, letting her legs fall back onto the bed with the gill looking obviously spent. His manhood came out of her in a slick splotch of moisture and a lot of, leaving Chiom to admire the gaping gap left behind with an abundance of Izuku's life-giving essence pouring out. She wondered if even taking a pill would prevent her daughter from getting pregnant due to the level of virility Izuku showed her. Looking at him now with a lip-bitten smile on her face and hands leaving her boba to go over to caress the sides of Izuku's cheeks, Chiom pulled herself closer to the boy of her dreams and made it obvious she wanted another round. Her dark chocolate eyes glimmered with fascination and deep, unconditional love coupled with white-hot, for she had never felt alive in all her life until he ravished her just now. Got another one in you for me, Izuku and darling? Foo. Hope you have some of this left over for me now, I want a refill, so to speak. Chiom said, purring naughty-tively as she reached down to stroke Izuku's turgid manhood with her soft warm hand. Izuku instantly bristled up with excitement and grinned slyly before taking the woman's hands into his own again and kissing her outright in a romantic manner that she loves so very much now. It was almost exactly how a husband and wife would greet each other, leading to Chiom melting instantly into his arms while mewling into his lips and closing her eyes. She put her arms around Izuku's face, pressing her body against his and feeling his chiseled frame caress her naked front to where her bobas rubbed sensually into his pecs. Their lips languidly entangled with each other, becoming increasingly heated with utmost passion being shared between the adult woman and teenage boy. And this was going on while Ochaco was slowly recuperating from her intense just now when being mate pressed by Izuku and promptly filled to capacity with his seed again. MMHMMHHMM. Schlup. SLLRPPP. Schlurp. Oh Izuku-an. Please. Take me now. Take me in the same way you just took Ochaco. I want it now, I need it. I want you to dominate me like a in heat. And breed me thoroughly. I cannot wait to have your babies, Izuku-an daddy. Hey. Chiom giggled deliriously with happiness right now, pulling back from Izuku's lips and letting the thin bridge of saliva droop between their lips while she looked lovingly into his eyes. The woman was beyond the moon now, head over heels completely and envisioning herself married to Izuku with a bridal dress on and with Ochaco at the other side of his arms wearing the same thing. They each looked the happiest they've ever been and both Uraraka women would be sporting swollen bellies containing Izuku's progeny. It was a fantasy of pure fulfillment to the grown woman and it was making her insides welch with increasingly intensifying as she ground her naked onto his hips, anxiously waiting for him to stuff her all over again. Her top bumox had rode his massive manhood from above, feeling that turgid rod of flesh basically hot-dogging her bum in reverse as she ground her thighs all over the sides anxiously. Izuku was grinning from ear to ear and brushing a lock of hair from Chiom's face before grabbing a hold of her bum from both sides and lifting her so that she was slowly lowered onto her backside with her legs still elevated to where they were now dangling over his shoulders as he got up on both feet. He was raring to her again, and this time it would be the way she wanted with him plowing the sodden insides of her flesh mating press style as he did with Ochaco just now. Mother and daughter were side by side, the latter still catching her breath and recovering while the former was anxiously smiling at Izuku with all the love in her heart while feeling his member saw out gently from between her soft doughy legs. Simply just feeling Izuku's manhood push out from between her inner thighs like a third leg made Chiom breathe rapidly with excitement. The woman could just tell how virile it was based on the amount of pulsating veins decorating the sides of his mast with the addition of his big S2. Heh, of course, Chiom-chan. After all, mother and daughter both should get the same treatment, right? Besides, I think I saw you really going wild with your own body when watching me. Ochaco-chan, seeing you on your own boba was really something that makes me want to do the same to you just as soon as you start lactating when you're pregnant. Izuku addressed chillingly, licking his lips and making Chiom shudder with excitement as he angled his hips properly over her frame, keeping his pelvis hugging her soft and plump bumox while he guides his manhood down into her slippery folds. Ochaco had cleaned most of thecum left inside when he ordered her to eat out her own mother, meaning Izuku will have to pump her with twice as much to make sure she was pregnant. He was positive she was already, but never let it be said that he wasn't thoroughly when breeding older women. Spreading his fingers out across her soft thighs and keeping her legs hovering back above her in the sky, Izuku promptly dipped the bulbous head of his manhood down into Chiom Uraraka's womanhood once more. This time, he was making sure not to hold anything back as he slipped every thick, throbbing inch into the woman's velvet gap without mercy. Squelek. GNNGGHHHHHH. Gahahahai. Oh Izuku-kun. Wah. Why yo you're filling me out even more than you were before. Ooh-aha. Chiom cried out, tossing back her head with her eyes and mouth wide open in euphoric surprise. The feeling of his sweltering manhood plunging through her soft and sensitive insides made the woman's toes curl up once again. Her legs straightened out and wanted to wrap around Izuku's torso right now, were it not for the fact that he was hugging her bumox with his manhood. Another slick squelch of penetration followed and Chiom shook about, making her bulbous boba jiggle salaciously in front of Izuku's face for she felt him bottoming out of the entirety of the woman's womb already. She quivered and trembled, breathing rapidly with a deep blush on her face, savoring the sensation of having the biggest manhood she's ever felt swiveling gently around the inside of her soft womb like so. Izuku grinned lecherously, enjoying the slimy sensation of her folds clutching him desperately once he began rutting into her waist from above. Hefty slaps of flesh meshing against soft flesh began anew and soon the chorus of lovemaking music started filling the room alongside Chiom's whimpering wails of euphoria. Ahahaha aha. Izuku-kun. Hi. I love you. I love you, my darling Izuku-an. Please don't breed me. Chiom cried out, tearfully with happiness as she rested her hands above her head while feeling his waist rampantly pushing into her thighs from above. His manhood pummeled into the depths of her insides, churning out her entire womanhood as he steadily increased his rutting. The feeling of Izuku's tough, chiseled body hammering into her waist from above with thighs colliding against her buttocks sent Chiom into another tizzy of blissful euphoria she could barely withstand. Every push of the boy's manhood into her insides sent jolts up her body, over and over again as his waist began rapidly pumping into the woman below. Chiom-chan. Chiom-chan. GNHH. Ahu. Your womanhood just feels so good, so tight. Turns his head to a barely conscious Ochaco. What do you think, Ochaco-chan? Enjoy seeing your mommy like this? With a smile on her face and having her legs in the air while writhing underneath me? Izuku tested, seeing the gleeful and bubbly girl instantly nod her head with excitement as she finished recovering and sat up on her kneecaps to watch the show. Ochaco was easily getting ed just watching Izuku her mom the same way he ed her just now. The boy held nothing back with every hit off his pelvis making the woman's body shake while she whimpered away in blissful agony. Her bobas were jostling heavily about and her legs wanted to close in around Izuku's neck were it not for the fact he was gripping each of her thighs within his hands, letting the woman stay submissive while mulling in mind-melting pleasure under him. This was easily stimulating Ochaco's body, making her womanhood gush and twitch to the show and of course, she started stroking her folds to it by using her paw pad fingertips on her. MMNGHHHHH. Izuku-kun. Ochaco let out, biting down on her bottom lip and squeezing one of her boba within her right hand, letting the other one feverishly stimulate her folds to the side of Izuku now pressing himself down upon her mother while keeping his knees bent around her upper thighs. Their bodies rampantly pressed together, colliding noisily with meeting each other in voracious collisions of UAL passion. Izuku's manhood vigorously churned out the insides of Chiom's, making the woman sob louder and louder every time she feels her fast approaching within several minutes of this animal copulation. Glowing little hearts were in her irises and her arms were held tightly around Izuku's neck, keeping him glued to her body as he raucously bottomed out of her for a bit longer until Ochaco heard the wailing cry of ecstasy that ended in the woman wriggling about salaciously as she came hard on Izuku's manhood. Hua ahaha. I'm minning. Oh, fill me to the brim, Izuku-an. I want it all. Chiom cried out, briefly looking over to the side to see her daughter Ochaco affectionately caressing her manhood liquid bloated stomach with mother-like glee. The fact that she was seeing her daughter look pregnant was truly enough to set Chiom over the edge, barring the fact that Izuku's massive manhood had plunged straight into her G-spot at the exact same time, leading to her toes writhing about when it happened. Izuku said nothing, only smiled with confidence, as he felt her insides twisting around his meat as if her womanhood was begging for his seed to fill it to the max. He kept Chiom's lower half humping and rutting into his frame, occasionally grinding himself into the hilt of the woman's soft body as he let out a thick deluge of manhood liquid immediately after. Izuku grunted loudly and tossed his head back as he felt his throbbing considerably before pumping a generous load off Kaminto, the extremely happy single woman. GNNGGHHHHH. Here you are. I love you too, Chiom-chan. I love you and Ochaco-chan, and you both now belong to me NNGHH forever. Hayak. Izuku let out before slamming into her one last time as he let every ounce of manhood liquid leave his all at once. Splplrt dot splplrt splrt dot splplrt 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 dot splplrt. Thick, viscous ropes of highly potent manhood liquid blasted into the walls of Chiom Uraraka's wound full stop while the woman writhes about and gushing, soaking Izuku's groin while feeling the throbbing of his appendage as he fills her up to the point of overflow spilling from between her legs. Chiom wanted to wrap all four limbs around Izuku's body and savor this moment for eternity, loving the warmth of his embrace and forever pledging herself to serve him as her master and future husband. For minutes going on to 4 in total, his manhood liquid just came spilling into her depths, inevitably leaving her with a bloated stomach similar to Ochaco's. She now looked like she was 9 months pregnant since it was the size of a globe pushing out from the inside of her womb. Uhia. I have huff just one more in me, Chiom-chan. Ochaco-chan. So how about you both get on top of me for a change and maybe grind yourselves around it so that I can end this by giving both your faces and your bobas a nice reward for all the fun it had? Izuku suggested, pulling out from between Chiom's legs and letting them slump down onto the bed with a thick, guzzling downpour of pearly ooze spilling out of her womanhood like a waterfall. She took a moment to catch her breath, finding that she had touched heaven again after being ed into completion by Izuku a second time back to back. It was easily the best she's ever had, far surpassing her ex-husband and making the woman fall madly in love with Izuku with hopes of treating him to a morning wake-up call in the form of both her and her daughter pleasuring his manhood with their lips. Ooh. Hee still barely able to move, Izuku daddy, but I'm on my way there. Hee Ochaco giggled deliriously as she climbed over her mother toward Izuku, who now lay on his back with his manhood still shockingly standing manhood and waiting for the two women with a smile on his face. He rested the back of his neck on his hands, happy that both Chiom and Ochaco were keeping their slowly deflating manhood liquid stuffed pregnancy bellies visible rather than just trying to let all of that drip out immediately. Being given the illusion of having knocked both of them up made Izuku's libido thrive as well as caused absolute devotion to burn brighter than sun going supernova all over again. Me too. I want to feel Izuku's manhood between me and my daughter. It'll be our treasure, ours to share with each other in this household. And wherever else you like, darling. Chiom cooed as she groggily got up and sauntered over to straddle one side of Izuku's waist with her legs going across and tangling with her daughter's softer, petite ones as she grinds her manhood liquid sodden mound against the right half of his manhood. Ochaco had the other half and wedged herself properly between her mother and her lover's manhood, keeping herself elevated at an angle so that they could have a perfect scissoring alignment going. Grinning from ear to ear and flashing her mother a playful wink before bringing herself closer to the point of intersection, Ochaco happily placed herself against the left side of Izuku's manhood and admired its solid rigidity once again as she pressed her gooey manhood liquid-drenched snatch against the surface from the side. Feeling its thick shape press into her slimy folds while also feeling the warmth of her mother's equally warm body made the girl begin to writhe with excitement. She kept herself propped up on one of her elbows, using her right hand to reach over and grab a hold of her mother's left knee once her leg was bent. This was just so Izuku could feel both womanhoods of the Uraraka women sandwiching together around his manhood, grinding their moist and gooey folds sensually against his length from both sides with playfully coy smiles. Chiom imitated her daughter to a T and grabbed a hold of her right leg, keeping her fingers holding onto Ochaco's kneecap, making her press against Izuku's manhood even harder as they began grinding themselves along the surface of his shaft together in blissful unison. Up and down their lower bodies went up smoothly, eloquently meshing the messiness of their warm, slick pussies against each other from around the fleshy pillar of virile manliness. Ochaco was already in a hurry to start sliding her up against her mom's wetness even faster, enjoying the throbbing Izuku's manhood was doing as he tossed back his head and started whimpering gently with pleasure. MMNGHHHHH. That feels amazing, Ochaco-chan. Chiom-chan. Wawa. I haven't had anything like this yet, at least not in a while, and seeing the two of you pack those bloated stomachs is really making me regret my decision for Ochaco-chan to take the pills. Ooh. I cannot wait to impregnate you both back to back one day, but now. Izuku trailed off and sat up on his elbows, reaching over to grab a hold of one of Chiom's bobo while she feverishly slides her fervently up his length. Feeling his fingers grab a hold of her left melon made the attractive mothery woman whimper and howl loudly in euphoria, for she was still feeling highly sensitive to all the sensations her body experienced today. I'll just have to settle for keeping you pregnant until Ochaco-chan graduates from UA and becomes a pro heroine, Chiom-chan. Believe me when I say that I am going to breed you both side by side one of these days once I have it all. Aha. Izuku. Daddy. Keep going. Please. Yes. Chiom let out, smiling with absolute glee as her eyes flickered with white-hot and absolute adoration for Izuku as she kept her slit massaging the right side of his meat like so. Her pelvis twerked up and down rapidly, matching her daughter's pace and making Ochaco really grind herself down on her side of things with her ample buttocks shaking every which way before Izuku's eyes. They were scissoring in a perfectly balanced way to where he could see both of Chiom's bobas shaking about while also enjoying the sight of Ochaco's ample buttocks jiggling to each pelvis twerking grind she made. Izuku never felt anything like this before when feeling the squeeze of each beautiful woman's, smothered in manhood liquid no less, grind themselves along the sides of his manhood like it was an idol they were worshipping with their bodies. Chiom grabbed hold of Ochaco's knee and pulled her closer, letting one of her legs rest while curling around the cusp of her daughter's buttocks while Ochaco did the same. Together the two women pushed and pulled each other, scissoring their way across Izuku's manhood while feeling it throb increasingly stronger each time to where they were basically riding it together in a mother-daughter tag team fashion. Waha! Oh! Izuku-kun! Darling! I can feel that you're about ready to come really soon. Are our bodies that much of a treat for you? Fu. Chiom asked, biting down on her lips and keeping her pelvis rhythmically grinding itself along the end of his shaft. She was feeling it throb and pulsate like a volcano, causing absolute devotion to coax more full vigor into each of them as a result, and making the pair work their pussies on every part of Izuku's shaft. Ahahurfahahaha. Izuku-kun. Daddy. GNNHHHHH. We're getting close too. Gaha. Oh mommy. Move faster, I can feel it happening. I want to be covered in daddy scum too. Ochaco cried out, earning a loud groan from the boy of her dreams nearby, getting his manhood sandwiched and scissored by the supple-bodied brunettes. Izuku clenched the sheets of Ochaco's bed while clenching his teeth. He was enjoying this sensation so much that his pelvis began hopping gently in an up-down motion of pleasure over the course of a few more minutes. Until then, Chiom and Ochaco had kept grinding themselves into each side of his manhood, riding it like no tomorrow. Their bodies writhed together with hips grinding into each other, making Izuku growl louder and louder until eventually the sensation became too much. But before he exploded in a volcanic eruption he saw Ochaco and Chiom deliberately pull each other together to where their boba met and squished while their lips connected in a highly naughty-use embrace. Both women were looking at Izuku from the side with sly smiles, worming each other's tongues in and out of the other's mouth in a tantric lesbian fashion that pushed him over the edge. If it was one thing besides breeding mature, fertile, beautiful older women that turned him on, it was seeing mothers and daughters making out for his pleasure. With that final push, Izuku pushed his pelvis up high, making Ochaco and Chiom squeal out in surprise, laughing with glee as they felt his manhood bursting cum from out the tip like a literal volcano of GNNGGHHHHH. Gaha. Ochaco-chan. Chiom-chan. NNGH. He grunted, keeping his teeth clenched as he caused a literal eruption of manhood liquid to splash along the boba and faces of both Ochaco Uraraka and her mother Chiom Uraraka. Each woman held each other together by putting their arms around one another in joy, getting their faces painted with thick syrupy goodness of Izuku Midoriya's. Splurt splurt dot splurt dot splurt 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 splurt. Ha ha. Daddy. Thank you. Hee hee hee. MHMMHHH. Gulp gulp gulp. Ochaco squealed out, letting her tongue catch thick globules of seed while her mother did the same. Chiom made a habit of keeping her daughter's chest closer to her own, letting their boba mesh together while letting Izuku's manhood liquid pour down onto their cleavage as the thick substance stained the rest of their bodies from above. From shoulders to hair, no amount of skin was spared as Chiom and her daughter became bathed in their masters for well over a minute until he was done. Once Izuku was finished and his manhood was finally spent, at least for the time being anyway, he slumped back onto the bed after pulling Ochaco and Chiom into his arms so that they could rest beside him like well-earned trophy wives. Both of them were naked and sticky with his seed, both inside and out with their pregnancy stomachs remaining intact despite still losing manhood liquid from between each pair of doughy smooth legs. Ochaco curled up on his right, affectionately kissing Izuku's neck like the happiest girl in the world right now. Chiom was on his left, feeling his hand reach down to cup her supple bum and make her wriggle giddily on his side with her face resting above Izuku's head by a few inches. She made sure to keep her bobas as close to his lips as possible in case he felt like squeezing her boba points into his mouth again. Chiom reached down and grabbed a hold of her swollen, manhood liquid-filled stomach with pride in knowing that Izuku most assuredly got her pregnant. On a microscopic level, dozens of manhood liquid cells flooded into Chiom's uterus and attacked a vulnerable egg, piercing its protective layer and allowing one to penetrate the inside to begin fertilization. The woman just intuitively knew she was now carrying his child and hoped to one day, very soon, see Ochaco doing so as well. Thank you, darling. I can feel it, you knock me up for sure. Chiom said lovingly to her master as she caressed her belly fondly. I'm so happy for you, mommy. I can't wait to be a big sister soon. Thank you so much, daddy. Ochaco said with excitement. She herself might be carrying her daddy's baby yet, but this is the best second thing. She always wanted to be a big sister when she was little and now it will become a reality thanks to her beloved Izuku. Hee, you're welcome. And that will be the first of many for you, Chiom-chan. You'll give Ochaco-chan here many little siblings in the future. Izuku purred sensually at the Uraraka attractive mother and squeezing her bum with his fingers, making her shiver with excitement. Yes, darling, she replied with utter love and devotion for the boy that impregnated her. Ochaco herself was excited about that prospect as well. And don't worry, Ochaco-chan. I will keep my promise to you and one day I will give you all the children you want. Izuku then turned to the younger Uraraka, keeping that charming sly smile of his, cupping Ochaco's bum too and bringing her closer to his side. Oh, I can't wait, daddy. Ochaco shivered in delight before nodding fervently with excitement. I hope our baby is a girl. I always wanted a second daughter and Ochaco always wanted a little sister, you know? And I have the feeling you would like a baby girl as well, don't you, honey? Chiom said sensually as she ran a hand through her master's green messy hair. Me too, daddy. I would love to have a baby sister, I want one so bad. I hope that is the case. Ochaco said cheerily. Heh. I hope so too, regardless I will love them no matter what. Izuku smiled at his women charmingly, making them coo lovingly at him before reaching over and engaging with the green-haired lad in a three-way kiss. The boy savored the feeling of their soft lips as he swapped saliva with both mother and daughter at the same time. This lasted for a few minutes or so before laying down once again. Glad we could convince you, Chiom-chan. Hey, think of this as a brand new beginning to a beautiful relationship between the three of us from now on. Izuku said, squeezing the soft and round ES of both mother and daughter, bringing him close to him once more, allowing both women to rest their hands affectionately on his broad chest while eyeing the lad with heart-filled eyes full of undying love. Absolute devotion had never been more well-fed than from when Izuku first dominated Nana Shimura or the intense massive he had on his first day at UA, and now it had gotten stronger with a newly engorged appetite that'd make Izuku's for women even greater. Yes. Heheha, I love you so much, Izuku-an. I mean, Daddy Izuku-an, Ochaco murmured blissfully with a smile before steadily drifting off to sleep right there on his right shoulder. Chiom was about to do the same and soon closed her eyes, but not before bringing her lips over to Izuku's and pulling him into a warm, steamy kiss that he eagerly returned by slipping his tongue into her mouth. They made out for a little over a minute when she pulled herself back, blushing deeply and nodding her head in agreement with what Ochaco said. I love you too, Izuku-an darling. Fufufu, this will surely be a brand new, beautiful start together. Just wait and see. I believe I know a few female friends that would also want to join in on the fun since they've been unhappy either as long ignored wives with needs, single career aspiring women with no luck dating, or just very frisky teenagers kinda like Ochaco that would like for a stud like you to come into their lives. Fufufu, I love you so much. My Isaac-kun. Darling. Zzz. Chiom said right before passing out, very clearly spent as she had been worn out harder than her honeymoon with her ex-husband ever could have compared to. Izuku was on the verge of passing out as well, but held each woman close, smiling triumphantly as absolute devotion burned brighter than the sun at its most recent conquest of it, a lonesome heart belonging to a beautiful woman. Sounds like a plan, Chiom-chan, but I still want to visit America before you start introducing me to your friends, plus I still need to spend some extra dating time with the other girls in Class 1A. Probably go see that reporter woman again real soon too. But right now, I need to keep to that dating schedule and take Shuko out next Saturday for a romantic date. Heh. Later in the morning. Stirring in the blankets atop Ochaco's bed, Izuku tossed and turned in his slumber as he felt the cool, slimy feels of tongues and slick lips slobbering all over his manhood from underneath the covers. There were hot breaths and blissful sobs coming from the two body-sized lumps sticking out from underneath the blankets in prostrated positions while the lone boy stirred awake with a mewl of pleasure escaping his lips. MMNGGHHHHH. What is that feeling right now? Oh, that's what this is. Izuku pointed out with one eye opened as he looked down his body into the space underneath the blankets to see a starstruck Ochaco and Chiom both pressing their bobas into the lower half of his manhood right simultaneously while languidly rolling their wet and slimy tongues all over the top half with eyes looking ahead at Izuku. MMNHMHHHH. Slurp 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 skloop. Schlop. Good morning, Daddy. Did you sleep well? Also, are you enjoying our special little wake-up call we're giving you? Ochaco let out, taking one last hard loo of his manhood from the top before running her tongue slowly down the sides of his shaft with her mother mirroring her while both still squeezed their ample boba around the base of his manhood. Chiom was especially eager to fluff Izuku's length with virtually any part of her body if it mean he was ready to her into a near comatose state again. HMMHHHMHHHH. Schlop. MMHHHH. Do you like this, honey? Ochaco and I will do this for you every time we sleep together either here at our house or at a love hotel whenever you like. I want to have your comfort breakfast in the morning, either in this gap slurp or the other one where I know you'll give me another bloated stomach. Hee-hey. Chiom added, keeping her lips languidly kissing the top next to Ochaco's. The pair had this going on for nearly 15 minutes with Izuku's manhood rising to full hardness within just a few seconds of oral contact earlier. Yes, I love it very much. Thank you both, and since it's early, get ready for the morning round now that you've gotten me all riled up. Izuku stated darkly, wearing a cheeky grin and feeling absolute devotion ignite to full life inside of him like a morning sun. It was safe to assume it was very early in the morning, so there is no harm for going for a quickie before going back home and getting ready for school later. Gleefully exchanging nods while side by side, Ochaco and Chiom ceased worshipping his manhood and pulled the blankets over their bodies so that they could stand up straight on their kneecaps before the Uraraka female turn around and prostrating on all fours like excited dogs ready for more action. They even wriggled their rears excitedly, eager to feel Izuku's meat churning their insides again, and looked at him with starstruck smiles with tongues rolling out of their mouths. Yes, Daddy. They said in unison, giving Izuku a reason to smile for he had not only made Ochaco's date magical but also snagged a smoking hot attractive mother of a mother all in the same day. It was a good time to be the harem owner of a vastly growing empire of women eager to serve him. The day was Tuesday and it was time for the appointed date with Momo Yaoyorozu as planned according to the dating schedule. Izuku was a little ambivalent at first about doing these sequentially when his had grown increasingly stronger after accepting what he is and what he wanted out of life, but as far as he was concerned, his women came first for they were his, and only his. Sometimes he wonders if something like this was what that bizarre villain Nana called all for one had in store when giving him this quirk. He didn't plan to take down hero society from within per se, but rather, take all of its women for himself or at least the very special ones that he comes across so he could build a better one in its place. Mulling over to himself in thought as he strapped on his dashing rent-a-tux clothing for today's romantic evening with Momo Yaoyorozu waiting outside in her family's limousine to take him to her home. And there, all good and ready for a night out on the town. Then again maybe I don't need a bow tie, they look rather dorky on me well that and the green tux I tried out. Izuku said to himself as he looked into the mirror in his bedroom, seeing a handsomely dressed young teenage boy wearing a fitting green tuxedo with his bow tie now being tossed to the side. He adjusted his white collar a bit and made himself look more ruggedly handsome than he was used to, truly embracing the darker side of his personality as he thought about what Momo would wear. Oh my, you're looking very dashing, Izuku-an. Foo. A suit like that does wonders for your body. It's almost making me want to keep you here to myself in my bed, all night long. Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, said with a naughty tive giggle and a purr in her honey silk voice. She sat in her son's bedroom watching him get dressed for his romance-focused date with the wealthy and beautiful girl she knew to be Momo Yaoyorozu. She hadn't yet met either of his school-based lovers in person, but she was certainly proud of her dashing son Izuku for making such a sweet-natured girl fall for him as he had done with her. Taboo be damned, Inko considered her big manhood stud of a son to be the pinnacle of male virility and wondered if her friend Mitsuki considered the idea she informed her of. Namely, letting Izuku legitimately breed her to where she'll give her son Katsuki a little sister or brother to dote on or take care of. Inko herself was seriously considering the idea as well, finding herself often imagining what it'd be like to carry a child once again. Only in this case, it'd be from her dashing, godly stud of a son Izuku than her deadbeat ex-husband Hisashi. Blood relations didn't seem to matter to her anymore since she and Izuku crossed the bridge a long time ago when he first met her, plus the fantasy of being bred by him whenever he unloads inside of her uterus full stop made the green-haired woman giddy with the ambition to let it happen. But that was for a later time. Right now the date Izuku had tonight was all about the raven-haired princess of the Yaoyorozu family and model student of class 1A. Inko was currently wearing only her skin-tight yoga pants colored dark and a nearly skimpy workout top which allowed much of her cleavage to be shown at all times. Much more so for her son Izuku since she liked to dangle her boba just above his face to tempt him into feeding off of her. Heh, thank you, Inko-chan. Inko shudders bristly with desire. I think I'm all good now and ready to go meet her outside. She's probably been waiting in her limousine for me for maybe a couple of minutes now. It's best not to keep her waiting no matter how patient she is for me. Izuku said aloud and checked his body one last time to see everything properly in place before beginning to approach his mother with a dark, sultry smile. Seeing the green-haired woman wriggle her lips with excitement as she straddled his bed like a poster girl for pin-ups made Izuku wish he had time for a quickie right here on his bed before he went out. Alas, he settled for cupping the woman's chin and bringing her face closer to where she gleefully swallowed his lips into an open-mouthed lip lock made with Midoriya tongues rolling languidly into each other. Schlup. MMHM. Slurp 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 slurp. MMHM. You never forget to do that before going out, do you? Hey, I wonder if maybe you'll consider bringing one of your school girlfriends over to our house so that I can give you a threesome present with either you tag-teaming me with them or vice versa. I'm sure you'd like to see mommy sitting on one's face while you her into next week, Izuku-an. Think about it, okay? Inko said drunkenly with as she pulled back from her son's lips with a long, thin trail of saliva bridging between their lips. So far, this tradition of her swallowing his tongue and drinking his saliva in a French kiss had become commonplace whenever Izuku would set off either for school or on a date with one of his girls. That is actually a new and interesting idea. I do have some girls in mind after you just mentioned that to me, plus I'm really getting into a personal development of. Izuku leaned in close to his mother's right ear, making Inko breathe hotly with excitement when he said the next choice words to her while rubbing her right shoulder sensually. Taking girls alongside mothers like yourself and breeding them outright, making both call me daddy. Oh Izuku-an. You've really made me become so very hot and bothered right now. Go now or else I might beg you to stay. Inko said, biting down her bottom lip and once again entertaining the idea of bearing her son's child inside of her body. The power of AD throbbed heavily from inside of his subconscious, stimulating the woman's own sense of after being stimulated by Izuku's words. He quietly went over to the windowsill of his bedroom and looked outside to see the lavish limousine waiting out front with a side door opened. Izuku wondered what kind of elegant, prim, and proper dress Momo was wearing since the girl was adamant about their date being a more formal affair taking place at her house. He partially hoped she'd invite her mother again, or at least some of her youthful, beautiful maids to him. Well, better not keep her waiting, Ka-san. I gotta go now, but I'll try to be back before midnight since I have school tomorrow. Don't wait up for me except in bed. Momo-chan may not be enough for me since I'm getting hungry all the time now, okay? Izuku said, causing Inko to bristle again with excitement, and she nodded her head like an obedient dog, practically panting with Al as she watched her son leave his bedroom to go downstairs. Have a wonderful evening, Izuku-an, or should I say master? Please come back with energy to spare for me. She added just as he walked out of the hallway from his bedroom and proceeded outside where he saw Momo's right arm sticking out from the window of the limousine gesturing for him to come in. Izuku smirked slyly and closed the front door behind him, hurrying over to the side door and getting inside of the limousine where he saw Momo wearing the most jaw-dropping dress he could ever visualize, her wearing her highly UAL mother's gown, which left little to the imagination. NNGGHH. Momo-chan. You look extravagant and gorgeous in that thing. Isn't it the same dress your mother wore when I met her? Izuku asked, seeing the raven-haired beauty with her hair tied back into an elegant ponytail style with a large bang hanging over the side of her head. The dress she was wearing was exactly her mother's but tailored to her slightly shorter, more youthful frame. She had a silken gown made of ivory-colored fabric with elegant straps draping down her exquisite bust, leaving much of her cleavage exposed with a golden necklace around her neck. The bottom half was a slitted portion leaving her legs nearly fully exposed, showing Izuku the smooth surface of her well-conditioned thighs and elegant footwear of glimmering ankle-strap high heels for the occasion. He could tell that she didn't wear a boba cloth hat all, since he sees much of her boba naked and robust through the pair of thin strips covering up parts of her chest. Momo also had a pair of gold bangles around each wrist with fingernails freshly painted red, looking as though she was going out to a wedding or a formal banquet affair. For once, Izuku was left speechless and could feel both his manhood as well as the flame of absolute devotion inside of him throbbing powerfully with desire. Hey, I'm glad you like what you see, Midoriya-kun. Fufufu. Since you enjoyed seeing my mother wear such a thing, right before taking it off and making love to her alongside myself, Jiro-chan, and her mother, I figured this would make our night all the more special. How do you like it? Momo asked lovingly, seeing him close the door behind as he scooted up close to her and put an arm around her waist from the side. She immediately placed one of her hands against his hand while using the other to signal her drive to begin moving on. I don't like what I see, I love it just like the beautiful girl wearing it. Momo blushes intensely and leans her head against his neck from the side. That being said, Momo-chan, what do you feel like doing when we get there? I take it your mother is not joining us, right? This day is all about you. Izuku pressed, making Momo happily shake her head no to his question as the limousine got moving, taking them out of the neighborhood and back on the city path leading to her home. Of course not, although she has been asking about you a lot and feeling really needy for your touch again. I don't suppose you would be opposed to taking her out on a romantic evening like you're giving me one day, could you? My mother sorely needs the love she had been without for a long time since my father left. But I'm glad you are putting my needs ahead of hers right now. I want us to be more than just about, my master, my darling Izuku-kun. Momo said, whispering lovingly with a look of adoration in her eyes. Izuku held her close and started feeling up her rump from the side, making Momo purr intimately close to his face. Together they were like a romantic couple on the verge of getting married soon, something that plays out as a fantasy inside of Momo's mind nearly at all times. Izuku had something similar in mind by making Nana first and having his schoolmate girlfriends become the next dozen or so wives of his name right after they finish UA Academy and become full-fledged heroes. In the meantime, he was just happy making sure each one a girl had their time in the sun with him as their boyfriend, putting from his mind until the evening reached a crescendo behind closed doors. Is that a fact now? I suppose I should. It feels like it's been a while since I last saw her. I had no idea she was clingy though, or had been without it for so long. Maybe she'll want me to stay when we arrive by offering her hand in marriage or making sure every beautiful maid in the house comes to me in the bedroom at the same time. Just a thought. Izuku said, making Momo shiver excitedly at the mention of marriage as they watched the glowing lights of Tokyo City lights streak by from inside of the back seat of the car. Now, don't mention that in front of her, or else she might really do it. I might be tempted to just drop out of UA altogether just to be with you and maybe have children early. Simply say the word and I'm yours that way, Izuku-kun. I wouldn't even mind putting room for the others if they decide the same thing. Momo said, purring naughty ally with eyes lowering into a bedroom stare as she reached down his manhood and feel up his bulge from underneath his pants. As tempting as that might be, Momo-chan. I still want you to succeed first and foremost. You have a lot of brains and the demure, sweet nature of a princess all rolled into one. The world could really benefit from your intellect and I wouldn't want to make you forfeit your chance to be a pro hero because of me. Not yet. Izuku said honestly, making the girl's heart thump excitedly with love as she held both of her arms around his neck. Feeling her mature body pressing into him like this was making Izuku's standing manhood become even harder, solidifying it underneath Momo's legs as she straddled his waist with girly giddiness and love-filled excitement. That's the sweetest thing you've said to me yet. Hardly anyone believed in me when it came to using my quirk or intelligence to be a top-level hero. Some said they did, but I felt they considered me as a person who was too soft. Well, not every hero has to be intense, strong, and simply have amazing power. I plan to win battles and rescue people using my smarts and creativity, though I confess I feel like I'm lacking in certain areas surrounding that last topic, Izuku-kun. Momo confessed, grinding her groin along his waist as she felt his member pushing out even more from within his tuxedo pants. The cars in the streets passed by in seconds with the limo driver taking a supremely convenient shortcut to go over into the nature-filled province of the Yaoyorozu residence. It was an estate with its own vast share of land and a large multi-story mansion. Izuku grabbed onto her bumox and made the girl sob even more in response, feeling her body undulate smoothly along his waist as she pressed her bulbous bobas closer into his chest. Well, I don't think that way about you, Momo-chan. You've got the goods to do it all you need is a little confidence boost and for me help with that, however I can, Izuku said, clutching one half of the girl's bumox while he made the other hand grab onto her chest, making her sob loudly from underneath her breath as they drove by the rest of the way leading to her house. Fufufu, Izuku-kun, would you like to know what I have in mind for tonight? I know a date can be nothing special considering we've already made love several times and more back to back the night I introduce you to my mother. But I like the simple wholesomeness of simply being with my Prince Charming and making him feel like he is king of the world, pleasing him however I can in bed. Another reason I am glad I was blessed with such an ample bosom that you can enjoy sliding around your manhood. She added, leaning in for a kiss and feeling Izuku's hands clutching both sides of her waist after the car pulled up to the gates of the driveway and moved on into the Yaoyorozu province. Slurp slurp. I love you, Izuku-kun. Fufufu. Slurp slurp. I won't be sharing you with my mother today unless you ask, but I'd like you to spend the night with me and leave for school early tomorrow if possible. I don't want you to leave my bed until morning and I wish for you to spoon my backside like I was your wife. Slurp slurp. I'll consider it, Momo-chan, but first side door opens up. Let's enjoy an evening together, just the two of us with whatever your house has to offer. I've always wanted to dance with you, doubly more so since seeing you in that dress. Shall we? Izuku asked as he pulled the girl out by the hand, clutching it gently and making her smile the whole way as they began walking up the steps to the lavish double doors of her house. Hey, of course, Izuku-kun. I can hardly wait. Momo said, blushing fiercely and feeling like she was on top of the world. Every moment she looked into her master's eyes she felt the overbearing presence of full energy coming from him as well as felt the raw power he exuded from within. Everything regarding Izuku, from his masculine and handsomely toned body to his boyish charm, won her heart over a million times. With or without the aid of AD, the same can be said for most of the girls in their class, with all of them having become head over heels obsessed with the boy who ed them hard on orientation day. Izuku was just that kind of person that would win over women no matter what, she thought to herself as they entered through the doors the pair of maids pulled open for them as they went through. Izuku gave a friendly wave and a smile to each beautiful, young maid that he passed by while clutching Momo's hand tightly within his right set of fingers. To everyone there they looked like a young couple in love, and in many instances they legitimately were, with the exception of Izuku having more than Momo's heart held in his grasp. He had an innumerable number of women and teenage girls all absolutely devoted to him in both mind and body. All he had to do was give a command and they'd remove all manner of dignity along with any amount of clothing they'd have before jumping right into bed with him. Izuku was certainly feeling the impulsive need to do that with all the many beautiful maids working here at Yaoyorozu Manor, but he held off on that for the time being and simply walked with the beautiful Momo over into the banquet area where they would begin tonight's affair. I wonder where her mother Manami is. Maybe she's respecting her daughter's wishes and leaving SB for tonight. Izuku wondered as he arrived inside a large, royal-themed dining room with a table nearly as long as itself. He was always floored by how well off her family seemed to be in finance, yet he was always surprised to see Momo act so humble and sweet. She was rarely haughty and condescending, but was instead so sweet-natured and wholesome overall. It's one of the reasons Izuku wanted to plant a seed inside of her as he did with her mother. Well, here we are, Hihei. I had my head chef maid Momoko prepare a proper dinner for us before we go about enjoying our evening together, Izuku-an. But first, would you take me out to the room to dance? I've always wanted a rather fairy tale evening filled with romance with you. She meekly asked, turning her head in the direction of the room just past the vast dining room where they currently reside. Izuku immediately thought of a Disney animated feature when seeing it, since much of it was spacious, golden, and elegant in terms of extravagant design. He wondered if Momo's wealthy family held meetings and banquets between themselves and other wealthy aristocrats or political powers. This made Izuku think about a certain head chief of the Hero Safety Commission, making him smirk slyly as he nudged Momo in the direction of the room. He swooped his right arm around her waist, making her blush and shudder explicitly in Al as he held on to her other hand as though preparing Momo to begin doing the tango dance. I thought you'd never ask, Momo-chan. Hihei, let's dance the night away with each other and no one else around us, so we can really feel like we're on top of the world alone together. I'll be your Prince Charming this evening and your daddy in the bedroom for as long as you like. Izuku said, making Momo blush immensely and begin breathing heavily with full thoughts entering her head. She nodded feverishly with a childishly giddy smile that amplified her sweet nature in his eyes, and was led over to the room with some of the other maids watching in slight envy. I wish I was in Yaoyorozu-san's shoes right now. Her boyfriend is a really nice, charming catch. Freckles aside, of course. One maid with medium-length light brown hair done in a comb-over style said, with the others nodding in agreement. Maybe if we'll play our cards right, she might deem fit to share him with us, but asking for such a thing is certainly out of place with our positions as maids. Still, one can always hope, ladies. One with long, wavy blue hair said with a full giggle as she turned her head with the others, watching as Izuku sweeps Momo off her feet by beginning to take her around the room in a majestic and expertly manner. Where the two teenagers were, Izuku began the dance by expertly swinging Momo around in his arms, watching as she smiled lovingly at him the entire time when being given an elegant spin while remaining within his arms. The young man had learned some of the finer dance moves after spending some time with Mina during PE class to improve agility and flexibility. When he wasn't hungry for the taste of her pink flesh all over his face and around his manhood, he had the energetic girl teach him a few things about slow dancing when coming up with this idea to be more romantic with his many lovers. Thankfully, apart from breakdancing, Mina knew the more sensual and romantic types of dance movements and became Izuku's partner. She only asked for a secret date between them alone at any date of her choosing, and Izuku was going to honor that no matter what. Woohoo! Izuku-an. Master. You're so talented at this. This really is feeling like a room dance. Momo laughed merrily to herself in enjoyment as she was held within Izuku's arms, being dipped romantically as she held a hand around the back of his neck. Her hair dripped elegantly down since it was still in its ponytail style with a bang caressing part of her face, but she was looking at a confident-looking Izuku with a loving smile for a moment before being picked up again. There was nothing about him that she didn't love or worship, and once more felt the temptation to stop taking the contraceptive super pills in hopes he'll impregnate her and start off their lives together. She was absolutely devoted to being one of his wives, able to carry many children and have her family wealth provide for them all along with her mother's next child. I'm glad you think so, Momo-chan. I have been taking dance lessons from Mina lately as well as studying some of the more common, romantic room dances on the internet. You look particularly beautiful having your hair flow around like that while in that dress, but your beauty runs deeper than just physical appearance, Momo-chan. That I'm sure of. Izuku said, taking her into his arms and leading her in a majestic sway of hip and body movements in a waltz around the lavish room. No one but the maids were watching them, but Momo was feeling extremely squeamish to take this date all the way up to the bedroom already. What do you mean, Izuku-an? Or should I say, master? What do you like about me besides my boba's figure and beauty? I confess I've never put much priority on those traits, always valuing my intelligence above all and my desire to help people. But I do care what you think and wonder how much of my nature you dislike. Momo asked with a bit of insecurity, being twirled around under his arm again as she made her dress sway elegantly to her body's movements. Needless to say, Izuku wasn't fazed by her question and waited to pull her in close where he held his lips close to hers. Momo felt her heart racing again, leading to absolute devotion throbbing strongly as she felt his hands letting go and clutching her waist closely to his groin. There isn't anything I dislike about you, Momo-chan. I always peg you to be a bit insecure and haughty with your smarts after getting to know you a little after we first made love on orientation day, but that's part of your charm too. You're so cute when you're feared and your intelligence really makes you stand out as part of a more versatile group of girls who think more than act rashly. I love that creative spark you have and I want to keep that part of you going. You don't have to change for me, but dressing up like a Y teacher or office lady would be nice for a few fun time romps at school or here in your house from time to time. Hee. Momo blushes fiercely and melts on the spot. That being said, everything about you is fine. But if I had to pick what I like most I would say it's the way you blush when you smile at me. Those cat-like eyes and that soft, sweet face you have, smiling either anxiously or with intelligent pride is what really makes me want to marry you right now. MGNGHHHHHH. Izuku-kun. Oh. Kiss me. I need you. She whispered loudly, practically huffing with excitement as she was held against his manhood, letting his groin grind up against her buttocks as they pressed into each other through their clothing. She was feeling his standing manhoodshun already and it was making her thighs rub together while her groin became considerably sensitive with Al. Like Ochaco and several others, Momo repeatedly fantasized about being pregnant with Izuku's kids and it made her insides light up in a wildfire of UAL desire. Izuku knew this and held his hands around her waist, feeling up one part of her bountiful bobas through her dress while leaning in for a kiss on the girl's soft lips. The maids continued to watch in envy and hunger as well, seeing Izuku embrace Momo in a romantic yet naughty fashion as they could tell she was grinding her buttocks all over his manhood. Momo had closed her eyes when her lips connected with Izuku's, leading to a sweet yet raunchy kiss that involved the boy shoving his tongue into her mouth. HMMHHMM. Schlurp schlurp schlop schlop. Oh Izuku-kun. Izuku-kun. I need it tonight. I need you to ravish me to your delight as much as you want, whenever you want. I'll even consider propositioning the maids I have in this matter to please you Yuli if just so much as ask. Anything, everything I have shall belong to you, just please don't stop holding me like this. I love this feeling so much. I love you. Momo breathed out, making the faces of the maids Uchiha, Nobara, and Hinoa all brightened up after hearing her say that. Izuku grinned slyly and nodded to her request, clutching her close and letting his hand fondle most of her right boba through her dress with leisurely splendor. He had Momo whimpering considerably with increasing volume as she continued to grind herself into his manhood, seemingly unaware of the maids watching them just before he moves his face in for another kiss. No need to go that far, Momo-chan, but I will seriously consider all of what you said, but for now, and for tonight, it is all about us. What say we go eat dinner and then I can show you just how much you mean to me. You still gotta take the contraceptives though. As much as I want to breed this highly breedable body clutches her boba some more, I want you to achieve your dream of being a pro hero first. Izuku said, running his tongue along the side of her face till it reached her mouth where Momo naughty ally swallowed it into her lips with a full smile. Schlurp. MMHMMHMM. Yes. Izuku-kun. Master. Izuku-kun. She answered with her mouth stuffed full of his tongue till they started French kissing again, naughty ally, in front of the faces of the three maids watching them. Did you hear that? Heard what she said? The maid named Hinoa asked excitedly, making the blue-haired womanly maid Uchiha nod her head with a feared smile on her lips. Yes indeedy. Lady Momo is really considering offering us to her boyfriend. She whispered aloud, blushing as she watched the two teenagers languidly swap spit with each other for a while until the head chef maid Momoka arrived on the scene. Ah. Lady Momoko. Show's over you three. It is time to call Lady Momo and her lover to dinner now. The modestly busty, full-bodied, maternal woman named Momoko said as she walked in and brought her attention to both Momo and Izuku still languidly devouring each other's mouths in a highly naughty kiss. They were going at it like newlywed lovers or a pair of wild, virile animals ravishing each other's bodies till they heard her clear her throat to catch their attention. Ahem. Lady Momo, your dinner feast is ready now. Hurry before it gets cold. She called out to them, seeing Izuku pull his tongue out of Momo's mouth and turn his attention onto her with Momo cupping the side of her reddened face with a blushing smile. Why yes. Tea thank you, Momoko. Mas Izuku and I will be right there. She addressed, making the maid bow her head and turn around to begin walking away. Momo was blushing furiously and staying within Izuku's arms, lifting one of her legs and letting her right knee bend forward to curl herself on him like a doting girlfriend. Izuku had his hands around her waist and basked in the intimacy of their moment, feeling partially tempted by AD to ravish the maid should his date with Momo tonight leave her unconscious upstairs. Ultimately he decided against it for right now, feeling that they would be ripe for the picking next time around and simply held the demure girl in his arms where they exchanged one last kiss intimately with each other. MMHMMHMM schlup. Izuku, after dinner. Can we head up to my bedroom? Just the two of us? I think we both know what I want, it's the same as you, right? Foo. This dress did its job of making that gargantuan meat down below harden to a considerable level, and I can still feel it prodding my right thigh right now. Momo said, running her fingers through his hair and making Izuku nod slowly with a confident smile as he held her hands into his and started leading her away back into the dining room to their south. Of course, Momo-chan, anything for you. Not that it wasn't a given anyway, but still I came for all of Momo Yaoyorozu, not just her body or brain. Her spirit, her demure charm, and her noble wish in wanting to help people. That is the class rep I fell in love with and had within the middle of class. Let's go make this a quick dinner then, I want to sleep in your bedroom with you right in my arms. It'll be like we were married. Izuku said, playing on Momo's fantasies a bit and seeing the girl's eyes light up with glimmering sparkles and pink energy coming from AD's influence over her body. Momo's heart was thumping wildly out of control and she was nearly tearing up, mentally praying to the universe to let the two of them be together for all eternity. She didn't even care how many others there would be, all she wanted was for this boy to ravish her and bless her with progeny at some point in the near future. Izuku. She gushed and walked back with Izuku, making the other maids watch them sniffle in tearful envy, unaware that absolute devotion had its sights set on them as well. The head chef maid Momoko simply giggled mirthfully to herself as she saw Momo shining brightly while clutching her boyfriend's arm close to her chest. Oh, those two, they're such lovebirds, don't you all agree? Although I also wonder if Lady Momo would be so kind as to share him with us after seeing what he did with Lady Manami and Lady Mikajiro that one time together with both daughters present. Momoko admitted, surprising the other three maids watching them and making them blush like tomatoes as Izuku and Momo sat down to begin eating their high-quality dinner in a hurry. What? The three let out in unison, feeling surprised about this was new information to them, but they were becoming greatly awed by the idea that more than one person was allowed to be ravished by Izuku Midoriya. Enjoying a brief and fulfilling dinner together with Izuku filling up on ham and roast beef chicken combined with only the finest ingredients he had never had before, the pair of teenagers stopped after a certain point and asked the head chef maid Momoko to prepare the leftovers for a to-go box for Izuku to take him. Naturally, she obeyed and left the two to their own devices, unaware of how much her three subordinates who were watching the pair earlier stared at Izuku as though he was a famous supermodel. She had to reel them in and keep her maids focused on cleaning up while watching Izuku rush up the stairs with an overly giddy Momo carrying bridal style in his hands. The girl clutched her arms around his neck, blushing redder than a tomato for it truly felt like a honeymoon to her. Regarding Izuku's libido and its near limitless state of UAL energy, it may as well have been. Eventually, carrying a gushing Momo in his arms when arriving at her lavish bedroom, he gently kicked the doors open and let absolute devotion burn brighter than the sun from inside of his body. The effects were for Momo to feel increasingly sensitive in terms of pleasure as well as behave exceedingly, almost yearning for him to breed her outright here and now. Hee you could have just asked one of the maids to do it for you, Izuku. I woaha. Oof ha 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 ha. Eager, are we, master? Momo said, giggling in a delightfully excitable fit as she had been carefully tossed onto her four-post queen-sized bed by Izuku. She nudged her high heel shoes off of her smooth, flawless feet and clapped her hands together to signal the wireless lighting system around her room to start dimming the illumination of her bedroom to give off a more romantic vibe. She stationed herself atop her bed, posting in an alluring and highly elegant manner with her legs bent together while she sat propped up on her hands planting themselves behind. Well, you could say that. That room dance was already more than enough to make that part of my anatomy eager, but really, treating you like a princess and making love to you inside of this place without anyone else joining in is doing wonders for my libido, Momo-chan. Let's just say that this is the perfect setting for an intimate, one-on-one date between me and you, almost like we are both adults about to kick the night off with a bang. Izuku said confidently as he undid his stylish yet simple green tuxedo blazer and removed it from his shoulders. He calmly approached the bed, nudging Momo to scoot back further onto it where he grabbed a hold of both of her bobas with each hand. Aha! MMNHMHHH. Your hands are just so firm and strong, Izuku-an. Ooh. And you know exactly where to touch them to really make memelt. Glad I'm not wearing a boba cloth for the occasion. Momo said, purring heavily with full excitement as she pulled down the top of her spaghetti strap gown in front of him with both of her hands. Out bounced her voluptuous pair of E-cups, jiggling nakedly with her pink boba points already becoming standing manhoot. Seeing those rosy pink nubs of soft, tender flesh made Izuku's libido growl like a lion while AD burned like a white-hot inferno. Big bobas were always his weakness and the possibility of impregnating a beautiful mother of one of the girls was well. So far he's conquered his own mother Inko and Bakugu's mother, Mitsuki, going on to include Momo's and Kyoka's with Ochaco's mother, Chiom, as well. Izuku still yearned for more and wanted to impregnate Momo just as he did with her mother Manami, but his instincts told him he had to wait a bit first. His senses picked up the faint scent of Al coming from the other side of the bedroom door, instantly picking up on the fact that it was perhaps the four maids he saw earlier watching them dance. Heh, those women really want to join in, don't they? Afraid I can't do anything about them yet, tonight is all about Momo-chan. I would love to impregnate that chef maid though, she really does seem like a real motherly type from the looks of it. Anyway, Izuku thought to himself as he kept himself hovering above Momo's body with each of his hands now grabbing both of her naked bobas before squishing them together and ing the boba points into his mouth. Hamum. Schlurp. MMHM. GNNGGHH. Jaya Owanan. Ooh. Izuku-an. Master. Gun. Why you're ing them harder than you ever did before. MMGNHHH. They really sensitive, you know. Momo let out, writhing about underneath him with a euphorically distressed look on her face. Some of her raven locks of hair were coming undone and spilling around her face to cling onto her forehead and cheeks for she was feeling Izuku squeezing both boba points into his mouth. Shluwu you up. MMNHMNHH. Oh Momo-chan. You have such an exquisite pair of bobas. MNHMHH. Schlurp schlop squirrup. MMNHHHH. Izuku said into her chest, languidly slurping on both of her boba points at the same time, squeezing her boba together between his fingers in expert ways he had leaned fairly recently when dominating the likes of Ochaco's mother. Or rather, he had many examples to pick up from, starting with Momo's own mother Manami who had just as big a pair of bobas as her daughters. Izuku fingered certain places around her areola, prodding every single one of them while toothlessly chewing her boba points together into his mouth. His tongue had come out and languished the surface of her rosy pink flesh while she gently kicked her naked legs about from underneath his manhood. She was stirring in a frenzy and sobbing windily in pleasure, breathing heavily while he continued ing both of her boba in unison for several more minutes on end. Ahahaha. Izuku-an. Oh darling. Master Izuku-an. Please taste me down there as well. I want to feel your tongue tasting my. Momo pleaded with an almost desperate look on her face as she felt her lover nibble on both of her boba at the same time while pulling on them with his lips for a moment. She was nearly wrenching in already as she arched her back upward, sobbing loudly in euphoria to where all the maids beyond her door could hear her with crystal clarity. Shlu you are pop. Ah, you got it, Momo-chan, looks like you're out of breath already. He, guess those extra lessons I took with other women with large bobas really paid off. But right now there's nothing like having a beautiful girl like Yukamal over my face. Izuku stated darkly, feeling his carnal hunger grow as he let go of her bobas. He brought his hands down her full-figured teenage body, admiring her sensual curves and wide hips as he lifted up the gown skirt of Momo's dress from her legs. She was left breathing inexorably with euphoria, having nearly come just from a light touch of Izuku's lips and fingers on her highly sensitive boba. Feeling him lifting up her gown to where her silken dark red lace panties were showing, Momo watched as he tugged each of his thumbs into the side and brought them down past her long silken legs. Momo didn't fight it at all and instead, squeamishly held her legs in her hands as she became bare before Izuku's face like before. He saw her ripened, slightly fuzzy teenage womanhood in full and wasted no time in cupping each of her bumoks so he could bring his mouth down upon her with his tongue outstretched. Taste me, please. I love you, Izuku-an. She whimpered softly and felt the spongy, slick surface of his tongue touching her naked folds. She was immediately shuddering in bliss and making her legs straighten out from beyond the lad's shoulders, feeling his lips now languidly lure the cusp of her before beginning to eat her out. HMMH. Slurp 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 slurp. MMH. Momo-chan, you taste good. Izuku said into her nether folds, keeping an ear out for the 4 unseen spectators hanging just outside of the door. He knew that the head chef maid Momoko and the other 3 were listening in, clearly eyed and glued to the scene by having their ears pressed against the surface of the door. Izuku remembered there being a brunette with short hair, a woman with long blue hair, a shorter woman with a bob-cut mop of pink hair, and Momoko herself. He wondered if they'll barge in at some point, desperate to join and let him ravish them, but for now, he turned his attention to Momo fully as he dug his lips into her mound, tasting the teenager's womanhood like it was a tasty treat in a buffet. He was digging his nose into her highly sensitive groin, making Momo's legs shoot up into the air. Ahing. Anghai. Oh, Izuku-an. Izuku-kun. MNGHHH. Yes. Oh God, yes. Aha. Momo cried out in ecstasy, kicking her feet about in the air as she felt her boyfriend's tongue expertly wriggle around inside of her flesh. From the way he twisted it around within her depths to how gingerly he led on her pink velvet lips, making her kick her legs about wildly in euphoria. Momo was clutching the pillow above her head tightly with fingernails digging into it while her chest was heaving voraciously. Her voluminous boba were just bouncing around with every writhing motion she made as she felt Izuku's lips and tongue steadily bring her to ecstasy over the course of several more minutes. The maids, detected by Izuku and AD, kept watching with salivating looks on their faces and bodies becoming heated up with Al. They honestly and truly hoped to snag a with Izuku Midoriya once he was done with the princess of the house, but thankfully, Momoko restrained all 3 from barging in while they continued to watch. All of this included her as well. MMNHMNHNNGH. Slurp 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 shup. Mend me a taste heavenly, Momo-chan. In fact, I think that with just one lick here you'll Europe explode. Izuku said with a dark murmur, taking one long lick of his tongue and brushing against the exposed orris which caused Momo to writhe wildly in. Her naked legs straightened out in the air next with toes curling themselves apart, much to the surprise of the maid audience watching it. Momo instantly arched her back upward, making her bobas wriggle salaciously in euphoria as she came. Jaya-awa-awaha. Izuku-kun. Oh my God. Ung. She cried out in ecstasy, wriggling again and again as she soaked the lad's face in hercum when it came gushing out in spritzes thanks to his masterful skill in cunnilingus. Izuku closed her eyes and felt the rain pour down all over his cheeks, forehead, and lips for the duration of a minute until the girl subsided. While she was left breathing heavily in, he pulled himself back and quickly undid his belt buckle along with his tuxedo pants, making the maids all stare wide-eyed at the boy for they couldn't tear themselves away from the scene. Oh my! He's well endowed indeed. So very well endowed. Momoko said to herself in a quiet breath, watching as Izuku knowingly slid down his pants with boxers to unveil his turgid monstrosity of a manhood springing out in all its nearly foot and a half long glory with s the size of plums. Momo's breath became hitched in her throat when she saw that immaculate piece of flesh once again and hastily sat up with her fingers tugging the rest of her dress skirt up to where it huddled around her waist in a disheveled fashion. MMMNHMM. I can never get over how amazing your member is, Izuku-an. It makes me feel like a maiden each time I have it inside of me. If only I wasn't taking the birth control pills, I could have your babies right now. I'm just really eager to have you knock me up, Izuku-an. I don't want to care about school so much to miss out on us having a honeymoon together. Momo said aloud, causing her head-maid Momoko to stifle a gasp in shock when she heard it. Izuku was pulling off his shirt, unbuttoning it completely, and removing it to where the maids all blushed redder than the color on Momo's hero costume when they saw him. Izuku showed her a kind-looking face and got onto the bed, crawling over to her and making her on his right thumb when affectionately stroking her cheek into his hand. All in good time, Momo-chan. All in good time, I promise it'll be worth the wait. There are always things in life you'll regret not doing, like becoming a famous pro hero the way that you told me. I know you're excited and very eager to have my kids, but first we must secure a bright and shiny future for us to retire in once we've both completed our journeys. Until then, I'll marry you along with the others and take you on the honeymoon of a lifetime. I promise. Izuku said darkly with a hint of masculine charm, making Momo gush with stars in her cat-like eyes as she naughty ally ed on his thumb a little more before suddenly pushing him to sit on his bum. With a plop he let go and found himself having his legs spread wide as she held each of her bulbous boba into her hands, smiling lasciviously at Izuku when preparing to bring them over to his manhood. Then let me be the good wife and tend to her husband's needs at this moment, Izuku-an. It may not be official yet, but I would love to practice many wifely duties with you until that sacred time of destiny comes. Fufufu, here, let me treat you to your favorite part of me. My bobas. I've always been kinda secretly ashamed of my figure at times since it made other girls jealous of me, but now I'm glad I have it since it makes you salivate with when seeing me naked. Oh, I love you so much, Izuku-an. Allow me to demonstrate it. Momo said with a loving purr, practically showing little glowing hearts in her eyes as she knelt between his ankles and brought her boba all the way down to wrap around his manhood from the groin. In a quiet coalesce of soft pillowy pleasure, Momo's boba made contact and smothered nearly the entire lower half of his manhood. Ah! MNHMHHH. Momo-chan. You already know what I love you and those huge bobas. Go wild and show me what you got. Izuku breathed, leaning back onto his hands after he planned them into the sheets behind him comfortably. He felt the doughy sensation of Momo's massive airs smoothly smothering the lower half of his manhood in slow spirals, making him hiss quietly in pleasure till she began sliding them up his shaft together while squeezing them even tighter between her palms. There were few things out of this world like Momo Yaoyorozu's soft, lush, mounds of doughy flesh rubbing themselves around you. Only her bustier mother Manami could compare or surpass her daughter in that regard, and Izuku was just glad he had both devoted to him as well as Kyokujiro and her mother as well. Leaning back a bit more and enjoying the swift and soft feeling of Momo sliding her smooth boba up his manhood, he began to enjoy the girl's progress in the art of using those memories to pleasure his manhood even more. Ha 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 ha. MMNHMM. Are you enjoying this, Izuku-an? Are you huh? Momo trailed off at the last second when she looked past his shoulder to see her four main maids peeking in on them from the side of an open door with blushing looks on their faces. Izuku picked up on this and distracted Momo again by flicking a bit of control over her own body, stimulating her insides and essentially making her focus on him again. She was compelled by full want now and smoothly massaged her boba in spiraling motions around the surface of her boyfriend's bulging manhood. What are they doing? Do they want to join us sometime? Ooh-aha. Izuku-an is a man of many talents and can certainly pleasure multiple women at once, and I don't necessarily mind letting him have his way with my maids, but tonight is all about us. Don't worry about them, Momo-chan. Let them watch, I care only about this beauty right here and now. Keep working your magic and squeeze me with both those wonderful boba as well as those soft lips of yours. You know how I like it when you please me with your mouth and your bobas together in unison. Your mother seemed to have that talent in spades, last I recall. Izuku said, making Momo feel fired up at the mention of her mother doing it better than her. Smirking dangerously, she started sliding her boba up his shaft and pushing them down to his hips even faster with stronger squeezes by having both squishy gingerly together. She lowered her face closer to the bulbous tip of his manhood next, parting her lips readily and latching them around the light pink shroom so she could begin ing him off in unison with her boba's action. Schlup. MMNHMHMM. Izukuan. Schlurp sklurp schlurp sklurp schloop. MMHMHMMPHMMMMP Momo mewed softly, keeping her head tilted at an angle as she ran her tongue all over the tip as well as the first few inches of his manhood. Her bobas stayed pillowed together around his manhood, voraciously sliding themselves back and forth while squeezing them tightly to maximize his pleasure. She was making him growl stiffly with Al, feeling the sweet sensation of her combination attack on his manhood. HNGHHHHH. Momo-chan. Uff. Keep going. I'm loving this a lot. Uff hi. Izuku growled, looking out from the corner of his eyes at the maids who watched with some of them feeling themselves up to the show. He smirked slyly, knowing they were as good as his when the time came, but for now, he just focused on feeling Momo's bobas push into his waist while her face hit vigorously into them. She was hungrily slurping on the tip of his manhood in languid, tantric motions and keeping her boba fluffing the rest of his shaft the same way Manami had done it with him. It was an ungodly pleasure to behold, and Izuku was already feeling his standing manhoodshin beginning to throb as a result of her actions picking up pace. MMNHMHHH. Shrup. Izukuan. Ha 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 dot ha 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 ha. MMNHMM. Come for me, my darling. Release it all over my face and my chest. Momo let out, running her tongue all over her boba and the tip of his manhood, rapidly hit ing her melons down and forth with grace for at least several more minutes until he pops. Izuku had been clutching the bedsheets underneath his fingers tighter this entire time, feeling that Momo had surpassed her mother in some small measure, for he could feel his S beginning to tremble with expulsion raring to happen. NNGGHHHHH. Momo-chan. Affa. Here it goes, swallow everything down, at least as much as you can. Let your boba have the rest if it becomes too much for you. Izuku cautioned with a smile and gently hit his waist forward just in time for his manhood to begin spewing forth thick ropes of manhood liquid directly into the teenager's mouth like so. Splurt 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 splurt. Skuklu up. MMNGHMMHH. MNHMM gulp 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 dot gulp. Izukuan. Momo let out a muffled, gargling voice as she drank the hefty amounts of manhood liquid flying into the back of her throat while some oozed down onto her bobas. Her eyes focused on the maids briefly, seeing Momoko and the others feeling themselves up from underneath their clothing as they continued to watch. Momo didn't know how to feel about them just yet or decide when to include them, but right now she was just elated to be drinking Izuku's manhood liquid in full force. She tried swallowing everything, but it became too much, leaving the rest to spill down her melons as though it was lava oozing down a mountain range. Her legs buckled inward with the owl of the most profound kind as she had brought him to full release using her boba, feeling proud of herself for being able to be on par with her mother. The maids all watched in awe while still pleasuring themselves to the show, unaware that Izuku and Momo were already aware of them spying on them the entire time. Absolute devotion ensnared their wills still though. Their minds were focused with thoughts centered around seeing Izuku's manhood slowly pop out of Momo's mouth with the slimy coalescence of his and her spit making a bridge appear between them. Momo lapped up her share off-command saliva with her tongue, smiling happily at Izuku the entire time. She proceeded to clean off the residual remnants of his scum from her bobas, and there was indeed a lot of it to dabble her fingers with as she scraped every last drop into her mouth. HMMHMMNHMM. Schlup. Gulp. MMNHMM Izukuan. I'm ready. I must have your manhood inside of me now or else I'll go crazy without it in this gap in the next 50 seconds. Momo let out, finishing up her meal of Izuku's manhood liquid as she rolled herself back onto the bed with one of her legs raising itself up high into the air with her pelvis resting on its side now. Momo was showing off her flexibility and skill, keeping that limb wafting about in the air as she presents herself thoroughly to Izuku's eyes, reaching down between each of her legs and spreading open the cusp of her from a diagonal angle. She had one shoulder pressing against the bed and her back offering space for a spooning position, while her legs stayed spread wide apart, with Momo offering her juicy teenage to her lover. Izuku was practically breathing out white-hot huffs of air with full L for the beautiful young princess of the Yaoyorozu family. He took a quick look back at the maids, seeing most of them having their uniforms become disheveled messes which showed off their bobas and hands feeling up around every sensitive part of their anatomy to the show. AD burned brightly, as if almost telling Izuku to offer them all the opportunity to come here and allow him to breed them all back to back, but he focused on Momo first and foremost as he began crawling up to place his pelvis between her legs. Much of his impressive, muscular figure was standing above her from the waist up, with his manhood remaining hard as it slid itself along the moistened labia of her before Izuku grabbed a hold of her waist readily. He had his right hand firmly holding her waist, keeping her held within his grasp from the side, while the other hand clutched her right thigh securely as he guided his manhood directly into the ruby-wet core of Momo's teenage snatch. "Here goes, Momo-chan. My Momo-chan, you'll wish you stopped taking contraceptives after I'm done with you today. Let down your hair for me, will you? I want to you while you're all natural with your hair loose. It'll be just like our first time together in the classroom." Izuku revealed, shocking Momo's head made Momoko completely as she ground her semi-exposed womanhood against the side of the doorframe while watching from behind. The other three maids decided to quietly creep into the bedroom to get a better angle so they could see them from anywhere besides watching Izuku's toned backside. They were so caught up in a full frenzy that they failed to think rationally, letting themselves be seen as Momo and Izuku noticed them all gathering around the bed in the distance of her bedroom. The teenage girl rolled her eyes playfully till she felt the push of Izuku's meat wedging open her slimy womanhood folds like so. "Humph," he grunted, watching his manhood sink into the girl's womanhood and making the inside of her groin bulge outward as a loud squelch of penetration filled the air. Squelch. Ga-wa. HNGGHHHHH. Yes. Oh yes. Izuku-kun. Wow. Don't hold back on me, darling. Oh Izuku-kun, darling. I know you can't allow me to get pregnant just yet, but please breed me like you would. I'll happily fantasize about having your seed knock me up. Wah. Momo cried out, feeling the euphoric sensation of Izuku's gargantuan tube of meat pushing into her quim and tunneling out the inside of her womanhood while on its way into her womb. It pushed into her baby maker with ease as it had done the last dozen or so times they'd ed around, letting Izuku feel the squeeze of her womanhood as he began bucking himself into Momo's soft waist. MMNGHHH. You got it, Momo-chan. And that goes to all of you maids watching us and pleasuring yourselves to the show. Izuku let out, surprising Momoko and the others and making them become feared with embarrassment as they got caught red-handed. If you want to have a preview of what'll happen to you if your Lady Momo decides to let you have a piece of me, then take a closer look. I'll probably be wanting to do to you what I'm about to do to her. All the maids Momoko, Hinawa, Ajiha, and Nobara watched with induced stupor as they saw Izuku's meat begin cleaving into every inch of Momo's from an up-close and personal angle. Having been given permission to witness their act of firsthand, all four maids simply waddled over to the bed with their clothes still in disarray and eyes hypnotically following the sight of Izuku's manhood plunging into their lady's quivering womanhood. He was held between her legs in a bent missionary position, keeping his chiseled upper body shown to all with his pelvis rutting incessantly into Momo's groin in a gentle fashion. The raucous slaps of flesh-slapping flesh began anew, leading with Momo's lower half held up around Izuku's waist as he had one leg held up in one hand with the other simply clutching her thigh, dominating her as he had done many times before. Ahahaha. Izuku-kun. Oh Izuku-kun. MNNGHMMHH. Uwuwuwuwuha. MMNHMMNHMMNBNHHHH. Oh darling. Momo cried, writhing about on the bed with her massive pendulous boba sloshing about in back and forth tandem as though they were a pair of bulbous meat-uans moving to his hit-s. Each collision of her groin with his manhood sent ripples down her spine, making Momo croon pleasurably with a borderline Ahiko smile on her face that stayed within Momoko's mind as she watched alongside her maids. Lady Momo. She crooned to herself, feeling up her own body as she felt drawn to Izuku's meat plunging into her at an increasingly accelerated rate. It was like watching a work of art unfolding, stirring the adult woman's insides considerably while the others stared longingly at Izuku's naked frame the entire time. His pelvis diligently stayed wedged between Momo's legs, thumping away into her manhood the entire time as he bottomed out of her like an animal. Momo-chan. Momo-chan. I love you. I love your body and everything about you. I really will have trouble wanting to keep myself from knocking you up outright, especially with naughty curves like yours that a teenage girl shouldn't necessarily have since it puts most adult women to shame. NNGGHHHH. You're squeezing me pretty tightly right now too. Izuku let out, watching as Momo's figure bounced rhythmically to his movements as they shook and quiver within each other's embrace. His manhood tunneled out of her womb so deeply that the four maids watched in awe and horror as it bulged out of her groin almost constantly. Their lovemaking noises stirred them into removing all their clothes and watching in perverse fascination, turning Izuku on even more. He could feel the dark pull of AD calling out to him to breed every single one of these maids, but another part felt it would be more profound if he decided to make them crave it even more by denying them that privilege right now. Izuku was a beast full of and had grandiose plans to subvert hero society to take all of its superstar women out from under it, but he also felt patience was key as he felt he couldn't just breed every single female he came across. Although in the case of Momo's voluptuous maids, he felt almost tempted to them into submission just as soon as he was done with his romantic date with one of the girls he loved. He looked at her and saw all her innocence in her smile, understanding her benevolent nature and all the wisdom of a beautiful yet kind-hearted maiden that gave everything to him. Feeling Momo's waist thumping voraciously against his pelvis, Izuku continuously bottomed out of her with her left leg held up in the air, driving into her womanhood at full blast with her hips diagonally held into his waist. He pushed and hit us constantly, filling out every slippery inch of her teenage womanhood in full without mercy. And every time he pushed into the walls of her womb, the girl would have her insides wrapping around his manhood with utmost tightness. Izuku leaned over her frame and decided he wanted to bend the girl's bum upward, allowing him to bottom out of her in a passionate mating press position with a hand now one of her bobas. Ahaha. Izuku-kun. Oh Izuku-kun. They're watching us have. So naughty idiot, this is really making me love you even more. I want us to have more date nights like this with Momoko and the others watching us and maybe even joining in. Please never let go of me, Izuku-kun. I want us to have lots of babies in the future once I'm all good and ready to end my career. I love you uwewa. Yuhuwa. Hun. Izuku-kun. Momo cried out in ecstasy as she felt her buttocks quiver between the lad's waist right in front of the eyes of her maids. Momoko and the others could only stare in awe at the sight of seeing Izuku's manhood hammering into their ladies like a jackhammer, causing spritzes of womanhood juice to gush out into their faces in soft spritzes. Each of them had a finger or three within their own womanhood, stimulating themselves to the incessant ing frenzy the two youngsters shared as they went at it for the next 15 minutes till she came. MMNGHHHH. Momo-chan. I can feel you squeezing me tight. Get ready. I'm going to come soon. You'd better take your birth control pills, because it is going to be a big one. And you'd better believe I'm not stopping after this round is done. I want to have you again, and this time looks at the 4 baiting maids I want to bring you to right in front of their faces. Izuku said, surprising the others and bringing a devious smile to Momo's once innocent face. She smiled lovingly at him and nodded her head to his request, resuming her euphoric sobbing for a little while longer as they grounded their bones together in an incessant lovemaking exchange until they came. Ayaha. Izuku-kun. I'm. Momo cried out, shuddering in with her head tossing back and the feel of Izuku's right-hand fingers squeezing her boba in hard circles. She quivered with sensation and had her insides twisting around his manhood, soaking his groin repeatedly until she felt him following suit by slamming his manhood into hers and letting loose a thick payload of manhood liquid spewing forth into her womb. HMMNBBPPP. He grunted loudly and felt Momo's voluptuous, mature, mostly naked figure writhe about as he emptied out inside of her with a manhoody smile. Splurt. Splurt 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 splurt. Thick streams of manhood liquid went directly into her baby maker, filling her up almost instantly while she writhes about in mind broken with a delirious smile on her face. Momoko and the others watched in hypnotized wonder, feeling so they could barely think straight as they saw Izuku's throbbing appendage pulsating like an organ with thick amounts of manhood liquid eventually oozing out from within Momo's womanhood. Izuku grunted with pleasure several more times as he came hard, filling her up, and waited until he was done with his current before giving Momo a 5-second break. Again, Izuku-an. Again in front of Momoko and the others. Show them why mother and I chose you as our lord of the house, our father-to-be, and our future husband in the making. I want them to know it, Izuku-an. Momo said aloud, reaching down her belly to rub her hands softly around the bulging mass of manhood liquid that gave her a pregnant-looking stomach. What? My lady? Surely you can't. We are but humble maids. We shouldn't even be here. Momoko let out, briefly letting her nurturing nature and her sense of humility take over till she watched Izuku pulling his manhood back and allowing her to behold the sight of his immaculate appendage remaining as hard as a rod. Ajiha's and Hinawa's lips began to water as they saw his manhood standing proud when he sat upright and brought Momo to be seated on his lap in an up-front position with her legs spread wide with a smile. The girl had no trace of dignity left as she dropped back down onto Izuku's manhood after reaching down to spread open her folds, sheathing it inside of her and letting it plug up the hefty amount of manhood liquid inside while Izuku grabbed both of her thighs to take her in an up-front sit and carry position. Squelch. Gaha. NNNGGHHHHH. Oh yeah. Show them, Izuku-an. Show my mates what you're capable of. Let them see how much I love you, wahawa. Momo cried out in agony of the most blissful kind as she felt his member wedging deeply into her. She was still stuffed with a heavy amount of his manhood liquid, making it hard for him to reach her weak spot inside of her teenage womb, but Izuku has had practice plenty of times with others like Itsuka Kendo, Nana Shimura, his teacher Midnight, and just about everyone else when it came to exploiting weaknesses. He looked over Momo's right shoulder at the quad of maids all wearing partially undone clothing while staring at them in thoroughly awe, still making AD tempt him into taking them too while he was hilt deep inside of their master. Izuku found there was a kind of sadistic pleasure in having would-be concubines to add to his growing nest of lovers watching him while he dominates one of the originals in front of their eyes. He loved the way the mature one named Momoko stared at the point between his manhood hitting all the way inside of Momo's womb, making it stick out noticeably from inside of her groin with a skin-colored bulge. Some like the pink-haired, petite girl and the busty brunette were working their fingers all over their bodies to match the tempo of Izuku now bucking upwards into Momo's waist. Her wondrous bumok stayed meshed into his thighs and manhood region, bouncing voraciously atop his groin with skin-slapping noises coming out in a wild frenzy of UAL bliss. Momo reached back behind herself to cradle the sight of Izuku's face in a romantic, devoted manner that had him leaning in closely to nestle his cheek next to hers and prepare to French kiss her at any time he wanted. He kept both hands held underneath her thighs, keeping her hoisted as she voraciously bounced on top of his pelvis with raucous slaps of skin echoing out while the spritz of her womanhood juices gushed out onto each maid's face like so. Yuhuhuhuhahiueaha. Izuku-kun. Uhuhuhuhuhuhuhuha. Oh Mia. I love you. I love you so much, I love you, I love you, I love you. Momo cried out, making little glowing hearts appear in dark cat-like eyes once more as she fantasized about having a life with Izuku that included her containing a swollen pregnancy like always. She always yearns for this outcome every time they have, often regretting swearing an oath to take the contraceptive pills so she could stay on her career path until she was good to have a bun in the oven. She believed it was the same with all girls that Izuku naughty ed in and out of the classroom, and Momo was just patient enough to endure the wait until the promised time came. For right now, she was just happy having him embrace her like this with one of his hands bringing fingers over to one of her bouncing bobas after letting go of her right leg. Momo simply let it rest over Izuku's thigh, reveling in the sensation of having his magical fingers interfere one of her bulbous boba while he ran his tongue along the surface of her swan-like neck from the side. Everything he did was done with romantic finesse and pleasure-inducing precision, making AD burn brighter than the sun once more as the full energies within the room became so profound that all four maids were openly baiting even harder to the sight of their mistress bouncing voraciously on Izuku's manhood. Just seeing it plunge in and out of her gushing womanhood was stimulating enough, but to have Momo Yaoyorozu of the refined family cry out in ecstasy like some kind of banshee or animal in heat made it even better for all parties involved. MMNHMHH. Slurp 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 slurp. Momo-chan. Momo-chan. MMNHMMNHMMNHMMNHMMNHMMNHMM. I think I want to adopt this new habit of plowing you right in front of your maids. It must be so strange seeing the head maid Momoko-san watch her rolling herself around on top of me, huh? Hey, I think both of you really like this naughty new voyeuristic take on our life. Just say when you'll allow me to take them because I fully intend to breed each and every one of these beautiful maids outright or for your pleasure, deny them that while I continue having with you in front of them. Your choice. Izuku stated darkly, making Momoko and the others puff their cheeks with desperate looks on their faces. Momo clutched the back of Izuku's head just as she was beginning to make her eyes roll up north, dropping her mouth open and leaving it agape as she continued bouncing incessantly on his manhood in a seated sit and carry style for minutes on end. NNGHGHHHH. Do whichever you like, Izuku-an. I'll give you everything you'll ever want, even Momoko-san and the others. All you need to do is ask and I'll give you them all including myself to ravish at the same time. But that is for later, please kiss me when I'm going to lose my mind if I don't have your lips wrapped around mine when I'm finally reaching nirvana. Ooh-aha. Izuku-an. Momo let out, grunting and huffing voraciously with her boba bouncing up into her face in a constant bouncing rhythm. The teenage girl crooned pleasantly with a euphoric smile on her face, having her hair tousled about right in front of Izuku's chest with some of it spilling over her shoulder to the side. Every move they made had both teenagers grinding their bones together with Izuku's massive length churning her insides loudly with the continual gushes of womanhood juices spritzing out into either of the maids' faces. He held her close and fondled her large boba from the side fondly, twisting his fingers around her boba point and prodding every known weak point Momo had in her bobas as he continued ing her with wild abandon for the next 17 minutes until she came. Tossing her head back and turning her face to the side to see Izuku's green gems staring intimately into her own dark irises, Momo immediately locked lips with her boyfriend. She pulled him into a salacious, highly naughty, and passionate lip lock that had her tongue writhing about all over his own in a sloppy manner. Momoko bit down on one of her thumbs, wishing that it would be her instead. Nobara and Uchiha both yearned to have Izuku's hands fondling their own impressive set of bobas while Hinawa simply wanted to writhe about in his lap with his manhood pushing into her insides the way he was doing it with Momo. HMMNHMHH. Slurp 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 slurp. MMNHMM. Momo-chan. You're getting close now, aren't you? Momo nods her head good, let's come together. It won't be that much longer, Momo-chan. Once I finish what I have to do and as soon as you reach the heights of a pro hero career, we can have as many kids as you want and raise them here in this house. I love you too, you kind-hearted, intelligent angel with a beautiful mature body. NNGHHHHH. Izuku growled, making Momo's heart explode with devotion and love as she felt her insides twisting around his length to the point he was brought to the same time she was. Izuku-kun. Ayahawa. I'm lying. NNGGHHHHHH. Stuff me full, Izuku-kun darling. Momo cried out happily, locking her lips with his again as she felt the bulging of his manhood erupt, making her toes curl up in when she felt the molten warmth of his seed spewing forth into her highly fertile teenage womb like so. She cried out in ecstasy and gushed an intense spritza of womanhood juices all over each maid's face the moment they came together. Izuku held his girlfriend close and growled like a wild beast inside of her throat when feeling his S beginning to pump her insides full once again. MMNGGHHHMM. He grunted into her mouth, tasting her saliva and watching as Momoko, Hinawa, Uchiha, and Nobara all got a faceful of both teens' coma at the same time. Splurt 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 dot splurt splurt dot splurt splurt splurt. Thick ropes of manhood liquid came forth, filling Momo's young chasm to the brim and beyond. The girl's legs were about in the air a bit while her body writhes about on the boy's lap with lips still locked tightly with his. She was having her eyes roll north from inside of their sockets, languidly absorbing the slimy moisture of his tongue as it wriggled salaciously around inside of her throat for a bit longer until they were both done up a storm. So full. Nghhh. I want to have his baby so bad. I wanna. But oh, just as Izuku master says, I shall be patient and wait until the time is right. MHHMMHHH. Oh, he loves me so much, as I know he loves the others with just as much vigor, but he's mine for right now. The mates will be waiting until I allow them to join in unless Izuku darling says otherwise. Oh yeah, he could easily get me pregnant with this much manhood liquid inside of me. It's a shame that the contraceptives are strong and last a good long time. Momo's thoughts ran a mile a minute as she sat there, soaking in the afterglow of UAL bliss with Izuku once again. This time she was done for the night and slumped back into his arms, resting with a delirious smile on her face as manhood liquid now oozed out of her womanhood en masse. Before she started losing consciousness due to fatigue, she saw Momoko's face as well as the other maids all wearing hypnotized-looking smiles of combined with all the shared comb two let out all over them just now. It was hauntingly appearing to see her head maid, one who practically raised her in all manner of ladyship and elegance, soaked in her juices and Izuku's manhood liquid stare at them in such a manner. The same could be said for the other three, but Momo only found sadistic pleasure in having only Momoko look at them with full envy while staying a mess. Gwa! I'm done for now, Izuku-an. Hehehe. Oh, this was a romantic, perfect night for the two of us. I finally got to have you all to myself, so I approve of this rotating schedule with you spending time with each of us on solo outings. Momo said, breathless and nearly passing out as she rolled onto her backside next to Izuku as they lay together on the bed in a spooning position. He reached over to clutch one of her hands and wrap an arm around the side of her waist, pulling her close so the rest of his head on one of her shoulders where they engaged each other's eyes in a loving smile of mutual happiness. AD throbbed powerfully and came on strong, making Izuku's dark impulses of wanting to and breed the maids consume his mind right now. Ultimately the power was his to control and master, so he ignored that impulse for the moment, not wanting to miss out on his date tomorrow with his homeroom teacher Namiri Kayama, aka Midnight the R-rated hero, since he fully intends to breed her. Impregnating older women had truly been a fetish for him, and Izuku wondered how many of his female classmates had attractive single mothers looking for a young man like him to fulfill their needs like Ochaco's. I'm glad you approve, Momo-chan. Can't always be in an all-on-one scenario, right? I got to spend time with all of my girls individually if we're going to have a future together. Hehe. That being said, when would you think would be a good time to have your maids? They're over there cleaning Micam right now and drinking down your own, practically naked too since most of their clothes are off. Izuku asked, looking over the edge of the bed with Momo at the group of four doing exactly as he said they were doing and smiling to himself slyly. Oh, I am conflicted about that, Izuku-an. I wish for you to take them at any moment of your leisure except today. This is our romantic evening together, so Momoko. Momo calls out to the head maid, clean yourself up, all of you, and resume your daily duties. I'll promise you a date with my darling Izuku-an later in the near future, okay? Momo called out to the feared group of four, making them stand upright at attention with feared looks on each one's face and pendulous bobas nearly all spilling out of their disheveled clothing. Izuku was really tempted to breed the busty ones first but cradled Momo's frame intimately into his body in peace instead. He still thought up ways to dominate all four of them later, as well as maybe every attractive maid in the house when the time was right. Why yes, milady. We shall see to our usual duties. Please, if you'll allow us to inform us of the date, that'll be most kind. Master Midoriya is a beast and we all wish to become a part of this as well. Forgive us for spying on you though. Momoko said, making Momo nod her head calmly with a soothing smile, gesturing them away while giving her verdict on their way out. We shall see, Momoko-san. I promise I'll tell you when would be a good time, for right now though, it is our evening together and I want to rest here in his arms for a little while longer. Momo answered, giddy with romantic warmth as she watched her four maids scurry out of her bedroom with their messy clothes scooped up in their hands. Izuku caught a look at each one's juicy, naked boom as they escaped and grinned slyly to himself till Momo cradled his chin and pulled him back onto her lips with a smile. Stay here with me, Izuku-an. You're not going after them yet. I'm certain Sensei will enjoy her date with you tomorrow as well, fufufu. For now, you're mine and I'm forever yours, master. In a quiet squelch of lips connecting with each other, Izuku wrapped his around Momo's and shared a steamy lip lock as they basked in the glow of romantic bliss there on her large bed. Slurp slurp, you got it, Momo-chan. You are mine forever. All of you, and I will take good and proper care of you all. Especially once I have Hero Society in the palm of my hand. Izuku answered darkly and resumed making out with her, languishing in the warmth of the princess's soft naked body wriggling excitedly against his for the duration of the evening until they fell asleep in each other's arms. End of Momo section. On to the next. Namiri Kayama. The professed love of the hungry teacher Midnight, the rated hero, Namiri Kayama wants a baby now. It was the next day, and after spending the night in Momo's manor, much to the full chagrin of the maids who spied on them, Izuku was brought back to his home early in the morning in the girl's luxury car with her grinding on him the entire way there with a loving smile on her face the whole time. Woefully parting for now and promising her maids that they'll be arranged for a later date next weekend since they couldn't wait after feeling the pull of Izuku's allure and animal magnetism combined with a hefty bit of AD-powered pheromones making them excessively. And he gladly agreed to this arrangement as he himself is quite eager to claim and breed them as much as they were. Walking back into his home and not waking his mother from the bed they now shared, Izuku got ready for school and prepared for the evening afterwards between just him and Namiri Kayama, aka the crazed teacher who he ed several times already and possibly impregnated. Izuku didn't know for sure yet since it hadn't been that long to tell. Plus he wasn't sure she wasn't taking the contraceptives with the aim to end her pro-hero career earlier than scheduled. Needless to say, he was eager to change that tonight after plowing and impregnating several adult women so far. To the best of his knowledge. Absolute devotion could sometimes tell him whenever a woman he's claimed were either ovulating or conceiving his offspring after pumping so much seed inside of them. Nana and Rumi were a given, and so were the mothers of Ochaco, Momo, and Kyuka. The only one he wasn't sure about yet was the lovely reporter lady, Yu Shimamura, who Izuku ed like a lion inside of her news van before school started a while ago. The sole two exceptions to pregnancy, as of date, were Izuku's own mother, Inko, and Bakugu's mother, Mitsuki. He hoped to someday change that for the latter, just to stick it in Bakugu's face that he nailed his mom and got her pregnant. Alas, he was patient and waited for the right time, while on the other hand, a certain spiky-haired adult-themed heroine was at home looking in the mirror with an anxious look on her face. Please don't tell me that's a wrinkle. No, it couldn't be. I'm far too young for that, I know it, but I also know I'm not getting any younger with the stress of this job and my internal clock ticking away. Ooh. Having Izuku-an's magical touch as well as his studly body against mine is the one thing keeping me from going totally insane with pent-up need, but now I need more than just his godly manhood inside of me. I am crazy about that boy and I'm sure that he got me pregnant, but I haven't shown the signs yet and I hadn't had time to take a pregnancy test with how busy I've been lately. Namiri Kayama thought to herself in her hero costume without the red mask. She wriggled her hips side to side with anxious need, cupping her cheeks and feeling like a young schoolgirl after a handsome prince or a teacher with Izuku's face on it. Everything about him made her want to retire immediately and enjoy her adult life, either being his manhood sleeve or bearing him children as she felt she should have done years ago. Namiri was a career girl for sure, one with a shameless sense of body exposing style that became hindered over the years due to the obscene nature of her original costume. However, she had a fetish for young shonen boys and wanted to play the therapy mother to any that had pent-up aggression in them, hence her motif for using her quirk to soothe any troublemakers to sleep as though they had a wonderful dream. Now though, the woman was in need of a certain something that only her darling master, her student, and possible baby daddy could provide, and that was a baby. She needed one now. I need one now. Now. Oh, Izuku-an. I can't wait for tonight. We'll begin our date without all the foreplay of romance and dinner over at my house. I'm going to ride you until you're dehydrated. I love you just that much and want to have some beautiful children with you. MHHMM. I hope he doesn't think I'm being too needy. Then again, Master Izuku always puts his women's needs first. So I think I'm going to use that tonight to the fullest. Namiri said to herself in the mirror, putting on her madam mask and getting herself ready for the day at school, teaching the basics of hero duty while struggling not to mount Izuku over her desk and ride him in front of her class. As much as I'd like to do that, I'm afraid that Principal Niza might be monitoring our classes. So I'd better do my job properly and save all that energy for later with the hopes of having Izuku's baby brewing inside of me. Lord knows I don't have all the time in the world, and here in Japan, a woman over 25 is considered over the hill. Humph. To hell with that noise, my darling Izuku is going to be in for a wild, wild night tonight. That's a guarantee. Namiri thought with resolve and exited her personal bathroom, looking at her indoor jacuzzi from down the hall of the first floor of her suite and getting an idea of what to try on Izuku that she hadn't tried yet to amplify his UAL appetite. Namiri smirked slyly and traced the contour of her lips with a smile, getting an idea already as she grabbed a quick breakfast snack and hauled her support briefcase out from the dining room before leaving the house. Just you wait, Izuku. Mama Namiri is going to spice up your night in ways you haven't experienced before. UAL activity is only part of the act. The other part is how zesty a woman can make her appeal so that her partner is riled up and ready to go. Plus, I've always wanted to be intimate with you in a romantic sense, but that can wait till after we've had our fun. Foo. She said to herself, giddy with delight as she considered quickly hopping by a gravure clothing store to help pick out the right thing to wear for Izuku later today. A surprisingly uneventful school day came to pass with nobody acting out their pent-up urges to the broccoli-haired boy of classroom 1A so far, possibly thanks to Namiri saving her energy for their date later tonight and Izuku feeling ready to indulge her thoroughly around that time. Sitting in class, however, was a miserable experience if he couldn't get his rocks off. Apart from losing a bit of sleep after ravishing Momo repeatedly in bed and then waking up early to head home to quickly change and eat a quick breakfast, Izuku felt his needs boiling inside of his manhood as he caught more than a few girls' skirts flipping upward thanks to random gusts of wind. He was seen clenching his desk into his hands, nearly breaking the wood into splinters, for he was pent up with a UAL energy that built up more and more with the evolving strength of absolute devotion. Thankfully, Izuku retained his for now and had more than a few girls blowing him kisses whenever transitioning between classes. The day went by quickly and the only new thing he thought about was the school trip planned for the USJ station. There, Izuku and the other students would take part in unforeseen situations involving weather disasters and calamities, providing search and rescue with their skills. He wondered about how that trip would go down and if he could control himself around both his teacher Midnight as well as the 20-something other girls in his class once no eye was upon them. And speaking of Midnight, Namiri Kayama, who was the sixth adult woman he's ed and had claim over when he started out with this new dark power. Izuku could barely restrain his when near this provocative, loving teacher with the allure of a supermodel and the UAL appeal of a highly naughty star that's risen to the level of a goddess. She was dirty and frisky, brazen and bold with her advances, always making a move on Izuku whenever she thought she had the chance to have him railing her over the desk of the classroom. Now here he was, on a date of romantic proportion with her, hoping to learn more about the lovely veteran heroine before plowing her into a coma. As such, dusk came and so too did Izuku, following the instructions sent by text message to go over to her house, which was a suite somewhere just a few blocks off from UA itself and closer to the greenery of the hills near the border of the city. Leaping through the air and secretly using his quirk, One for All, to power leap across city blocks in seconds at a time, Izuku finally arrived in front of the woman's house and clutched his phone securely as he hopped down onto her doorstep in a trendy set of clothes. He was simply wearing a white button-up shirt with no tie around it and dark satin pants, giving him an Esquire appeal since he knew Namiri loved to see young male students look dashing in front of her eyes. Izuku had a bag clutched over his shoulder containing a spare change of clothes as well as a bathrobe as he was told to bring them to enjoy her hot tub with her. "Alright, I'm here. Tonight is our night, Namiri-chan. I wonder how you'll want to proceed dinner and dance. Or simply letting me carry you like Superman into the sky so we can go someplace more romantic?" Izuku guessed to himself, grinning with delight. He quickly texted the woman that he was there and pocketed his phone before walking up to her doorstep, about to push the doorbell button when it suddenly opened up. MMGNGHH. S-sensei. I mean, Namiri-chan. Izuku let out in shock when he saw the woman herself standing in the doorway wearing what was possibly the skimpiest robe he had seen by far. Even seeing this woman naked and writhing underneath him did her apex and no justice, since she appeared before him with one of, if not the most Yuli appealing outfit he'd seen. She also had her hair done back into a large, spiky overhead ponytail with her glasses on and looked positively beaming when meeting him. Good evening, Izuku-an. Fufufu, like what you see? I know it's somewhat modest compared to a fetish outfit or seeing me naked, but I figured a bit of pep in our little date would be more appropriate, no? What do you think? Namiri greeted, wearing a silken, nearly transparent bathrobe consisting of a dark lamp see-through material in the form of a miniature kimono which left nearly nothing to the imagination. Much of her cleavage was nearly popping out from within her chest region, showing Izuku much of her bobas with the woman's boba points barely concealed from behind the folds of the top. Her bottom was nearly fully exposed with her long, smooth, perfect legs presented to him with nothing over her feet and her thong-covered peach practically shown to him without shame. Her bathrobe kimono may as well be a piece of fabric hanging off her waist, but it did the job with Izuku alright. The boy was spouting steam from within each of his ears as he stared slack-jawed at his white teacher with AD igniting like a wildfire inside of him. And Namiri-chan, you look amazing. Must be a wild idea to wear that for dinner and dance, eh? Or did you have something else in mind, like going to a bathhouse? Izuku guessed dumbly, feeling flummoxed by his idol of a teacher who then leaned forward, showing some more of her cleavage. She smiled idly at him, tilting her head to the side and giving him a genuinely sweet smile before reaching for the boy's hands. No, we're not doing any of that, Izuku-an. I believe you know why I opened the door like this, right? Well, I'm just going to skip the sappy romance of our intimate part of the date and go straight ahead to the fun stuff. I know you think that I may be only about that, but I assure you, I plan to connect with you after we start having a pillow talk. Right now, I have needs, and you have desires, especially after seeing me like this. What say we literally make a baby together, Izuku-an? That'll be the key defining moment for our romance today. Follow me to the hot tub and fufufa. Lose your clothes along the way, will you? Namiri said, teasing him and luring Izuku by the nose with her feminine wail and appeal, making the boy nod slowly in a stupor as he began following her into the house. Going right to the point, huh? I actually respect that she doesn't want to do the intimate stuff first, but she seems like she's in a hurry. Does Namiri want a child from me that badly? Izuku thought to himself with devilish delight as he nudged off his shoes and dropped his bag onto the floor next to them, watching Namiri Kiyama's scantily covered bum sway vivaciously from side to side as she walks down the moderately lavish hallway of her Japanese-style home over to the pool-sized hot tub close by. Izuku was wowed by how normal her place looked when he initially thought it'd be a bit more layered in adult-themed material like her costume, but as he watched the woman's swaying buttocks peeking out from underneath the edge of the miniaturized kimono she was wearing, he stopped thinking about her stylistic home choices. The young man became smitten with her all over again just by seeing her bum shake and her hips quiver with every sashaying step she took. Izuku intuitively knew she was walking that way on purpose as she was looking back at him from the shoulder, and once she was close enough to the large hot tub nearby, she brought up each of her hands over to her shoulders to pull down the silken kimono bathrobe in a sensually naughty-tive manner. Namiri was smiling naughty-tively at him the entire time and eyed the ever-present mast of his manhood bulging outward with MMNNMNNGHH. Namiri-chan. You were not kidding about wanting to skip straight ahead, huh? Are you feeling that excited right now to have me spend time with you? Honestly, I'm kinda glad that we're doing this intimately with just the two of us and not including a third person like Psycho-chan or having the entire classroom join in with us. I've always fantasized about you. Even before I had my power. Izuku said, quietly uttering the last part as he felt AD begin throbbing heavily like a growing fire the moment the woman slipped off the kimono robe, showing him her sleek and smooth backside naked. She was still wearing a thin, lace thong over her pubis and wriggled her buttocks provocatively to further his excitement before throwing the garment of clothing off to the side. She promptly turned around and made her freshly exposed bobas, naked in all their firm and supple glory, wriggle as she stood topless before him. Namiri kept a playful smirk on her face the entire time and removed her glasses, biting down on one of the ends of it in a teacher-like manner while pointing at Izuku's clothes suggestively. I'm more than just excited, Izuku-an. Fufufu, I'm ready. Truly ready. To have you in my arms breathing me all day long and never letting you go until after I've lost consciousness. Izuku swallows the lump in his throat and smirks back at her. Besides, time is something I don't really have these days, being a hem as old as I am. I don't know what your standards of aging are, but a woman like me is considered close to over the hill if she's pushing 30 at this point in her life. I don't want you to bless me with a baby, as I am sure you've already done so with Nana-san or other women, am I right? The way she looks at you whenever visiting UA is a dead giveaway for a woman like me. Namiri said, seeing Izuku begin unbuttoning his shirt with a blushing look of readiness on his young face. She decided to hasten the progress by walking over to him and quickly pulling it open, revealing his broad chest ripe with youthful muscle. Namiri ran her silken fingers down his pecs and let them drift south of his abdomen to where she now felt up his manhood and began unbuckling his belt with a lip-bitten grin on her face. Even though this part of their date was considered intimate and she simply wanted to breed herself raw on his manhood, Namiri still took a moment to appreciate why she fell in love with the young boy. It wasn't just so much raw, animalistic towards him brought on by absolute devotion, but rather animal attraction and simply connecting in a manner of speaking. Namiri was similar to Nana Shimura in that regard, and before she could drift off into thoughts about having a swollen belly bearing Izuku's child or children, she felt his hands gently grabbing her wrists and directing her attention to his lascivious smile. Izuku seemed to have been filled with dark new confidence as of late since he had resolved to take what he wanted while keeping his unconditional love for all of his conquests. And the adult-aged, teaching pro-hero woman absolutely adored this domineering aura he had around him. Here, let me do it, Namiri-chan. Just get in that tub and let me come to you. You've always played the predator in a way, so allow me to prey on you and make your dream of having my children come true. I promise that it'll most certainly happen today. With a body like this clutches her bumox from around the side and with bobas like these gently nibbles on her right boba point, there's no doubt in my mind that I'm going to plant my seed inside of you completely. Hihi, what do you say to that, Namiri-chan? Izuku stated darkly, sending profound shivers down the woman's spine as she obliged him completely by letting go of his waist. Why yes. Izuku-kun. Ooh. That masculine, domineering charm is one of the reasons I love you so much. MMNGHMM. Most adult male heroes I know are just so full of testosterone and one-track mindedness toward making it big in the hero world, just don't have the kind of presence you have. I'll go wait. Don't keep me long, beloved. Namiri gushed, feeling her heart race a mile a minute as she happily trots back to the tub and begins dipping her toes into the soothing hot water. But before she did, she looked back at Izuku with a smile and reached down to slowly slide her black lace thong down her curvaceous bumox and thighs, showing him the pristine glory of her bumen full as it became naked. The sight of her womanhood, glistening heavily with Al in all its velvet-colored glory with a light tuft of fuzz underneath, made Izuku's desires grow stronger. AD was an absolute bonfire right now, especially with Namiri stepping out of her thong and tossing it over into the boy's face before stepping into the hot tub. Souvenir. All of this body is, as far as I'm concerned, yours, Izuku-kun darling. She cooed naughty ally and twisted herself back to where she comfortably sat on the built-in hot tub bench inside, naked and letting her bulbous boba float about from within the warm waters. HNNGHGHHH. Namiri-chan oozes so much finesse it's hard to believe that no man touched her before. Maybe some did, or maybe she was off-putting with her obvious boy hunger that wasn't really well disguised until I came along. Hehe, either way, she's mine forever and I wouldn't trade this baby crazy woman for anything in the world. In some odd way, she's a lot like Nana-chan after all. Izuku thought, pulling off his shirt completely and hastily undoing the rest of his pants now that the hungry teacher undid them for him. In no time at all, they came down around his ankles, leaving only a strained pair of boxers barely containing the pillar-like standing manhoodtion of his manhood from tearing through. Izuku stepped forth and tugged them down just before he arrived in front of the waters, showing Namiri the awe-inspiring sight of his immaculate manhood fully standing manhood and pointed outward like the mast on a ship. Seeing that wrist-thick appendage in all its throbbing glory with ass as thick as oranges made Namiri practically salivate with right now. She wanted to wrap her lips around it and worship it with her tongue, but she was doing things in reverse since the woman wanted Izuku to breed her right now. Smirking, he got into the hot tub and shivered a bit due to the intense, skin-revitalizing heat the water provided. Ooh! That's brisk, Namiri-chan. I think I'm going to want to spend more time in here whenever I come over to you. He commented, earning a snicker from the woman as she brought her legs up and placed each of her dainty, smooth-skinned feet over to rub the sole of one of them against the underside of his manhood. Izuku whimpered softly from the touch, enjoying how smooth the woman's feet felt as she gracefully slid one of them up and down the underside of his manhood with a cute tongue sticking out through teeth expression on her face. MMNH. Namiri-chan. Heh, thought you wanted me to breed you in a hurry by skipping the foreplay? Doesn't mean I don't like to play with my food first, Izuku-an. I know I'm the prey, but fantasies about keeping you after class to have you riding me from atop my desk or bending me over it have been on my mind so much lately that I just want to have fun. Besides, there isn't any part of your body I don't like to worship. After all, you're the man I fell in love with. For the first time in so many years. She revealed, making Izuku blush and smile darkly as he continued to let the naked adult woman rub her smooth, slippery wet feet and massage his genitals from underneath the waters. Namiri-chan, I'm crazy about you too, and your days of waiting for me are long over. I'm not going to wait right now, I'm going in for the kill and will be making you scream out in blissful all evening long. This night is about us, teacher and student, adult and teenager, slave and master. Izuku growled darkly again, making AD throb powerfully enough to have the woman suddenly shudder in spasm as her body suddenly became increasingly sensitive. She yanked her feet off of his manhood and stood up, turning herself around by putting her hands on the rim of the hot tub in preparation. Namiri was now breathing hotly and looked over her shoulder at Izuku as she popped her bum outward and spread her legs apart. She ran her tongue across her lips and quickly reached behind her head to undo her spiky ponytail, letting her long mane of spiky dark hair spill out into the water so she could feel all natural. Come take me, Izuku-an. I'm your slave. You're my master. And I want you to be the father of many beautiful children I'll happily give you. MMNGHHH. She cried out desperately with hearts in her eyes, imagining a future where she and Izuku get married even though she'd certainly be one of many wives doing so. Images of her belly swelling with a child ran through the woman's mind, filling her with happiness and warmth and making her slippery womanhood quiver with moistness as he got up behind her with his manhood now sliding up between her buttocks. NNGHGNNHHHH. Just feeling that thing touching me back there is making me so frisky, Izuku-an. I hope you plan to go a whole marathon inside of my body. Lord knows I've been anxiously awaiting some alone time with you for a while. Izuku silently grabbed a hold of her hips with one hand and grabbed the right thigh of her leg with the other, lifting it up and making Namiri twist herself just a bit so she could see him guiding his turgid monolith of a manhood directly into her folds like so. The bulbous spear tip head of his insanely immense member pushed through her silken insides, spreading her womanhood entrance wide apart and filling the love-starved teacher with various jolts of pleasure and sensation. Squelch. HNNNGGGHHHNHHHH. Hiya. Oh, Izuku-kun. MMNGHMM. Oh, darling. I never get used to the feeling of your manhood, not with the way it just stretches me out to the point you're practically inside of my womb already. Wooawa. Namiri cried out in euphoria, making the hot water slosh about her waist and her legs as she felt the bulbous sheathing of Izuku's manhood deep within her womanhood. Every inch of her slippery womanhood walls clenched tightly around it, stroking his shaft gently as it tugged its way into her womanhood, eventually bypassing it while Izuku began gently hit his manhood into her groin. The woman's wet, heart-shaped bum now began tapping wetly against the surface of his manhood, making a gentle plethora of slapping sounds begin filling up the room alongside her whimpering sobs. Namiri closed her blue eyes halfway, keeping her mouth hanging agape in an O shape with hot breaths of air escaping her lips, for she could feel like a virgin all over again whenever Izuku pushes himself inside of her body. MMNGHMM. I'm glad to hear that, because I love hearing you sob like crazy as if it was the first we'd done it in the UA classroom, Namiri-chan. You're even tighter today than usual too. Ugh. Izuku let out, enjoying the spongy visage of Namiri's tight as he began hammering into her waist increasingly harder with his S slapping against the woman's nether region from below. He was keeping her leg held up over the right side of his shoulder, watching as the woman's boba shook about. The expression on her face was one of beauty and artwork in his mind as he reveled in the fact he made all of his women come like crazy every time they. Grunting briskly and keeping his groin rutting against the woman's pelvis with wet, soaked bodies of skin colliding together noisily, Izuku drilled his adult teacher with delight and made sure to hit all the way into the woman's womb. Yuahuahuafuahuafh. Namiri-chan. MMNHMMHMMHMMM. He said, letting her thigh rest on his shoulder, and proceeded to lean forward with one of his hands grabbing onto one of the woman's jiggling bobas. Namiri let out a shrill squeal of sensation as she felt Izuku's fingers clutching her boba tightly with digits squeezing themselves around its globulous shape while his other hand went down to fondle part of her bum. As a result, she was bent upward a little bit, coming face to face with Izuku as she repeatedly let coarse breaths come out with her sobbing. Aha.ahahahahaha. Izuku-an. And no matter how many times I feel you pushing yourself inside of me like this, I can never get tired of it, Izuku-an. I want you to give me a beautiful baby today. Hopefully one of many to have and cherish with you staying by my side. I love you, Izuku-an. Kami-samaya. HHNGHH. Namiri cried out in euphoria, tilting her head back and letting her boba jiggle more salaciously to every one of Izuku's hard-hit ass. He was pushing so deep it was making her crazy with delight, giving her walls a reason to curdle intricately around his member as the thought of becoming pregnant with his kid filled her head. Likewise, Izuku was sadistically enjoying the sight of the hungry teacher sobbing his name repeatedly. She was nice and soft and full of body, ripe with an athletic feminine figure to boot. She was peak femininity in his eyes with how well balanced the size of her bobas was to her hips, making Izuku wish he had impregnated her the first time they had wild baby making back on that orientation day in the classroom. He grabbed her right boba more fondly, nursing it along the contours of his fingertips as he squeezed every weak spot she had while hit ing all the way into the back of her womb. Naturally, it showed in the form of a bulge that retracted and pushed out from the inside of Namiri Kiyama's groin. Every pulsating twist of her womanhood muscles contracting around him made the boy growl heavily with, forcing his pelvis to rut into her wet flesh even faster to a near-frantic pace. The waters around them sloshed about all over the place, splashing much of Namiri's hair as well as making Izuku become slicker the longer he stayed between her legs. She eventually brought her hands over to grab onto his shoulders, swinging her other leg up to curl around his side and embrace him in an imperfect stand and carry position with Izuku letting the other leg go down so that he was ing her while she was standing up. Aha ha 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 ha. Izuku-an. Kiss me. Hold me tight and don't ever let me go. MNGHMMHH. I want to be your personal teacher and your wife for the rest of my life. Give me your tongue, master. Namiri let out an sultry purr, bringing her lips over to Izuku's face as he held the woman close and engaged her in a passionate lip ing exchange. HHMMHMHMM. Schlurp skloop. MMNHMMH. Schlurp schlurp. Izuku-an. Their tongues eloquently rolled into each other, tasting saliva and swapping it between themselves in a raunchy adulterous fashion with Izuku dominating the starved teacher like there was no tomorrow. Namiri could barely hold on to her sense of sanity right now, for she felt Izuku's mammoth of a manhood thumping away into her the deepest parts of her, making her walls clutch him desperately as she soaked the lad's groin in her juices. She could practically feel herself every time he pushed all the way to the back of her womb, making the woman's eyes reflect glowing little hearts all the time now. Izuku curled his tongue around hers one last time before pulling it back, leaving the woman with a dazed face wrought with pure longing and desperation for him to return to her lips. She had her tongue rolling out of her mouth as she frequently hopped about on his manhood, feeling it plunging her and reshaping her insides all over again with her buttocks raucously tapping into his manhood. The woman hung on to him, tightening her hold on his shoulders and pulling herself close to where her moist pair of firm, ample boba pressed into his chest as she held on to his neck completely with both arms wrapped around it. They were practically grinding navels together with Izuku pushing deeper, hit ing harder with hands clutched securely around the woman's buttocks while she was at his mercy. Namiri could honestly feel close to already, and it felt like she was going to lose her mind to the savagery of Izuku's manhood churning up her insides. Night gung hung hung dot un gung hung hung. Izukun. Izukun aha. I'm. Oh Kami-sama I'm Ming. GNNGHHH. Don't pull out. Don't you dare pull out of me ever. I want to have babies with you, my sweet, darling Izukun. Am my master. Treat me like a dog on a leash, I'll do anything for you for the rest of my life. Namiri uttered, leaning back her upper body to where her boba were literally smacking into the lad's chin as she shuddered in ecstasy right on the spot. She came hard, making her toes clench themselves together as her insides constricted tightly around his manhood, pulling Isaac into euphoria as he prepared to come as well. HNNGHHNGHHNGHHH. Namiri. MMNGHMM. Here it comes. I'll give you as many children as you want. I'll breed you like a inhichuar and walk you around your house or anywhere else naked and on a leash. You're mine forever and you'll never stop getting this dot from me. HNNNGHHHNHHH. Izuku said to her, channeling his darkened nature as he pushed roughly into her manhood, feeling the slick squeeze of her insides overtake his manhood's endurance and pushing into the woman one last time before pumping her insides full of. He let out a thick grunt and adjusted his arms to let Namiri wrap her smooth legs around his waist completely, wearing an Ahiko-style face with her tongue spilling out. Her eyes nearly rolled north when she felt the thick, viscous spew of Izuku's manhood liquid come rushing into her womb like a force of nature, making her walls tug onto his manhood and as much as possible out of him. Splurt 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 dot splurt splurt dot splurt splurt. Namiri squeezed her arms tightly around his neck, hugging every last part of his body with hers and squeezing her naked skin against his as she felt him fill her insides up within seconds. Each throbbing pulse of manhood liquid pumping into her womb sent jolts of pleasure down the woman's spine, giving her flashes of a swollen baby-bearing stomach in the future and seeing Izuku put a ring on her finger with a faraway smile on her face. Hi. Oh Izukun. MMNHMM. It feels like you're even harder than before. Aha. Oh there's so much, I feel like I'm swollen with a pregnant stomach already. Hee hee. She giggled happily, squeezing her ankles tightly behind his back as they continued grinding groins together in a mutually sustained with Izuku interfere ing her bum the entire time. Together they stayed like this as his lasted for well over a few minutes, leaving much of Namiri's womanhood overflowing with Kamto the point a lot of it spilled down into the hot tub's waters until his S were done pulsating like a heartbeat. With a blissful sigh escaping her lips and a giddy smile staying on her face, Namiri felt that Izuku was still as hard as a rock and throbbing heavily even now, meaning he had plenty of UAL energy to spare. She was convinced she'll wear out before he will by a long shot, making him all the more perfect to her as her future husband and master as she ground her into his pelvis some more before reluctantly pulling herself off with a pop. Ughing. Namiri-chan. You've just given me an idea that I'd like to try out on you. If being dominated turns you on so much and if you're not into romantic pillow talk and cuddling just yet, then give me a leash with your costume's red spiked collar. Izuku suggested, grinning deviously with naughtiness in his mind as he intends on taking the hungry teacher like the she keeps making herself out to be. Truly, he did love and cherish her just like he did with all the others, and she was certainly similar to Nana in many ways, but Namiri Kiyama required a more spiced-up touch of UAL fulfillment that AD was telling him she has. Somehow, someway, he could just see the woman's desires from inside of her subconsciousness thanks to their link through absolute devotion. For as much as she liked to play the predator that behaved as more of a naughty around young boys, Namiri was secretly submissive that yearned to have an alpha male like Izuku turn her into a literal pet breeding. She was already half of that so far, all that was left was to complete the transformation. This dating schedule idea had been the best one he's had yet, since they didn't have any third parties ruining the raunchy and personally intimate fun that only these two could partake in together. At least for right now. Oh, Izuku-kun. You've read my mind. Fufufu. Then allow me, but first please lure on one of my boba and perhaps finger me? I've always wanted that kind of foreplay, having only saved that for the man that I would love for the rest of my life. It can't just all be hardcore baby making, can it? Fufufu. Namiri suggested, adorably twisting a wet lock of her long dark hair within one of her fingers as she watched Izuku wrestle with his desire to her into submission and indulge her personal request. I always thought you were more into the bondage theme, given your costume and theme, but alright Namiri-chan, I'll indulge you however you like. Remember, we are bound together as lovers forever from the moment I first took you around the world back in that classroom on that day. Izuku stepped forth and watched Namiri lean back into the edge of the hot tub's wall, lifting a leg up to show the side of her manhood liquid stuffed womanhood in full while twisting herself diagonally again to expose her perfect bum. Izuku wasted no time in grabbing one of her bobas, making the woman howl quietly into her right hand as she felt his lips preparing to lure the boba point of the other one. Meaning whatever you desire will be my wish to grant, and vice versa. Aham shrup. MMNGHMM. Oh Izuku-kun. Yes. Thank you. Ooh. Namiri cried out, blushing fiercely as she felt his lips beginning to loo and knead the right boba point of her boba, fondling the other one into his hand for a bit with tender squeezing motions of his palm till he brought it down between her legs. Izuku was honestly a little reluctant to finger her after he just filled it full of, but he took it as an opportunity to make Namiri melt even more if he probes the more sensitive parts of her womanhood as he had done with many others. He grinned, expecting that this woman may not have always been open for foreplay before getting railed by him, making this an easier way to fully satisfy her heart's desire as he dipped a pair of OFA-powered fingers straight into her juicy red slot. A small, quiet squelch of penetration erupted from between the woman's soaked legs, leading her to shudder blissfully as she felt Izuku begin to finger out the insides of her womanhood like a pro. Ahahahaha. Yua. Izuku-kun. Yes. Feed from my bobas. Loo on them like a baby. Feed straight from mommy. Wowa. She cried out, wriggling about in his grasp with her hips now sliding along his hand to the motions of his fingers. Izuku hit them effortlessly into the more sensitive parts of her pink, sweltering flesh, making her insides convulse and contract around his two main fingers as they pumped voraciously into her. Namiri's extended leg was twitching constantly about with her sides twisting around between Izuku's hips and the edge of the hot tub wall. Izuku kept his lips firmly ing on the woman's right boba point and ran his tongue around it, tasting her soaked adipose flesh for minutes on end. She was nearly on the verge of when she tossed back her head, sobbing loudly in hot ragged breaths of ecstasy, and felt Izuku's hand pushing a little further to where his thumb rubbed up against her standing manhoot. The instant he touched it, Namiri's body convulsed and all over his fingers with her hands clutching his head into her chest. She was twitching wildly in spasm, shuddering in ecstasy with her walls clutching down around the lad's fingers as he kept pumping them into her core to where she was ready to lose consciousness over succumbing to an overload of pleasure. Slurp slurp shup shup shoop shoop schlupschup. Pop. HHNNGHH, come for me, Namiri-chan. Izuku said with a growl, furiously driving his fingers into her some more and making the woman thrash about within the waters in one explosive that led him to hold on to her waist tightly. Jaya owahahaha. HNNGHHHHH. Ooh yes. Izuku-kun. Huff 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 huff, that was amazing, darling. Hey. Namiri giggled deliriously to herself and slumped back within the boy's arm, feeling the other one stay between her legs as he slowly plucked out his fingers and fed the mixture of his manhood liquid with her juices into the woman's mouth. She saw his digits dripping with essence and shamelessly ed them into her lips, drinking them off of them while eyeing Izuku with a love-struck smile of almost depraved glee. Namiri took one long loo of it all, drinking down his manhood liquid and her oncom before cleaning off his fingers completely and opening her mouth to show him the sight of her swallowing everything down. Now then. Strap a leash onto me, master. I'm ready for a walk and prompt, thorough breeding of this. Tee-hee. At that, Izuku could only grin with delight as he followed the naked teacher out of the hot tub, watching her bum jiggle along the way as she led him over to her room full of a variety of whips and other bondage accessories. With a gentle clack of belts connecting together, securing the red spiked collar tightly around her swan-like neck, Izuku had attached the collar and leash to Namiri and pointed down to the ground as a signal to tell her to get on the floor. She promptly obeyed him with utmost glee, feeling glad to have a domineering, well-hung stud of a lover who she adored with all her heart. Gently dropping down onto all fours with her ripe, heart-shaped bum sticking out and manhood liquid continuing to ooze gently from inside of her folds, Namiri was on her hands and knees wagging her bum at him. That was when Izuku decided to add the other accessory to the of a superhero, the tail nub she had for insertion into the bum. Here it comes, hold still, Namiri-chan, and plop there. Izuku said, plopping the bum plug tail nub into the woman's bum and watching her wriggle on the spot with a shudder send up her spine. She was grinning goofily with her face, biting down on her lower lips, feeling utterly elated now that he was ready to walk her around her own house as an act of utter submission. You've got a wonderful bum, Namiri-chan, now march and bark. With that, he delivered a hard smack of his hand into the woman's bumox, leaving a red imprint and making her wriggle with Yuli stimulated excitement before moving forward on all fours. Gaia! Woof! Yuang! Woo-off, Izuku-an! He. Am loving this. Namiri whimpered gleefully as she began moving forward on her hands and kneecaps, deliberately shaking her bum while feeling the ever-increasing quivering of her womanhood yearning for more of his manhood. She wanted Izuku to pin her down onto the ground and breed her raw, yearning for nothing more than to pop children into her body, as she had been a woman getting up there in age and fearing that her time was almost up unless she did something. Oh! Izuku-an! My Izuku-an! Oh, I adore you. I truly couldn't have found a better man than you. MMNHMM. Hit me again. Treat me like a dirty, my darling. As though reading her mind while guiding her along the polished wooden floor of her Japanese-style house from the living room to the kitchen while watching her bum shake, Izuku obliged Namiri by bringing himself close and slapping her wriggling bum once again with a bit more force this time. Smack. Gaha. Woof. Ooh-highs. More. This doggy wants more, and for you to breed her, Izuku-an. Woof. Woof. Namiri let out, practically salivating as she was walking naked with her boba jiggling off wetness from the hot tub all over the floor. Izuku himself couldn't really hold his urges back any longer while getting a full view of her womanhood, and from behind all this time, admiring the womanly form of this Japanese beauty in all her naughty splendor. The fact that she was so turned on by this humiliation, which is something he might consider doing with her in public one day, made her all the more worthwhile in his eyes. MNHMM. Namiri-chan, hey. I'm really on a creative streak this week. I'm going to really need to expand my ideas to make each one of these dates special, and it turns out she really likes this, huh? Izuku thought as he held the leash handle tightly, walking Namiri along the surface of most of her house until he gently yanked the cord to make her stop when she arrived at the foot of her bed upstairs. It was a large, modest-looking queen-sized bed shaped like a circular oval with plenty of throw pillows and satin drapings upholstered around the four posters surrounding it. Izuku would marvel at its naughty, unique Western design if he wasn't so transfixed by Namiri's jiggling bum staring at him in the face. He tugged on the leash cord to make her sit down like a dog, with her naked womanhood grazing the surface of her carpet and her hands placing themselves between her legs. She smiled at him, obediently waiting for him to give the command she wanted to hear while she was blushing like a maiden and feeling truly happy for the first time in her adult life. Namiri Kiyama had a veteran career where her wild, raunchy style of fashion collided with the public's reception of her days as a heroine. She was only expressing her flair and love of her style for being uninhibited while also exercising the full use of her quirk to save lives and non-lethally take down villains. It hadn't been an easy one, and she kept at it for so long, almost wishing she had been normal so she could aspire to her dream of being a mother. This revelation didn't come until after Izuku came into her life, ravishing her alongside the other female students in their class. The woman wouldn't trade it for anything in the world and looked with excitement as Izuku pointed in the direction of her bed with a smile. "Get on top of it and roll over onto your backside, you," he said gruffly, playing into her desire for an aggressive lover and the idea of pet play. Namiri wagged the tail plug inside of her bum excitedly and hopped up onto the bed just as soon as Izuku undid the leash from her collar. "Yes. Woof woof. Yes, master. Hee hee hee." She giggled deliriously and got on top of her own love-themed bed, keeping her arms and legs bent like a dog's and ensuring her legs were spread wide for Izuku as he climbed on top of her the next second. She could feel his masculine presence overwhelm her the moment he got close, aligning his manhood with the cusp of her oozing, slick womanhood as he prepared to take her in a missionary position with his hands taking hold of her waist. The moment he clutched it, Namiri felt her hips wriggle with excitement as he pressed himself down upon her body in the swiftest, most natural way possible. His burgeoning manhood aimed right for her folds and pushed them apart as he impaled her womanhood on it once again, resulting in a loud audible squelch of sheer penetration that had the adult-aged woman writhing about instantly already. Squelch. Gaga aha. Hey aha. Woof. Woof. Breathe this. Master. Hey aha. She cried out, shivering with euphoric delight at the sensation of her slick folds spreading apart to welcome Izuku's meat deeper and deeper into her writhing insides. Her womanhood spread itself apart and wrapped around him like a flesh-made protection, making the bulge inside of her groin reappear and give off the impression the woman was a few months pregnant already. Every neuron inside of Namiri Kiyama's body lit up with excitement and physical ecstasy, for it felt as though Izuku's manhood was a perfect match for her as he was her breeding stallion. The woman found herself falling in love all over again once she looked into his leering, dominant, green-colored eyes just brimming with predatory for her. Izuku kept a friendly smile on his face as he pressed himself all the way to the groin inside of his teacher, filling out her womanhood to the brim while feeling her legs kick out straight into the air with her toes curled about. If Izuku could see her buttocks from his perspective right now, he could tell that her bum was wriggling violently with excitement, causing the bum plug tail to really act as a tail to indicate the woman's level of excitement right now. Her womanhood was squeezing itself even harder than before around his member, making it feel like he had just pushed into a slick vortex of velvety flesh that wanted to him for his. HNNGHGHHHHH. Namiri Channon. So good. You're just so tight and ready to receive my seed. Don't worry, I'll be making your dreams come true today. I want you to have my children and give me your body, your heart, and your loyalty for the rest of our lives. Izuku growled, truly expressing his level of passion for the long-starved woman as he began smoothly stroking his hips forward into her manhood, keeping his thighs bending back the woman's legs into the air while they wrapped themselves around him with ankles locking tight. Gentle slaps of flesh pillowing into each other began to fill the walls of the woman's house once again, picking up in repetition as Izuku's length burrowed heavily into her with slick squelching noises constantly coming out of her womanhood while he bottomed out of her from atop the bed. Namiri honestly had tears coming from her eyes after he had said that, making her heart truly feel the intense throbbing desire to be with Izuku for the rest of her life. Not that AD would have let her choose otherwise, but still, the woman was genuinely all-out devoted to the boy just like Nana Shimura had become upon meeting him for the first time. Her arms came up and locked themselves around both sides of his neck, holding him close and feeling her insides rumbling with sensation as his member began to hammer into her even faster with his S slapping away into her buttocks. Namiri was feeling every reflex of her walls coiling around his manhood as though she needed to the boy's manhood liquid right away, and it was driving her crazy with full euphoria. Yuwahaha. Izukuan. Izukuan huahu h. Me, master. I'm all yours. MMNHMM. Ahahahaha. GNGHNHH. It's so big. It feels like it's going to tear me apart. Woof woof woof. Hey. Namiri held in deranged fullness, for she felt every flash of white-hot euphoric energy flood her insides the moment Izuku's manhood pushed away into the back of her womb like so. He kept his pelvis perfectly aligned with her body, ensuring that his member pushed all the way into her core while he held on to her waist from above. Grunting briskly to himself with hot breaths escaping his lips, Izuku brought one of his hands down upon the side of Namiri's bum after bending himself down a little to embrace her. She had her tongue rolled out and her eyes were locked onto his with glowing little hearts inside of each of those blue irises. Namiri Kiyama truly was a genuine beauty in both soul and passion as well as her voluptuous body. Izuku's manhood throbbed hard as it pushed away into her core, making her insides squiggle and clutch his length in desperation. He held her buttocks there with the other hand keeping a firm hold on her waist, ensuring that all of Namiri's soft silken flesh slid down the lad's manhood as he bottomed out of her completely. Every push of his groin sent ripples down her spine, filling the woman up with pleasure and elation with her bobas writhing about to every movement. The thick slapping of groins colliding together in missionary-style copulation bounced off the walls of the woman's room with Deku's soft grunts of pleasure becoming louder while Namiri Kiyama clutched the back of his head with extreme pleasure showing itself by displaying a tongue-lolling expression on her face. Her back arched slightly and the tail nub inside of her bum continued wriggling voraciously from inside of her, stimulating her even more when she felt Deku's mast pummeling away into the back of her womb without mercy. It wouldn't be long now until they both came and Namiri was just that close to achieving a mind-destroying as she brought her hands back over to clutch the lad's shoulders and dig her fingernails into his skin. Oh. Yes. Izuku-kun. Master. Oh master. Woof woof woof. Hi. I'm.ccc coming close. You're breed me darling. I'm all yours forever. Namiri cried out, grunting and undulating underneath his manhood with her bobas pushing upward into his face and cushioning his chin as he leaned down to wrap his lips around hers. She accepted the kiss right away and held her hands around the sides of his face, swallowing his tongue with glee resulting in a languid sloshing bout of saliva being swapped between both of their tongues. HMMHMHMM. Slurp slurp slurp. MMNHMMNHMMNHMMHH. Namiri was getting closer and closer to losing her mind bliss as she felt her walls beginning to clutch tightly around Izuku's rampantly hid manhood. Every squelch of her walls sent her insides shaking as she felt the groove of his shaft pressing against every modicum of her, stimulating the woman to the extreme as she prepared to succumb to in just a few short minutes. Izuku was relentless in his advance as he continued pumping away into her frame, enjoying the soft flesh of her ankles as they tightly clung together from behind his bum. Namiri continued hungrily down his tongue into her mouth, tasting him with gusto and savoring the flavor of his saliva as she visualized a life of having children together with the broccoli-haired student. Such a dream filled the pervy-natured pro-heroine with happiness and she proceeded to ride his pelvis from below as hard as she could, undulating her entire body to where Izuku could feel her soft flesh everywhere underneath him. His hips rampantly slapped into her flesh some more with hit becoming even faster while his shaft became a pulsating rod that repeatedly dug into her womb, tapping the woman's G-spot tirelessly until he felt the vice-like clutching of her follow with the woman screaming in ecstasy from inside of his mouth. MMNHMHMM. MMNGHMHHHH. Slurp.pop. Uapuaheaha. Izuku-kun. Hi. I'm mying. Wawawa. Namiri cried out in white-hot ecstasy, shuddering in the blissful release as she felt her insides twisting around Izuku's manhood to the point the boy felt the pressure of her silken womanhood his appendage into full release. He continued hit into her body, practically letting her hang off of his chiseled frame as he drove his manhood back to the tip one last time before pushing all the way inside of her again, sheathing every gargantuan inch inside of the woman and exploding from inside of her womb like so. Yo.Yunhuang. Here it comes Namiri-chanin. Wuaga. HMMPHHH. Izuku let out and grabbed onto both sides of her buttocks and sundered his waist into her quivering frame, feeling every muscle fiber from inside of her womanhood wring his meat tight as he let out a thick eruption of syrupy cum spewing forth into the depths of her uterus. Splurt splurt splur 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 splurite splurt splurt splurt. Namiri held onto Izuku with all four limbs wrapped tightly around his frame, embracing him completely with a goofy-looking Ahiko smile appearing on her face as she felt the surge of manhood liquid flowing into her womb non-stop. Her insides quivered and her womb filled up almost instantly with the amount of cum Izuku let out, holding Namiri against his pelvis to ensure no drop would be left out. She shuddered and whimpered constantly throughout the next several minutes, feeling increasingly bloated with his essence until her belly became a swollen bump that pushed outward from her groin due to the amount he unleashed. Suddenly, all at once, Namiri imagined all of Izuku's little swimmers fluttering towards one of her lonely eggs and implanting one of themselves into its body after permeating the membrane. Izuku felt it through the scorching supernova that is absolute devotion, just as he had done with all the other times he successfully impregnated an adult woman. He had confirmation that Namiri Kiyama was going to be pregnant with his baby after today. The connection was there, and he could feel the woman's tightness starting to loosen up little by little after she had come for well over several minutes with a warm smile on her face. In the midst of their post-coital relief after beginning to feel his member go soft, he pulled back from her lips and felt the woman's hands affectionately caress both sides of Izuku's face. They looked into each other's eyes and felt a romantic warmth there that could only be described as a genuine bond, just like Izuku had with Nana Shimura and all the others. Only now it was official that Namiri Kiyama would join the number of mothers-to-be. Izuku-and thank you. He, I love you so Sonic. MHM. Schlup. Woof, this is going to want more special attention from you from now on, okay? I neglected to mention that once I started conceiving our love child, I'm going to be 10 times friskier than I was before. Just food for thought, master. Namiri said, whimpering slightly as he continued to empty out his inside of her overstuffed womb while her womanhood throbs with pleasure. Before long, Izuku smiled back at her and felt his length go a little flaccid, remaining as rigid as can be despite softening up somewhat inside of his teacher's manhood liquid-stuffed womanhood. They collapsed together on the bed with Izuku resting between her legs and on top of her, enjoying the pillowy comfort of her bobas nursing his face as he looked into her eyes with a smile being sent directly back. Sounds like a plan, Namiri-chan. I'll be ready to teach the dog to behave all around this house once you start going into your maternity leave from school or pro-hero work for a while. Izuku answered as held onto her waist and started kissing up the surface of her swan-like neck with glee, making the woman shiver with romantic delight as they stayed there on the bed soaked with the messiness of their sweat and Izuku's. Ooh, Izuku-an. My Izuku-an woof, this is glad you made this a day only for her. Fufufu, I can't wait to see how the other girls will enjoy their special private time with you. I'm sure they'll absolutely love it like I do. The day after a night-long romp spent with Midnight Sensei, aka Namiri Kiyama, who plans to be second in line to bear the name Midoriya as her surname in the future, Izuku went about heading back to school with the next date in mind and with a chipper smile on his face, for he felt absolute devotion grow stronger. It blossomed in strength with every hard conquest of a woman's body and mind, but more so when Izuku genuinely captured their hearts. When he had dominated Nana Shimura on her first time meeting him, which was then promptly followed by an intense baby-making romp in his bedroom, the power was at its peak at the time and only grew stronger from there with every new woman he slept with. One might say Izuku literally charmed the pants off of each of these women and made AD gradually more powerful than before, causing more than a few pairs of feminine eyes to look his way as he went down the street of his neighborhood over to UA. He could practically feel every woman's insides boiling with a bit of after seeing him, almost as if he had an active pheromone field passively putting out waves of attraction at all times. Izuku made sure to keep it as low as possible so as to not ruin any families or endanger the lives of citizens if some random woman happens to go into heat around him. Needless to say, the power still made him tempted to indulge in the art of doing an older woman or random high school girl in public without a care for civil decency. Thankfully, he was goal-orientated for today's date with one of the more exotic and energetic girls in his class, Pony Tsunotori, who not only was an American beauty now living in Japan with her mother but also an adorable foreign fish out of water with an accent to go with her misspoken dialect that made her be the cutest exchange student ever. She had legs for days with a thick pair of thighs, a tight-fitting rump that was as supple as it was round, and a pair of bobas perfectly fit to be squeezed into Izuku's hands as he had done plenty of times during orientation day. But what the boy liked most outside of her fit features and tight body was the fact that she had hard horns, which made it perfect for being dominated from behind or having her mouth gap plunged voraciously by Izuku's manhood. He was looking eager to do that today as he arrived at the entrance of UA's main campus building and saw the special American anthropomorphic girl standing there waiting for him just outside of the school gates themselves. She was wearing her usual UA uniform with the tight-fitting blazer and white button-up t-shirt over her chest, a pleated uniform skirt over her thigh, smooth thighs with her hoof-like feet wearing their own custom-made version of uniform shoes. She had her hair trailing down the back of her shoulder blades as usual, looking as wavy and beautiful as it always did, and turned around to greet Izuku with a beaming smile when she saw him arrive. Yay! Hi, Izuku-an. He. Glad you could make it in time before homeroom starts. The girl called out into him in her usual American accent-laden voice, beaming with bright blue eyes that glittered as Izuku came closer. The boy simply waved a hand back and allowed her to swoop in and hook both of her arms around his right elbow, nestling her head against the lower part of his neck. Fortunately, her horns were retracted to a much lower default state of elevation, which Izuku didn't know she could until she told him in detail how her quirk power works. Hey there, Pony-chan. Ready for our date later today? I promised you an early morning session of just some bonding time between you and me after all. Also, I think you mentioned me being introduced to your mom at some point later today, right? Izuku asked, confirming this girlfriend's wishes as she gleefully nodded her head before affectionately nuzzling part of his neck with her soft snout-like nose before pulling him somewhere off to the side. Pony was wriggling her rear just a bit as she went by, picking a hiding spot for Izuku and herself to occupy while she quickly looked around to check her sights. Hey yeah, I want to introduce you to Mama, Izuku-an darling. She's always been so excited to have me introduce my boyfriend after I told her we met during the first day of school. But the real reason I asked you to come over here so early is this. Pony led on with her voice becoming increasingly sultry as she lowered her eyes and brought Izuku over to a secluded part beside the main building where there was no way for any outside forces like paparazzi or reporters to get a sneak peek on UA's operation without full disclosure or other students or UA staff members that would stumble upon the two teenagers. But really, it was Pony wanting to hog some time of Izuku's meat all to herself. The boy picked up on this right away and felt the girl nudge him off to the side to stand against a wall, quickly reaching into the center of her uniform shirt to undo a few bumens with a bashful and blushing smile. Izuku quickly understood where this was heading as she removed much of her shirt, undoing the bumens quickly with much of her soft cream-toned flesh becoming exposed to his eyes in the form of a green-laced boba cloth covering up those ample mounds she calls boba. Once she pulled her shirt open and lifted up the cups of her brasserie, Izuku got an up-close look at her naked bobas and proceeded to move forward while Pony reached down underneath her skirt to do the same with her spats. The girl kept her eyes on him, smirking fully at him with bedroom eyes both full of warmth as well as full need that she never dared show anyone else besides Izuku. Wriggling her skirt side to side while she undid the latch, Pony quickly revealed her matching green lace panties with a smile and brought one of her hands down to pull off to the side, giving him a vivid view of her womanhood before leaning back against the opposite wall. She spread one of her legs to the side a bit, making sure her naked cream-colored womanhood was shown unencumbered and with only a neatly trimmed patch of hair drizzling the top of her snatch. Care to give me a bit of attention, Izuku-an? I've heard from Itsuka-chan as well as seen from some of the other girls you've ravished back during the classroom that feeling your tongue inside of me is supposed to feel wonderful, and it's felt like it's been forever since I've last tried it. Please can you help stimulate this pony's body, master? At least until we start classes. Itsuka-chan gets you all to herself tomorrow, so I want to have you right now. Pony said, licking her lips and leaning back a little further into the wall just as Izuku bounced off from his wall to go over and knelt down between her legs. He marveled at her astonishingly soft, pinkened skin as he spread open the area of her labia and brought his face over to the gooey pink cusp of her. The blonde, horse-like teenager brought one of her hands down to clutch the back of Izuku's head, bringing his face closer to her ripened mound with lips curling into a soft smile. Sure thing, Pony-chan. All you had to do was ask, anytime and any place. I think this special date of ours will really have to be special if it seems waiting too long for some alone time with each other is hard on you. Izuku said, making her nod her head fervently as she blushed brightly with a hopeful smile, keeping her other hand held clutching the top of her shirt so that her naked boba could remain sticking out. Pony saw that he placed his face just above her navel, blowing into her skin rather gently before touching the girl's teenage mound and kissing the soft pink cusp of her before sliding his tongue up from between the lips of her labia. HHMMHMMSSSLLRLRPPPPPPP MMHMMSCLLRPPSLLRPPPP. Slurp. Tasty. MMNGGHH. Kaya1. Izukuan. My Izukuan. Your tongue feels amazing. Pony let out, huffing consistently with increasing excitement as she felt the slimy visage of Izuku's tongue slowly worming its way into her before squeezing his lips into the girl's labia. He started kissing it slowly, making out with the folds of her in an intricate manner that made every millisecond an agonizing experience of sensual bliss. Pony was having a hard time keeping control of herself and struggling even harder to mute her voice as she ground her peach against Izuku's face, feeling him beginning to and lick her even harder with more direct hits of his tongue. Lurid slurping noises soon came spilling out from between her thighs, making the American foreign exchange student clutch the top of Izuku's head even harder as it rolled around between her legs. HNNGHGHHHHH. Aha. Izuku. Wawa. This is amazing. Anan. Pony let out, beginning to feel her legs suddenly being lifted up thanks to the boy's hands pushing them up with his immense strength. Izuku channeled a bit of OFA into his arms to keep the girl's hoofed legs dangling over each side of his head while he busies himself with gorging on her tasty womanhood and languishing of the girl's natural flavor, stimulating her womanhood's insides in a very thorough way that made her begin clutching her legs around his neck as time went on. HMMRMMNH. SLLRPPPPPP.SHHLLRPPPPSLLRLPP Schlop. Pony-chan be ready to comfort me anytime. Hee. Izuku grunted between the musky heat of her inner thighs and began rolling his tongue inwardly into the girl's sodden, twitching folds like so. He lowered his eyes and put in all the learned skills he acquired by pleasuring all the adult women with his impressive womanhood eating skills. He'd squeeze one part of her sensitive pink womanhood flesh between his lips, then languid the interior with his tongue, directly probing her insides in ways that made Pony begin huffing heavily with deep breaths and begin to grind herself fervently all over his face. Gaia Agnhine. Izukuan. Huwawawa. Izukun. Ua. Yes. Yeehaha. I'm right now, Izukuan. Taste me. Pony squealed out, accidentally whinnying as she repeatedly ground her waist into the top part of Izuku's face. The fuzzy peach of her mound smothered itself into his lips a little further, making Izuku drink her nectar as swirled his tongue around inside of the writhing sensitive womanhood like so. HMMNHMMMM. SLLLRRPPPPPPPPP. Give it to me, Pony-chan. He said between languid nibbles of her slick folds just before delivering a swift final blow with his tongue by rolling it up into the American girl's sensually one last time. Izuku had made sure to press it against her labia and oris, doing so in such a slow and effective way while stimulating her snatch to the point of utmost ecstasy. Pony's hoofed floor stayed clutching the back of his neck as she gushed sporadically and all over his face, raucously hit her groin into his nose and feeding Izuku her juices while she screamed loudly in the air with euphoria. Kaya. Unhun. Izukuan. Wawang. Aha. There. Pony cried out one last time, shuddering blissfully as she came all over his face in a splash of moist womanhood nectar which Izuku promptly cleaned up with his tongue. He was very thorough in tasting the blonde pony by swiveling his tongue all over her soaked mound, both cleaning her up and enjoying more of her taste as she slowly came down from such an icy high that left her breathing heavily. She slumped back against the surface of the brick wall behind her, breathing hotly with half-lidded eyes and bobas shaking incessantly with her chest. Her legs loosened their hold around Izuku's head just a little as he began slowly letting her back down onto the ground, eventually plucking his tongue out from inside of her folds with a slick squelch of moistness and saliva. Pony could barely feel her legs after having such an icy attack like that, making her fall head over heels in love with Izuku all over again as she had been greeting him with a goofy smile while pulling her skirt back down. Likewise, Izuku finished cleaning up the rest of Harem from outside of his lips and all over his face, doing so in a tasty manner while pulling Pony into his arms. The minute his hands slid around her supple body and grabbed onto her bum through her skirt, the petite horse anthropomorphic girl whinnied rather adorably before raising herself up on her hoofs equivalent of tippy toes to meet Izuku's lips in a sweet but chaste kiss. Izuku-and that was amazing. Hee hee ha, I think I'm going to be wanting more of that from now on before we start riding each other. I know how you like grabbing my bum and slapping it, and you know how much I like it when you handle me like I'm a broken in pony for show. Ooh, I love you, Izuku-and. Let's make tonight plus ultra special after I introduce you to my mom. Pony said, gushing girlishly as she hooked her arms around his neck, remaining panty-less as she ground herself into his groin with Izuku keeping one of her legs curled up so that he could feel the girl's naked still rubbing against his bulge. Dry humping Pony Tsunotori one-sidedly while feeling her grinding affectionately into his manhood made the hero to be very excited for tonight. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if her mother was hot and single, likely hoping to keep his tradition of plowing his girlfriends of UA alongside their gorgeous single attractive mother-tastic mothers. He had been going on a solid run so far by taking care of his mother, making Nana into one as well as Rumi and Namuri, then nailing Bakuga's mom as well as impregnating Momo's, Kyoka's, and Ochaco's. You might have to show me a photo of her later after we get inside, Pony-chan. I think that other UA students are coming, so we'd better tidy ourselves up quickly unless we want lots of attention. Izuku suggested and Pony blinked in surprise before grinning from ear to ear with elation as she quickly delivered a peck to Izuku's right cheek before reaching back into one of her skirt pockets to take out her phone. Oh. I can show you right now, Izuku-and. She does live with me here in Japan, after all. She was once one of the big league pro heroes back in the United States where I'm from and so is she. Of course, we decided to stay in Japan after my father decided to divorce peacefully with my mom. With the lawyers and legal action as well as alimony fees paid on his behalf. Hee hee hee. Pony stated surprisingly cheerfully, making Izuku wonder how or why her father would be unfaithful to her mother and break up with her after having a child. It wasn't anything unusual to him, especially not these days, but Izuku was beginning to notice a pattern of a lot of men having either basically died early, leaving their wives alone, or just flat out splitting up from them altogether. And so far it is applied to many of the attractive mothers he slept with alongside their daughters, but Izuku didn't care all that much overall. Especially not after seeing the kind of beautiful all-American babe that was Pony's mom come up on her phone screen. This is here. See. She used to be Cal Lady and her heydays back in Las Vegas extend all the way to the earlier days of Gal Might. Isn't she pretty? Pony gushed, showing Izuku the digital photograph of a beautiful blonde, American woman wearing a cowgirl-themed ensemble with a pair of visors over her eyes. Her hair was just as golden blonde as Pony's except it was shorter and done in a wily mop of wavy straw-like hair that ended just above her shoulders. The most noticeable feature he sees were her large cattle horns sticking out the sides of her head just above her ears, making it obvious she's Pony's mother alright, but what drew Izuku's attention even more was that she had a rather supple and UAL body with an enticing sense of fashion. Pony's mother, allegedly named Cow Lady, had a bust that was possibly as big as Nana Shimura's or maybe just above Midnight's in that her bobas looked like a hefty sizey cup, maybe F-cup given how they stuck out from that tanned hide top she wears. Much of her light pink skin was exposed which gave him insight into her long, beautiful legs and slender waist attached to an overall curvy body. It was almost like she was a supermodel or a spokesperson for a Western-themed pinup magazine. Izuku really liked what he saw and is seeped into AD, making the woman become an obvious target when he gets to meet her later today. Nodding his head to Pony and giving her a quick peck on the lips which she returned greatly with a blushing smile, Izuku connected their lips in an intimate and steamy tongue-filled fashion that nearly made her drop her phone. MMHMMHH. Slurp. I look forward to meeting her later today, Pony-chan, but for now let's just focus on our romantic date after class. I want to know more about you, and she's out of it right now. Izuku pointed out mid-sentence, seeing a faraway look in the girl's eyes as she had dripped in his arms with a goofy, spaced-out smile on her face. Ha 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 he ha yee ha. I've never been kissed so much before, not since orientation day. It's so romantic. I want to do lots of kissing with you, Izuku. Darling, she trailed off, making Izuku playfully roll his eyes as he kept her held up in his arms, waiting for her to reobtain equilibrium and stand upright on her hoofed feet. It was several minutes until she did, and Pony simply clutched his arm into her side, basking in the warm and affectionate afterglow of having her boyfriend eat her out. She hated having to pull up her panties and cover up her chest once they crept back around to the front of the main building entrance, but to her, it was worth seeing Izuku smile and embrace her like a doting boyfriend. So, tell me a little about yourself and what life was like back in America before you came here, Pony-chan. I'd also like to know more about your mother, since you say she was a big-time hero way back when. She certainly looks good for her age though. Izuku commented, making Pony giggle and gush as they walked inside of the building to begin their day. Her fluffy little tail from behind waggled consistently with excitement, for she had something in mind to serve as the spice to their date once she took him to her home. A school day later, and with many eyes darting in Izuku's direction from some of the male halves of the school student population, Izuku had walked out with Pony hopping onto his shoulders like an overly excited child and pointing in the direction of her home somewhere a few blocks away from where they were currently going. The girl made sure to keep her skirt out of his eyes after tucking it back to nestle comfortably against the back of his head. Part of her wanted to have him eat her out all over again, but relented to waiting until later once they got comfortable and private in her home. Hoo. Giddy up, Izuku darling. He. We're on our way in that direction to my home. Mama and I have it located someplace closest to the mountains within a reasonable distance. We like camping out in nature and putting out quirks to the test, frolicking around in the American wilderness sometimes whenever we pay a visit to our old home country. I can hardly wait to introduce you to each other and give you my nice surprise once we're inside of our room. He. Pony said, giggling happily as she stayed atop her boyfriend's shoulders with his hands clutching each of her hoofed legs from the ankle section of her feet. She didn't really have ankles per se, since her legs were more horse than human, but they were still soft along with the rest of her beautiful, light-skinned body, and making Izuku want to raise them overhead as he asked her raw. Heh, you got it, Pony-chan. Onward ho then. Izuku said aloud as he carried her all the way to the next stop, never letting her down and feeling the need to hide his head underneath her skirt to smell her ripe womanhood as they eventually made their way over to her house. It was located in a small, relatively normal neighborhood with the exception of Pony's home looking more Western than he thought. It was a two-story building with a few unique Western aesthetics that made it look like the kind of home you'd see in any outback setting in America. Letting Pony down onto her feet and seeing the cute anthropomorphic girl smile at him before pushing her key into the door's lock to let themselves inside, Izuku was shown the site of her living room before heading in. He wondered where the girl's mother was located if claiming the woman was on the table, but Izuku stayed focused on Pony as she hung up her backpack and prepared to lead him up to her bedroom. Mama. I'm home. She called out, nudging off her specialized shoes from her hoofed feet, and saw a woman coming out of the laundry room close by with a basket of white clothes held between her hands. The woman was exactly as she looked in the picture Pony showed him, not having aged at all and looking finer than red wine. Pony's mother, cow lady, had just stepped into the clearing of the living room wearing only a pair of high-riding jean shorts just like in her photo, and a tight-fitting cow leather top over her bust which was buttoned down a bit to show a generous amount of cleavage. Her hair was still the same as in the photo and her flawless skin remained looking soft, unaged, and smooth just like Izuku likes. Oh? Pony-chan. I take it this must be your boyfriend you've told me so much about, HM? My oh my, he is quite a looker too. Good job snagging him. The woman greeted with joy and a devious smile on her lips as she saw what a built, tall, hunk of a man her daughter's lover turned out to be. Dixie Laura Tsunatori was a woman who had a refined palate for muscle-bound, youthful types like him and was glad her daughter shared her interests. What she didn't know was that she was subtly being afflicted with low amounts of energy the moment Izuku sensed a primal attraction from her. Dixie Laura, aka Cow Lady, put the basket down and went over to greet Izuku properly with a polite bow of her head and a friendly smile on her face. It's a pleasure to meet you at long last, Midoriya-kun. He, Glad to see my daughter has the same taste in men as I, and you're looking quite manly enough for her from what I see. Pony was getting embarrassed and came to Izuku's side right away, clutching his right elbow into her chest and beginning to lead him away from the jovial adult woman still greeting him with a beaming smile. Hey, come on now, Izuku-kun, let's go up to my bedroom where we'll be alone for a little while. Don't come a-knocking, mama. This is my special boyfriend time and you're not allowed to interrupt. Pony said in a more American, cowgirl-like accent after letting her Japanese dialect slip, leaving Izuku to chuckle to himself in a mutt as he was being led up the stairs of the girl's home. It was a pleasure to meet you too, Tsunotori-san. I was wanting to ask you more about your pro-hero life back in America when we had time, but you know, Pony-chan's needs a wait. Izuku said, hoping his sheepish and innocent facade fooled the woman as he felt the link between AD and herself connect rather solidly. From here on out, he assumed it was only a matter of time after he and Pony get started with intimacy with each other till that gorgeous American mom would come arriving on the scene pent up with need. Pony's father was a fool to divorce her, given how much of a beauty she is and how flawless her body seemed to be despite being a retired pro-hero. He couldn't stop looking at her bobas jiggling stiffly from underneath that leather hide top she was wearing, and Izuku was thankful that the woman had a rather fit, voluptuous body shown to him while she was wearing high-riding shorts. He pictured those legs being held up into the air and envisioned Pony's mother coming at some point, showing him the rest with a needy look on her face. Nice meeting you, Midoriya-kun. Don't make too many loud noises up there. While I trust my daughter completely, I'd rather not be a grandmother anytime soon. Dixie Laura said, waving brightly at him with a gentle smile on her face once they were out of sight and inside her daughter's bedroom. Oh my, he is quite the looker. I'd better go out to the gym and keep myself entertained until they are done. I wouldn't want to ruin Pony's time with him since I was told this was a special date. But on the other hand, I just might want to sneak a peek later. For motherly approval reasons. Yes, that sounds legit. Right? Pony had arrived inside of her bedroom and guided Izuku over to her bed, showing him a lot of pink, everyday furnishings with some outback aesthetics spliced in, such as a saddle mounted on her wall and her hero outfit being displayed on a coat hanger somewhere close by. Izuku admired its wide appeal and considered having her wear it while he asked her, but he decided to be patient as the girl gestured for him to sit atop her bed with a pervy smile on her innocent little face. Just wait right there, Izuku-kun, honey. I've got something special to show you, just need to change into it real quick, but we could talk a little ourselves to each other while I get changed in the bathroom. What do you think of my room, by the way? Pony asked, practically skipping about with excitement as she went over to the bathroom door where she saw her chosen outfit awaiting her inside. She wanted to make this date a very special one for Izuku, seeing as how it was their first time alone with each other, and yearned to have him ravishing her all by himself without any others getting a slice of the action. Her plump and supple bum wriggled excitedly with her fluffy cottontail doing the same. She hurried into the bathroom and left the door ajar while Izuku waited patiently on the bed with a sly smile on his face. Sounds like a great idea, Pony-chan. I've been wanting to get intimate with you, just the two of us alone, for a little while now. So I'm glad this weekly rotation of dates with all of you is working out to everyone's expectations. Seeing all of this here is making me wonder if you plan to be the next cow lady in the future or something like that. Izuku brought it to her attention, making the blonde girl giggle amusedly as she started getting undressed in her bathroom. Pony was quick to hurry up and shed all her uniform clothing so she could wear the outfit, if it can be called that. I dunno, maybe. I never really thought about taking my mother's mantle when I grow up and graduate from UA, but I wouldn't necessarily mind it per se. Would you like it if I wore something like her outfit when charging into battle, Izuku-kun? I can think of creative ways I can be your trusted steed in and out of the bedroom. Pony said, imagining Izuku riding her and slapping her thick hide bum from behind, giving her shivers as she held her arms with a look of icy delight written on her face. The girl loved it when he was dominant with her that time in the classroom, even going so far as to use her own horns to her from behind. Another reason she was glad to have a thick pair of horns, especially that it made it easier for Izuku to dominate her. Just thinking about it made her wriggle her sides in titillation, causing her womanhood to moisten considerably as she proceeded to put on the outfit when hearing Izuku ask her another question from beyond the bathroom door. Well, that does sound like a neat idea, although wildly impractical. Besides, I'd much rather ride you here in the bedroom anytime you like and put those horns to good use all over again. I love every part about you, Pony-chan, from your cute accent to your sweetness, to the way that supple bum of yours wriggles with excitement like I saw you do before entering the bathroom. Izuku stated, surprising Pony and making her blush hotly as she finished latching on parts of the outfit into place and proceeded to exit the bathroom door where he saw her wearing something that made his mouth open with delight. Izuku visibly groaned loudly in awe as he saw Pony come out wearing a pair of manhood-less, leather hide straps over her hips and ankles, leaving her thighs and womanhood completely naked. He looked up to see her bobas were in a similar piece of leather restraints. She had over her torso something similar to a harness strapped to her back from behind, but with rawhide latchings over her shoulders and armpits, squeezing her naked bobas noticeably as though it was some kind of bondage-themed outfit done in a cowgirl kind of style. The finishing piece was a horse-like set of reins trapped around the top of her head, over her horns, and around her neck similar to her costume's design, giving Pony a highly UAL look as she stood there with hands on her bodacious hips looking naughty-tively at Izuku's waist now burgeoning within standing manhoodchin. Her pink and perky boba points were shown completely with the light tufted patch of golden brown fuzz nestled just above her. Her hooves were completely exposed just like every naked part of her anatomy with the exception of her bizarre, bondage-appropriate outfit that she had strapped to her figure. MNGGHHH. Pony-chan. G, get over here and let's kick this off. I hope you don't mind if I use those horns first for obvious reasons, that which feeling your mouth all over me right now. Izuku said, undoing his uniform pants with belt and bringing out his bulging standing manhoodchin in all its thick, sausage-like glory which made Pony salivate immediately upon seeing it. It just sprung out like an ironing board with S looking as thick as ever and virility that can be smelled from a mile away, ironically leading to AD strengthening its thrall over Pony's mother downstairs. I don't think that I want to go to the gym just yet. I just finished washing clothes and all, but I wonder if he's really as big as she says he is. Ooh, Mama's gonna have herself a peek, Pony honey. She needs to see it for herself. Dixie Laura says with a titter in her voice. She was just about to exit the house and head out wearing her casual indoor gear such as the pair of high-riding jean shorts and leather hide top over her bobas when the chill ran down her spine, calling her to Izuku. Letting go of the knob and dropping her gym bag, she proceeded to head up the stairs quietly, ready to play voyeur on her daughter's intimate time with her boyfriend. Glad I kept a spare bedroom key, I can't miss this event. Back over to where Izuku and Pony were, the latter had crawled onto the bed in a sultry way, wriggling her rump more buoyantly as she crawled up to Izuku's waist. He had decided to lay back onto her mass of pillows and stuffed animals, letting his uniform mostly stay on with the exception of his manhood sticking out right in front of her face. Pony looked at it with adoration in her eyes and licked her lips naughty-tively, grabbing onto the sides with her fingers and bringing her lips over to the tip. It's my turn to make you feel good, Izuku-an. Please be ready to use my horns in the roughest way possible once we start. I like it when you treat me like a steed you can punish and whip into shape, figuratively speaking. He. Having you mount me back in the classroom made me see the light of my life inside of you, Izuku-an. Only you can bring this joy to me and I'd be happy to let you have my heart, my body, and my very soul until the end of time. Heck, I'd even give you my mother if you want. Pony declared with love in her eyes, sensually rubbing her palms up the sides of his shaft as she brought her soft lips over to his manhood, letting them gently kiss the glands before sliding over it with a gentle schlup of moisture coming out. HHMMMHMMH schlup. MMMHMMHH. Izuku-an. MMHMMB MMHMMB SLRPPP slurp slurp schlup. HM. MMNGHGH. Now that sounds like a plan, Pony-chan. And just so you know, reaches over and grabs onto her horns to use as handles. I'll give you everything too. All of me someday with children coming out of this relationship, and today I can think of another American blonde woman to bless with that privilege right now. Izuku said the last part quietly when looking off to the side in a subtle way to see a certain woman's eyes were perversely zeroing in on them after quietly peeking through the door. In the meantime, Izuku was enjoying the shallow suction of Pony's mouth as she languidly swirled her tongue all over the top part of his manhood, slowly making her way down while squeezing the surface of his hilt with her fingertips. She was doing a more intricate job stroking him off and off his manhood than he expected, leading to more profound sensations as she closed her eyes and began bobbing her head wildly on the top part of his manhood. Lurid slurping sounds came about with gentle popping noises of saliva and moisture escaping Pony's American lips. She languidly led and kissed the head of Izuku's manhood. She was blushing heavily as she slowly took him deeper, letting her tongue roll languidly around the top half of his member while being guided by his hands clutching her horns. For Izuku it was like steering, only he made sure to dive her face at a reasonable pace, allowing much of her slimy throat to occupy his manhood at the girl's own leisure. HNGGHHHHHH. Pony-chan. Go. Deeper. MMGNHHH. You've been practicing on a cucumber or something, haven't you? Hi. You've really picked up your game. Izuku complimented, seeing her eyes open and stare up at him to give him a cutesy wink before beginning to lower her face even further to where the bulbous tip of his manhood pushed out from inside of her throat. Pony started salivating a bit more as she struggled to take it in deep, never having done this in such a way until now, but she was determined to pleasure Izuku the same way he pleasured her. MMMNGNGGHHHHHH. Schlupsk slurp.schllllpp slurp 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 sklielp schlup. MMNGHMBNH. Yes, master. She sobbed languidly as she started to swivel her head a little further, making his manhood go deeper and giving her tongue more flesh to worship while unaware that her mother was watching. Dixie Laura practically salivated at the sight of seeing Pony's face sliding further down the thick foot-long mast of her boyfriend's manhood. Truly the woman had never seen anything like it and it made her green with jealousy. Atta girl, go ham on your man. Do mommy proud. Mommy is just being naughty watching this, maybe she should head out before she gets too invested. Hey. Hot dog though, Midoriya-kun is thick down south. Dixie thought to herself, preparing to back away and give the two teenagers some privacy till the thrall of full desire and want became amplified from within her body, brought on by absolute devotion. Oh. MNNGHH. What the hell? Why don't I want to tear myself away from watching this? It's like my hormones and libido are making me want to take in every inch of that boy's thick manhood wedging its way into my daughter's gullet into memory. NGHMMHH. It's leaving me wanting more and I can't back away to go somewhere else. Is this some kind of magic mojo he's got? If so, then mommy likes. Dixie said to herself, clutching her arms into her hands and shivering feverishly with increasing desire as her body lit up with the ever-growing need that reached from the folds of her womanhood all the way to her bobas. Every nerve inside of her went haywire with full, UAL need as she continued to watch from the doorway with a smile. Izuku smirked slyly to himself, knowing that AD ensnared the woman completely by appealing to her long repressed which had been abetted by her whimsically flirtatious nature. She had been watching just on a whim and enjoying the sight of seeing her daughter's face now nudging itself deeply into his groin till the all-powerful quirk stimulated the woman's libido completely, making it easy to sink its claws into her. It seemed that every time Izuku was at a girl's house where their smoking hot, conveniently single mothers were available, absolute devotion would make sure to pull them along for the ride. And he, for one, was happy it was a smoking hot American babe with the body of a fertility goddess. Dixie Laura had hips for days and long, smooth legs that were flawless upon first seeing them. Not only that, but her bobas were quite sizable and plump even though they were held back by that leather hide top she wears. The woman's horns and hair were a thing of beauty as well, making him visualize having both Pony and Dixie on his manhood at the same time with two pairs of handles to ensure he could ravage their throats with his manhood and leave them thirsty for more of his seed. Speaking of which, Pony had brought her hands around each of Izuku's thighs and made her cute snout-like nose push into his groin while feeling her lips sputter wetly around his manhood the moment she took him hilt deep. A sickening, noisy gulch of saliva came out as she popped open her eyes with needy wonder being directed at Izuku. BBLLBLLBKGHGHHH Shlup Izukuan. Slllrrpppp schlup use my horns. Schlurp. Schlp sklurp sklurp. Darling. Pony said in muffled, lurid sputterings of saliva and tongue as she kept her flat, slightly long tongue rolling around the surface of his length while she began to raucously hither head downward into his manhood. Loud, squelching noises of pungent moisture and oral penetration became even louder with the girl practically face-ing her head into his waist. Her buttocks wriggled about highly into the air, shaking themselves left to right with Izuku enjoying the sensation of her passionate io so much that he gripped her horns tighter with a smile. MNGNGHHH. Hai. Pony-chan. Laugh. Don't go getting ahead without me. I'm taking control of you from here, okay? Izuku grunted and began ing his waist off the bed, driving every bulging inch of his immense manhood into the back of the American girl's throat in a voracious fashion. Dixie Laura watched in utter fascination as he held her daughter's face into his groin, raucously popping his hips upward into her face with loudening squelches of moisture coming out of the girl's mouth as she messily ate his manhood. Pony looked shocked with wide-open eyes filled with wonder and languidly inhaled every slick ounce of thick, turgid flesh Izuku's manhood had to offer as it repeatedly tunneled into her mouth. GCLLBBHHHGHGHH. MMNHMNNHMHHH. Izukuan. Shli you op slurp 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 skloop schlup schlup sklap. MMNGHMHHH. Give me all of it, Izukuan. MNMHMM. Pony whinnied adorably, keeping her hands clutching his thighs and grinding her face side to side into his groin with her mouth hungrily ing on his manhood. Every ounce of oral muscle fixated itself on stroking the lad's rod hard to where Izuku could feel it comparable to that of driving his manhood inside of a womanhood. Pony's mother continued watching while subtly unfastening her leather hide top, making more of her cleavage appear in all its bralessness and ample glory as though she felt a hypnotic force compel her to undress. HMMHMMH. Mommy wants. Mommy wants indeed. Oh Pony-chan, hope you're the sharing is caring type because I will not wait all that much longer to barge and offer myself to your boyfriend. Not the best thing a mother can do for her daughter, but seeing that thick slab of manhood working its way into your mouth is making me starve to death here. It's been a while since a man like Midoriya crossed this gal's path. Dixie reasoned, biting down on her bottom lip as she continued pulling open the strings of her top, allowing more of her bobas to spill out. Meanwhile, Izuku ravenously hit his waist into the girl's face repeatedly, making her practically bounce atop the bed with him as this deep throat ing frenzy continued for little more than a few more minutes until Pony could feel the rumbling his give way to his ladion. He's coming. Izukuan is coming. Oh, take it, girl. Take all of that delicious man juice inside of your stomach. He is all mine. All mine. MNHMNHHH. Come for me, Izukuan. She thought, swiveling her tongue in languid spiraling motions around his manhood while digging her face deeply into his groin a little more until it happened. Izuku grunted as he used her horns to make sure her face was held firmly between his legs, growling loudly in euphoria as he felt his release come out like an eruption from a volcano, causing him to roll himself backward and allow his spine to arch with Pony's entire throat sheathing his meat until it went off. Half. Here I come, Pony-chan. Drink it all. Izuku growled bristly and felt the